Hey guys, it's Senti Reads, and as you can see by the video title, today I'll be continuing my rant on A Court of Silver Flames. Thank you guys so much for being patient as I put this video out in parts. This is just going to be the longest rant of all time, so buckle in, I hope you guys are ready. As a quick recap from the last video, Nesta's drunken antics and big spending have embarrassed Rhysand and Feyre, so they stage an intervention under the guise of helping Nesta deal with her trauma. Nesta has been ordered to train with Cassian and is also working in the library with the priestesses. Nesta surprisingly likes training and thinks it may also help the priestesses, but they were reluctant to join in. Part 1 ended with Gwyn, a priestess and one of Nesta's only friends, signing up for training. There's also some political nonsense going on with the mortal queens, specifically Yrian, who was turned into an old crone by the cauldron. She's working with some sorcerer guy named Koshe to find the Dread Trove, which is a collection of powerful ancient artifacts. She's also allied with the High Lord of the Autumn Court, Baron, which is bad news. Baron's allegedly evil son Eris is working as a double agent with the Night Court to stop Yrian from executing her plan. Let's jump right into part 2, Blade.
When you were partying, I studied the blade.
We ended the last part with Gwyn signing up for training, and this part immediately opens up with the next training session. Cassian chastises Nesta for being nervous, and of course she says she's not nervous because she's like, "Oh, no, I don't have feelings." It is kind of cute, though, that Nesta clearly wants to make a good impression with Gwyn and the other priestesses, even though they are not going to show up yet. And this shows that Nesta is making progress in terms of being more considerate about other people. Gwyn is also nervous because priestesses don't leave the library or interact with men, but don't worry because Cassian is extra super respectful and he would never, do anything disrespectful to them, blah. It goes to show that Cassian can be mindful of boundaries when he wants to, but he's not nearly as considerate to Nesta as he is to random women when he wants to look like he's a good guy in front of strangers. You're not actually a respectful person if you're only respectful to strangers and not the people who are actually in your life. Gwyn isn't comfortable with wearing the training leathers, so Cassian agrees to let her train in her priestess robes, and they get right down to business. Gwyn is a natural and picks up things quickly with a bright and cheerful attitude despite the difficulty. She's exactly the type of role model that Nesta needs, which makes me sad that there aren't more scenes of them together. I said this in the last part, but I wish the entire plotline with Yrian and Koshe was cut from the novel, so we could have a more character-driven story of Nesta healing and making real connections with other people. Again, I've said this before, but her new friendships seem very shallow, and that's not what I want. I want, really in-depth, good friendships for Nesta. After training is over, Nesta goes to the Yrian village with Cassian because he conveniently has business there, and I don't even remember what he's there to do, but it's just a plot convenience so that Nesta can go interact with Emerie. If you don't remember, Emerie is a shopkeeper, and her fellow Illyrians don't respect her because she's a lady. Back in ACOSF, they were literally ready to freeze to death rather than buy the warm winter clothes that Emerie had in stock because she's a lady shopkeeper. Brilliant! I just complained that we don't get enough scenes with Gwyn, and we see Emerie even less considering Nesta doesn't often go to the Yrian village, and Emerie is kind of stuck there because she has really no reason to go anywhere else. Nesta only happens to be at the village now because Cassian has some business there, and it turns out that he's going to meet with Eris for some ungodly reason. They chose to meet at the Yrian camp of all places. Why would he bring Eris there? Anyway, that's why they're here. Nesta goes to Emerie's shop, and Emerie is dealing with some drunk guy, which irritates Nesta, and also irritates me because drunk guys talking to women or harassing women, ew, go away, dude.
Be gone, sot!
Nesta sauntered up to the counter, giving the male a once-over that she knew usually made people want to throttle her. From the way he stiffened, swaying slightly on his booted feet, she knew it worked. "Good morning," she said cheerfully to Emerie. Another thing males seem to detest, being ignored by a female. Nesta's attitude is both her biggest weakness and her biggest strength, and I have to admit that it's fun to watch her be mean to people who deserve it and the people I don't like. She can be sassy to them all she wants. I will give her a pass for it every time. The drunk guy, who we learn is named Bellius, isn't happy about Nesta's intrusion and tells her to go away. Nesta lies and says that she has an appointment at the shop for whatever reason, and then pointedly sniffs and tells Bellius that he needs an appointment with a bath.
Damn!
God damn it, I kinda hate that I low-key love Nesta now, cause, oh my god, seriously? They bicker some more, and we learn that Bellius' father wants to buy Emerie's shop, but she isn't interested in selling, so he's there to try and intimidate her. Nesta is triggered by the situation because it reminds her of when her family lost their wealth and debt collectors would show up to harass and intimidate them. She tells Bellius to get out or else, but doesn't specify what or else means because she's not really strong enough yet to actually fight him herself, so she's kind of relying on her raw intimidation to just work for her. Bellius finally leaves, and we get some exposition from Emerie that he's her cousin, and he's so arrogant and obnoxious because he's about to go through the blood rite, and clearly he thinks he's gonna rock it. This sounds inconsequential, and Bellius doesn't feel like an important character whatsoever, but this does come back later, but not until the next part, so just try to remember this. You definitely won't remember this. I'll remind you later. Emerie goes on to say that both her father and Bellius's father were awful pieces of shit who abused children under the guise of discipline. Nesta thinks to herself that she can relate because she had a mean grandmother who she calls grandmama in her narrative, which is weirdly funny to me to see grandmama. I don't know, I'm saying it weird. It's just funny. But anyway, Nesta's recollection of the physical punishment she received from grandmama was having her palms slapped raw with a ruler if she messed up in her dance lessons. That's definitely not okay to do to a child, and I'm sure that did not feel good, that had to have been painful, and I know trauma is not a competition, but I'd wager that Emerie went through much worse at the hands of her father than just being smacked with a ruler. Let's not make this a contest, okay? Whatever. Okay, Nesta, you suffered. That's fine. The conversation shifts as Emerie says that Nesta looks healthier than the last time she visited. If you don't remember, Nesta had previously visited the shop and asked Emerie about getting fleece-lined training leathers because her regular leathers were just too cold. Emerie says that that can be done, but it will be expensive, and Nesta turns her down because she doesn't have any money of her own, and she isn't about to ask Rhysand for anything. Emerie offers her the leathers anyway, and says that Nesta can pay them off over time, even knowing that Nesta will probably never be able to pay them off, and Nesta is struck by that kindness. Nesta thinks to herself that nobody was that kind to her in the human realm, but then immediately contradicts herself by thinking about how Feyre kept them fed and clothed during all those harsh years of poverty. Technically, Feyre was keeping her family alive more out of survival instinct than kindness, I would say, but I would still say that Feyre was a saint for taking care of those useless, mean assholes, especially Nesta. So I would say Feyre was being kind to Nesta for feeding her for all of those years, and I don't know, Nesta's getting on my nerves a little bit right now, even though I just said I liked her. Nesta doesn't really acknowledge anything that I just said about Feyre, and instead she thinks about Thomas, who was some guy in town who was her fiancé at the time, and he was actually mentioned in the first ACOSF book. He just seemed like a really unimportant character, and he is still unimportant. Nesta thinks about how she wasn't really that interested in Thomas, but thought that he might have resources that would keep Elaine from starving. And yes, Nesta specifically thinks about protecting Elaine and is not like, he would protect both of my sisters. She specifically says Elaine and shows no consideration for Feyre. I know Feyre is more self-sufficient, so Nesta probably didn't really feel the need to protect her, but it would still be nice to see Nesta give Feyre more credit and appreciation during these flashback moments. Shortly after Feyre was taken to Prythian by Tamlin, Nesta broke things off with Thomas, and he didn't take that well, to say the least. He physically attacked Nesta and attempted to assault her, but Nesta pulled a Mike Tyson and ripped his ear off, which allowed her to escape. I know I shouldn't joke about that situation, but good lord, this information really hit out of nowhere, so I'm trying to keep things on the lighter side. These random trauma dumps I think are important to understand the characters, but it is a little jarring to just get hit with stuff like this out of nowhere. Emerie invites Nesta for lunch, and yet again Nesta is totally blown away by Emerie's kindness and thinks that Emerie is only being so nice because she doesn't know how terrible Nesta is, or like she wouldn't like her. Nesta's negative self-talk is sad to read, and it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you constantly think about how you're a piece of shit, then you're bound to act like a piece of shit. You're like manifesting it or whatever. Nesta is worried that Emerie won't like her anymore when she actually gets to know her, which is making Nesta kind of want to put distance between them. But she does agree to go to the lunch invitation anyway. Normally Nesta would decline these types of things, so this is definitely progress for her. They go to the back of the shop, which is like Emerie's house area, so they can sit and chat and eat lunch together. Emerie says that she doesn't have a mate or a husband to bother her, and Nesta quickly says that she doesn't either. But Emerie is like, what about Cassian? Like, clearly there's something going on there. And Nesta is very quickly like, no way, which isn't technically a lie because they aren't actually together, but like, clearly there's something going on there. Emerie says that it's nice to meet a female who isn't obsessed with marriage and baby making, which cracks me up because Nesta is definitely interested in baby making, just without the baby, if you catch my drift. The two sit and eat lunch, and Nesta thinks about spices and how her father used to sell spices, and frankly, I don't give a flying fuck about Papa Archeron at all. This character is so stupid to me. I hate Papa Archeron. Feyre had loved to hang about their father's office, more fascinated in the trade than what Nesta had been taught was acceptable for a wealthy girl. Feyre had always been that way, completely uninterested in the rules that govern their lives, uninterested in becoming a true lady who would help advance their family's fortune through an advantageous marriage. They had rarely agreed on anything, and those visits to their father's offices had resulted in a simmering resentment between them. Feyre had tried to get her interested, had shown her so many rarities to tempt her, but Nesta had barely listened to her sister's explanations, mostly eyeing up their father's business partners for whether their sons might be a good match. Feyre had been disgusted. It had made Nesta even more determined. Essentially, Nesta was brainwashed by their mother into believing that a woman's only worth was as a pawn to marry strategically to raise their status, so she resents Feyre for having a more independent mindset and looking out more for herself than, the good of their family through marrying, which, I do not fault Feyre for that at all, to be clear. And in a weird turn of events, Feyre was the one who ended up marrying the richest and most powerful dude in all of history, which isn't acknowledged here for some reason, because that is a weird, ironic twist of fate. Considering Nesta hasn't really fully broken out of her mother's awful mindset, it would make sense for Nesta to admire Feyre for her powerful marriage and view that as the ultimate success, but it just makes Nesta resent Feyre even more. I don't even like Feyre, but she can't do anything right in Nesta's eyes, which is kind of obnoxious. Feyre is literally a saint, and nothing she does is good enough for Nesta, which just makes Feyre even more into a martyr, which is just so annoying. Emerie and Nesta talk some more and kind of bond over how the human realm is just as backwards and shitty as Illyria, which is such a fucked up thing to bond over, but I know that's a common thing people do is bond over trauma, but whatever. Nesta gives Emerie some exposition on her family situation before asking about Emerie's family. Emerie says that she had an older brother that died before she was born, that her mother died giving birth to her, and that her father died in the recent war with Hybern. Good lord, that's a lot of dead relatives. Emerie still has some family left, like Bellius, who is her cousin, but she doesn't associate with them for obvious reasons. We get some clarification that ultimate feminist Rhysand changed the inheritance laws in Illyria to include women, which is why Emerie owns the shop that she got from her father. Even though the law has changed, that has not stopped her asshole family from trying to bully Emerie into giving them the shop. Even though this conversation has not really seemed all that pleasant, Emerie says that she likes talking to Nesta and that it's a shame she isn't around more. Nesta is obviously shocked by this compliment, and she asks Emerie if she'd ever consider moving away because she's clearly very unhappy in Illyria and it's just generally not a very nice place to live. Emerie laughs like that's a totally ridiculous question and says no, and that she's never even really left the village before and doesn't plan to because at least she knows the people there and she knows how things operate, so she would rather be there than, experience something else, I guess. Yeah, totally fuck all of that. Considering these people are immortal, I would not spend thousands of years in this shithole village. Surely there has to be somewhere else. Their lives are way too long to just accept where they were born and not go try anything else. It seems like the only people Emerie even knows are complete assholes to her, so I would sell my shop and move to Valaris at the very least if I were her. There is no world where I would stay in the Illyrian village. That would just not be an option for me. Nesta notices a weird flavor in the tea they're drinking, and Emerie says that she adds willow bark to help with the pain of her clipped wings. Excuse my random nerd tangent here, because if you were not aware, I am a chemist for my day job. But willow bark contains salicylate compounds, which are precursors to lead to the synthesis of acetylsalicylic acid, otherwise known as aspirin. So using willow for pain relief is scientifically accurate, and not some random magic fairy remedy, which in this case I will bitch about, because they could just do a magic fairy remedy, it doesn't have to be real science. And I don't know if SJM was aware this is real science. Tangent over, let's just move on. Nesta realizes that Emerie is just as traumatized as the priestesses and could probably benefit from training as well, so she invites her to join. Emerie seems uncomfortable by the offer and says that she has no way to get to Valaris for training, and Nesta is quick to say that somebody could come pick her up, except the only people that Nesta knows who can teleport are really politically important people, so are they really gonna go pick up Emerie every day for training? That's crazy. Emerie again refuses the offer and says that she needs to stay and run the shop, even though it's been shown that she doesn't have customers because people don't buy from her because she's a lady, so that's kind of a dumb reason. And she goes on to say that the Illyrians would probably respect her even less if she started training, which girl, they already don't respect you, so you might as well just do whatever you want. Nesta indirectly calls Emerie a coward and says that the offer still stands if she changes her mind, and the scene ends there, and I can't help but be a little annoyed at Nesta for being so pushy. Nesta's heart is in the right place, but she doesn't seem to really consider how oppressed Emerie is by Illyrian society, and that it's not as simple as just standing up for herself. One person can't stand up against systematic oppression and expect to get, great results. That's just not really how it's gonna work out. Between the trio of Nesta, Gwyn, and Emerie, Emerie is the only one of the three who has to work for a living and isn't being provided housing or other resources by someone else. Yes, Gwyn does work at the library to receive her room and board, but I'm sure if she was too depressed to work or something, they're not just gonna kick her out on the streets. And Nesta's whole entire life is still being funded by Feyre and Rhysand, so she doesn't really have to work for herself either. Nesta didn't directly call Emerie a coward for turning down the offer to train, but the implication was definitely there, which is such a privileged and out-of-touch thing for Nesta to say, and the narrative really never acknowledges that. The next scene cuts to Cassian dealing with his business with Eris. These scenes of Cassian getting involved with politics are absolutely unbearable to me, so I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. Eris says that he's never heard of the Dread Trove, and his father hasn't either, or he would have mentioned it. We're reminded that the Trove has some kind of vague magical sentience, the same way that the Cauldron does, and that it seems to want to be found, which is a problem because the bad guys might find it first. Briolyn definitely knows about the Trove because she's clearly looking for it, but she must not have told Baron about it, which means she doesn't fully trust him, which begs the question of why they're even allies in the first place. Eris is interested by that, but I am certainly not. I could not give less of a fuck about any of this political stuff. They talk some more, and Eris ends up calling Cassian a mongrel bastard, which, oh my god, Eris, went straight for the throat with that one, and it obviously pisses Cassian off. I think Eris is only pretending to be evil the same way that Rhysand does, because his insults come off as very performative to me. But nobody else really picks up on that, which is annoying, and I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, but I really do think Eris is, gonna get some kind of character arc in the next book. Anyway, that's all you really need to know about what just went down in this scene. The next chapter is from Nesta's perspective, and she knows that something is going on behind the scenes with Cassian, but she isn't fully in the loop with all the political stuff. Nesta does know about the Dread Trove only because they might need her to track it down, and not because they respect her enough to keep her informed on what's going on. Nesta is actually genuinely worried about Cassian, who is acting very weird and tense, and she wants to help or at least figure out what's going on. She goes to the dining room and sees Cassian brooding alone, drinking some wine, and as soon as she walks into the room, the wine immediately disappears. Nesta tries to play it off and makes a joke that she isn't such a wine fiend that she'd run over and steal Cassian's drink, but Cassian clarifies that the house took it from him automatically, because the house is under strict orders not to have alcohol in the same room as Nesta. I've said it once and I've said it again, the house is really the only one out here looking out for Nesta. If Cassian was a true friend, he wouldn't have even gotten that wine out to begin with. Nesta sits down across from Cassian and directly asks him if something happened with the Queens or the Dread Trove, which catches him off guard. Sometimes Nesta is a really direct communicator to the point that she comes off as blunt, which is something I actually like about her, so it's annoying that there are other things that Nesta refuses to talk about or skirts around the issue. I'd like her if she was more consistently blunt and upfront instead of being so wishy-washy. Cassian says no, that nothing happened, and that he's just particularly irritated by dealing with Eris. Eris isn't the nicest guy, but Cassian's hatred is mainly related to the way Eris treated Mor a gazillion years ago. And yet again, I will remind you that Eris didn't actually do anything to Mor at all, and that she was tortured by her own family. It doesn't even seem like Eris had anything to do with setting up the political marriage, and he was just as much a pawn in the situation as Mor was. Cassian's over-the-top hatred of Eris feels misplaced and is evidence that he never really got over his romantic feelings for Mor, but I talked about that whole mess in the last video, so let's just move on. Nesta says that she invited Emerie to training, and Cassian isn't very surprised that she turned down that offer. Cassian is being more blunt and short with Nesta, and he isn't acting like his usual self, but Nesta is shockingly considerate of all the stress that he must be under and isn't offended by his attitude and him being kind of pissy right now. I kind of wish that other characters would do that more for Nesta, but also if Nesta could learn to consistently not take everything so personally, then she'd be a lot better off. I think this is a lesson every single character in this book needs to learn. Nesta asks what happened with Eris, so Cassian tells her, and Nesta is a little confused because it seems like Eris is on their side, and I'm also confused why we're talking about Eris so much, and I just don't give a fuck about any of this. Cassian repeats that he just especially hates Eris, and brings up the mongrel bastard insult, which enrages Nesta even though she said similar things to Cassian. She's the only one who's allowed to insult Cassian, goddammit. Cassian says that he feels stupid when he deals with Eris because of all of Eris's twisted word games and sneaky politics and all that, and again, it's weird to me that nobody ever really acknowledges how similar Eris is to Rhysand. Like, truly, Eris's behaviors are so reminiscent of first book Rhysand that this has to be a setup for something later on. Maybe it will, maybe it won't be, but, like, there's something going on with Eris. Nesta feels really bad for Cassian, and she gets up and weirdly kind of stands next to him. She says that Rhysand should just kill Eris, which seems to be every character's default suggestion when somebody annoys them. Earlier in this book, Cassian even directly told Eris that they should just kill him, as if that wouldn't make the situation 10 times worse. Like, this is not the option here, dudes. Cassian doesn't outright reject the suggestion, but says that if anyone gets to kill Eris, then it should be him or Morrigan and not Rhysand, but he wasn't gonna do that because it would prove Eris is right, that he's just a brute and blah blah blah. Cassian, you shouldn't kill Eris because he's giving you useful information to prevent a potential war, not because it would hurt your reputation, which is probably already bad. Like, Cassian is banned from the Summer Court for destroying a building. Clearly, at least an entire court already views him as a brute, so, like, his reputation means nothing. Cassian was good.
Wait a damn minute.
In his soul, in his warrior's heart, Cassian was good in a way Nesta knew most people were not. In a way she knew she was not and would never be.
You sure about that?
He was not a warrior who killed on a whim, but a male who carefully considered every life he had to take, who'd defend what he loved until death. Whoa, 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 hold up. Now let's not give Cassian so much credit. I'm not saying he's the worst guy ever, but I don't think he's that great, and I'm certainly not going to praise him for not killing people indiscriminately. That's kind of a bare minimum standard, like, hello? It's also not true, because Cassian wiped out that whole village, and I really doubt all of them deserved it. And Eris. He'd hurt Cassian. With what he'd done to Morrigan, yes, but also with the words so similar to ones that Nesta herself had wielded. The wound lay in Cassian's eyes, as raw as any injury. Shame rushed through her. Shame and anger and a wild sort of desperation. She couldn't abide the pain in his eyes, teetering on the brink of despair. Couldn't stand the absence of the grinning and winking and swaggering she knew so well. She'd do anything to get rid of that look in his eyes, even for a few moments. I hate that it's brought up that what Eris did to Mor specifically hurt Cassian. Yeah, it's reasonable for Cassian to be upset by what happened, but I'm sure Mor was a whole lot more hurt by what happened to her than Cassian was by witnessing it secondhand. I did think that what Eris said to Cassian was similar to things Nesta had said, and I brought that up before, and it makes sense that she'd feel shame when realizing that now. But her reaction is wild and makes me really uncomfortable. She's acting guilty as if she were the one who insulted Cassian this time, and is almost taking responsibility for what Eris said. If Nesta wants to apologize for similar things that she has said to Cassian in the past, she should just do that instead of acting like she is the one who is causing his current pain. Like, she's taking responsibility for a situation she did not cause, and it's about to get really weird. Nesta leans in to kiss Cassian's neck, and he starts to almost push her away, but she's like, no, let me do this for you. So she keeps kissing on him and drops to her knees before him, which shocks Cassian, but he's not about to turn down some sloppy toppy, even if it's gonna happen out of pity. Nesta keeps saying things like, please let me do this, and things along that line, which really makes it feel like she's doing all of this out of guilt rather than a genuine desire to make Cassian feel better. And as I said before, this makes me very wildly uncomfortable. Like, it feels like Nesta is trying to atone for what somebody else did to Cassian and cheer him up using her body, which, like, I don't like this at all. The implications are just, it's weird. Nesta proceeds to give Cassian a handy and shows him what that mouth do, and the narrative very much portrays Nesta as the one who's in control of the situation, but I can't help but feel really icky about what led up to this encounter. This scene is also really long and way more graphic than the sex scenes from the other book, so I'm really not enjoying any of this. When Cassian finally finishes, he roars so loud that the glasses on the table shake, which is so unbelievably wild that I don't even know what to say about it. And this whole time I've always wondered what the roar sounded like when they do it, and this basement yard clip really sums it up, and this is just what I'm gonna picture every time now when they say they're roaring. Anyway, roaring aside, somehow that was just a warm-up, and he tells Nesta to take her pants off so they can bone right there at the dinner table. Nesta does as she's told and stands up and is about to take her pants off when they're interrupted by some footsteps down the hall. It's Asriel, and he definitely heard Cassian's roars of pleasure, so he's intentionally making his presence known because obviously Asriel could walk totally silently if he wanted to. If I were Asriel, I would have just turned around and flown down to Valaris to get blackout drunk and sleep with some rando at a hotel and forget what I just heard. But no, Asriel, he walks right into the dining room for some inexplicable reason. Nesta is obviously embarrassed by being caught like this, and she quickly leaves, and Cassian is like, dude, thanks for interrupting, bro, what the hell? And then Asriel gives us perhaps the best line in the entire series. Az nodded toward the doorway. Save something for later. Busybody. Az took a bite. You let her suck your cock in the middle of the dining room, at a table I'm currently using to eat my dinner. I'd say that entitles me to an opinion. Cassian laughed, his earlier gloom chased away. By her. All by her. Fair enough.
Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Asriel is far from perfect, especially with how he fawns over women who don't want anything to do with him, but damn, I like him at least 10 more times than I like Cassian or Rhysand. That'll probably change if Asriel ever gets more screen time or page time or whatever book term you want to use, but for now he's my favorite bat boy because mostly he shuts the fuck up, thank God. The chapter ends there, and the next chapter opens with another training session, because we get training sessions all the time. Nesta feels awkward about what went down with Cassian, and is grateful that Gwyn is there to be a buffer between them. And I hope Gwyn doesn't mind being in that position and watching them flirt in front of her face, which is something I will have a repeated problem with throughout the rest of this part. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, we have plenty to complain about for now. If you don't remember from the last video, Nesta told Gwyn about the dread trove even though she probably should have kept that information to herself. Gwyn says that she hasn't found any information about the trove and that it's been missing for 10,000 years at least, so there's really nothing to read about it. The scene then abruptly ends there as Nesta realizes that her only option to find the trove is to scry, which is something that she doesn't want to do given how bad that went in ACOSF when she scried the location of Hybern's camp, which is what led to Elaine being kidnapped. So Nesta really doesn't want to scry, even though it's becoming increasingly obvious that that is the only option. The next scene picks up at the end of the training session, and Nesta and Cassian have a little alone time after Gwyn leaves. Nesta is playing it cool, but she fantasizes about Cassian and thinks to herself that she doesn't regret what they did and doesn't care that Asriel knows about it, even though she was embarrassed, but whatever, good for her. I would be embarrassed because Cassian sucks, but whatever. Nesta asks Cassian if he's going to the Yrian camp, and he says yes because he has to see if they're prepared for a possible conflict. He doesn't specifically say because there's a war that might happen with Briolin, but that's the implication. And again, I would think the Illyrians should always be ready for war because that's kind of their thing, but it's apparently not their thing and they don't actually want to fight in a war, so there's problems there, but they don't come up again. Cassian changes the subject to say that Gwyn is doing well with training and is a nice girl. He specifically says girl instead of female, which is the word they typically use when referring to women, and somehow girl feels even more insulting. The narrative tells us that Gwyn is only 28, and Nesta specifically thinks about how that does make Gwyn just a girl to Cassian, who is at least 500. Never mind the fact that Nesta is only 28, and she doesn't really think about how that makes her too young for Cassian and also a girl in his eyes, which, gross, why? Anyway, Nesta says that she likes Gwyn, and Cassian is taken aback because Nesta doesn't like anyone, and she'd certainly never admit to liking someone so outright like that. Nesta is happy that Gwyn is coming to training, but is disappointed that the other priestesses haven't joined as well. Cassian tells Nesta to keep trying, and the scene ends there as she asks him for a favor in the Illyrian camp. Side note, Cassian and Nesta previously made a magic bargain that Nesta would train in exchange for a favor from Cassian. Her asking him for this favor now is not her calling in on the favor from that bargain, even though Cassian easily could have taken it that way and the bargain would have been fulfilled and not hanging over his head anymore. Nesta does end up fulfilling this bargain later on, but we'll get to that when it happens. The next scene opens with Cassian making a visit to Emerie's shop with a sack of stuff from Nesta, and I'm sure you're confused, where did Nesta get these things from? Well, apparently Nesta asked the house to create these items for her, and then the house gave them to her. And this is really confusing to me because, is the house creating these items from scratch, or does it have some kind of storage pocket dimension like the fairies, and it just has a stock of random shit in there? And then when they run out, would they have to restock that stuff in their little pocket dimension? We haven't really seen these pocket dimensions used that much in the later books, but it was really common in like ACOTAR and ACOMAF to use these little storage areas. Like in ACOMAF, Rhysand straight up pulled a bed out of his magic storage. If the house is actually creating these items from scratch, that is wild, and that kind of magic would fully destabilize the economy if it was widely spread. Like, why would you ever buy anything ever again if your house can just magically create it for you? Tangent aside, Cassian gives Emerie the sack, and she opens it up to reveal some tea and spices, which makes her super happy because, like, her food was so bland and she couldn't get any of these spices or anything because Illyria is so isolated. And she's like, oh my god, Cassian, tell Nesta thank you, like, this is great. And of course Cassian is like, no, you can thank Nesta yourself when you come to training tomorrow. And all of that makes Nesta's gift come off as super manipulative rather than just being a gift given out of the goodness of her heart. We get some internal monologue from Cassian that he knows Nesta gave the gift partially out of kindness and partially as a bribe, but it kind of fully feels like a bribe to me. Cassian is baffled by this situation and watching Nesta make friends because, like, this is not normally how Nesta behaves. She's not usually so considerate and outrightly affectionate, so he's like, what the fuck is happening? Nesta around Gwyn was a wholly different creature than who she was with the court. They didn't tease or laugh with each other, but an easiness lay between them that he'd never witnessed, even when Nesta was with Elaine. She'd always been Elaine's guardian, or Feyre's sister, or cauldron maid. With Gwyn, he wondered whether Nesta liked the girl because with her, she was simply Nesta. Perhaps she felt that way around Emerie, too. Had she gone into Valaris night after night, not only to distract and numb herself, but to be around people who didn't know the weight of all she carried? Ding ding ding! Cassian is finally onto something, and I thought it was very obvious, but apparently not. Nobody in the inner circle knows how to let things go, and their default attitude towards Nesta is contempt, so of course Nesta is always on edge around them. They've already made up their mind about her. Of course Nesta would get along better with people who treat her like she's a person and don't go out of their way to trigger her or pick a fight with her about their past grievances. I think this passage also sets up that Nesta is better friends with Gwyn than Emerie, and unfortunately I think that holds true throughout the rest of the book. Obviously, Emerie isn't around as much because she lives all the way out in that remote Illyrian village, but it kind of sucks to see an obvious duo within this trio. I think that's pretty common with a group of 3 people, that there's always going to be 2 that like each other more, but it sucks to see. Emerie is really uncomfortable by Cassian inviting her to train, and she turns down the offer yet again. We're about 40% through this book according to my Kindle, and I'd like to have seen more progress with Nesta and her friendships by now, especially with Emerie. And this is definitely a part of the book that I did not want to be rushed and all crammed together, but it kind of is, but we'll get there when they actually start being friends. Cassian leaves Emerie's shop, and he thinks about getting frisky with Nesta, but he isn't sure where their relationship stands, and like, can any of these man characters think about anything other than sex for 5 fucking minutes, please?
Stop it. Get some help.
Cassian continues to think about Nesta, and he's pretty sure that she didn't lick his pickle out of pity, but he doesn't know if she wants to, like, do it again. Considering they were fully about to bone until Azriel showed up, I'd say Cassian should know damn well that Nesta is down for more. But he doesn't, because we need some stupid conflict to keep this couple apart. The miscommunication trope is especially infuriating in this book, and there are so many problems that could be solved with a single conversation. We get one last short scene in this chapter as we cut to Nesta showing up to another training session, and Emerie is there this time. That's it. That's the scene. I guess Nesta's bribe, her gift, ended up working after all. The next chapter continues on with that training scene, and Emerie isn't very coordinated because of her wings. She doesn't have full control of them because they've been clipped, so she can't fly, so they're essentially dead weight on her back that she has to work around. Like, not only can she not fly, but she can't really, like, lift her wings up off the ground if they're dragging or, like, move them in any way, really. So it's a good thing that wing clipping has been legally banned so that other women don't have to suffer the same consequences. Oh, wait, nobody actually enforces the ban? Not even the strongest High Lord in history with literal mind control powers can protect the women? God damn it!
I hate it here!
We're told that Emerie and Gwyn are basically instantly friends, which is a little annoying. I've complained before about Nesta's newfound friendships being shallow, and I really wish the book had focused more on this trio bonding and forming a strong connection. We do get more scenes of them all together later on, but I wish it was established earlier considering we're already 40% of the way through this book, and they don't really make substantial progress in their friendship even in this part. Like, really, they become friends in part 3, which is the end of the book. I wanted to see that sooner. Anyway, the group continues their training, and it's kind of a casual session, and they're kind of chatting and talking to each other. The topic of conversation turns towards what books they all enjoy, and Emerie says that she likes romance, which Nesta is super happy to hear, and the two fangirl over their favorite books. Cassian refers to them as, quote, smut-obsessed females, which is kind of funny, and Gwyn innocently asks what smut is, and like, oh my god, Gwyn, no! Nobody tell Gwyn what book talk is, she will fucking die. Oh my god. Nobody better tell Gwyn about Haunting Adeline, or the books about the hockey players, or the mafia bosses, or the asshole billionaires, or whatever the fuck book talk is interested in at the moment. Nesta is immediately awkward about the question of what smut is, considering what Gwyn has been through, and nobody actually tells her what smut means, which feels a little disrespectful and infantilizing. Just because Gwyn went through trauma does not make her a child. She is a 28-year-old woman. She is capable of learning what that term means. All they had to say was that it was written sex scenes, and leave it at that. They don't have to get dirty, they don't have to get nasty, just straight up say what it is. Instead, Emerie says that she'll bring Gwyn a more mild romance book from her favorite author, and the scene ends there. Whatever Emerie considers as mild might be totally extreme to Gwyn, so I wish they just told her straight up what smut was instead of dancing around it. They could have given Gwyn like a content warning like I give at the beginning of my videos, so that she would actually know what she was getting into instead of speaking so vaguely to her. Like, she's a grown-ass woman, she can handle learning what this is. Anyway, the training session ends in the next scene as Rhysand shows up. Gwyn is in awe of him because remember, he's the High Lord, and Rhysand is nice to her in a way that Nesta feels is calculated, so she rolls her eyes because, like, he is fake as fuck. Nesta and Rhysand get in a sort of stare down before Cassian breaks the tension by coming in between them, and he puts his arm around Nesta's shoulder, which is pretty freaking dumb of him to do in front of Rhysand. Rhysand clearly picks up on their relationship, and he does not really seem happy about it, and like, why would he? Like, he sucks. Rhysand can't be happy for anyone. Nesta feels Rhysand trying to speak to her mentally, but he's not forcing himself into her mind, even though he definitely could, so he's like pretending to be respectful. Nesta mentally asks him what he wants, and he mentally responds that she needs to be nice to Gwyn.
What do you mean by that?
Girl, what? That insulting accusation feels so out of left field and goes to show that the inner circle will never give Nesta the benefit of the doubt. It's not like he witnessed Nesta be rude to Gwyn and like said that as a result. Like, nothing happened. Rhysand doesn't know jack shit about Nesta's friendship with Gwyn, and to automatically assume that Nesta is treating her poorly is fucking rude. Nesta tells Rhysand to mind his own business and then shuts him out of her head, and like, goodbye, Rhysand. Rhysand asks Emerie if she's ready to go back to Illyria, because apparently nobody but the High Lord himself was available to teleport her back and forth. Like, surely Rhysand has better things to do, like figuring out how to save Feyre's life, but no, he has time for this nonsense. Emerie is kind of blushing and bashful, which yet again annoys Nesta because she knows how Rhysand really acts behind closed doors, and he is not this person that he's portraying himself to be. Except Nesta doesn't actually seem to know Rhysand at all, as this is what she has to say about him. Rhysand might be an arrogant, vain bastard, but he was honorable. He fought like hell to protect innocence. Her dislike of him had nothing to do with what he'd proved so many times. He was a fair, just ruler, who put his people before himself. No, she just found his personality, that slick smugness, grating. Is Rhysand honorable? I would argue he's not. He literally pretended to be evil for like hundreds of years under the guise of protecting his court. While you can argue that Rhysand had good intentions in doing that and behaving that way, his actions were far from honorable. I also don't see Rhysand as a fair and just ruler, given that he's technically in charge of Illyria and the Court of Nightmares, and those places are both shitholes, like total shitholes. Everybody has an awful time living there, especially the women. Rhysand only really puts effort in for Velaris and not the Night Court at large. He's essentially the mayor of Velaris, not the High Lord of the Night Court, but I've complained about this extensively before, so let's move on. Emerie goes to gather her things to get ready to leave, and Nesta goes with her to talk with her privately. Emerie seems excited and motivated to train, so Nesta feels awkward and indirectly apologizes for calling her a coward earlier. It's a nice moment between the two, and Nesta does seem genuinely sorry, and it patches up their relationship, and then the chapter ends there. The next scene is still at the training ring, and cuts to Cassian and Rhysand talking as they watch Nesta with her new friends. Of course their conversation is telepathic, so nobody can hear them, because Rhysand is the king of shit-talking and being fucking rude. He tells Cassian it's an interesting development that Nesta has made friends, which is so shady, and it's so fucking rude, Rhysand!
fucking rude.
Cassian didn't bother to make his face look pleasant. I could have done without you giving Nesta a mental warning. Rhys's brows narrowed. How did you know I did that? The bastard didn't even try to deny it. I noticed the way she tensed, and I know you well, brother. You saw Gwyn and thought the worst of Nesta. She's treated her and Emerie with kindness. That's what pissed you off? I'm pissed off that you can't seem to believe even one good thing about her. That you refuse to fucking believe one good thing about her. Was it necessary to bait her like that? Regret glimmered in Rhys's eyes. Cassian went on. You're not making it easier. Let her build these bonds, and stay the hell out of it. Rhys blinked. I'm sorry, I will. We occasionally see glimpses of Cassian standing up for Nesta, but it bothers me that he never really does it directly in front of her so that she can see it. It's always a side conversation that Nesta isn't a part of, and I wish Cassian would show his bravery, like, in front of Nesta. And he also is not consistent about this, like, he often lets them run all over Nesta, so it's hard for me to give Cassian any credit for these moments. Even though Cassian is completely right about the way Rhysand treats Nesta, Cassian himself also frequently doesn't give Nesta the benefit of the doubt, so this moment feels very hollow because, like, he does the exact same thing he's telling Rhysand not to do. Cassian blew out a breath. Rhys added, Did you really feel you had to put your arm around her shoulders to restrain her? I don't want the two of you within 3 feet of each other. You have a pregnant mate, Rhys. You'll kill anyone that presents a threat to Feyre. You're a danger to all of us right now. I'd never harm someone Feyre loves. You know that.
You sure about that?
I've referred to Cassian as scary many times, but Rhysand is even more terrifying because he's definitely willing to do things that Cassian wouldn't do. It's wild to see Cassian admit that Rhysand is dangerous, but it's all under the guise of Feyre being pregnant and fairy males kind of losing their minds during that time and becoming more feral and animalistic. Except I think Rhysand was a threat long before Feyre was pregnant. Remember that time Rhysand brutally broke that one guy's arm because he said a rude comment about Feyre? Rhysand is more unhinged now than he was before, but he has always been dangerous. I also don't buy the comment that Rhysand would never harm someone that Feyre loves. During the intervention, he basically told Nesta to catch him outside, and I'm sure he didn't mean they were gonna play hopscotch and make friendship bracelets out there in the yard. Rhysand kind of agrees to give Nesta some space, and he gets Emerie so that they can leave. As Rhysand is flying away, he makes one last mental comment to Cassian about how the house reeks of sex, which seems like a weird thing to point out because I think it's been a little while since Cassian and Nesta got frisky, but maybe the scent lingers or maybe not as much time has passed, but it's gross either way. The next chapter cuts to Nesta making another attempt at the stairs to Valaris, and this time she makes it to step 3000. She's trying the steps that night because she had a nightmare about her father dying during the war, which set her off, and that's her only coping mechanism now is the staircase. Dinner that night was also awkward because Cassian and Asriel weren't there, and they didn't give Nesta any info about what they were off doing instead. And that made Nesta feel left out, which isn't great because she's already an outsider and doesn't feel welcome in the inner circle, and they're just really reinforcing that. Nesta has spiraling thoughts of what a failure she is, and she's interrupted by a glass of water appearing beside her on the stairs. I talked about this a lot in part 1 in the last video, but it's so sad that the sentient house is the only one who genuinely cares about Nesta and treats her kindly. I guess she has Gwyn and Emerie now, but Nesta doesn't see them very often, so they don't really have as many opportunities to step up and help her. Nesta thanks the house for the drink, and it leaves her some bones and stones, which is a clear encouragement to get her to try and scry for the dread trove. Nesta is on edge and says that she isn't ready to try again after what happened with the cauldron and Elaine getting kidnapped and all that jazz, and the scene ends there. The next scene cuts to Cassian at the river house as they have their monthly court dinner, and Nesta obviously was not included in that dinner, which feels like they really don't want her to be a part of their group. Side note, but Feyre also isn't there because pregnancy makes her extra sleepy, so apparently she went to bed early. So anybody that is going to defend Nesta is not going to be there. Great! Amren says that Nesta needs to start looking for the trove, and Cassian says that Nesta isn't ready yet and says don't push her. I appreciate the sentiment, Cassian, but Nesta did agree to look, and there's a potential war at stake, so she does kind of need to get on scrying or let Elaine do it. This scene is mostly political stuff I don't care about, so I'm going to gloss over most of it. Basically, if Nesta doesn't scry soon, then Elaine is going to have to try, and if that doesn't work, then Rhysand is going to have to get the other courts involved, which is something he's been trying to avoid, even though he seemed to have made some allies after the war, and he would want to inform them of a future war. Like, I don't understand why they're keeping this so secretive. Rhysand doesn't actually fully trust any of those other courts, which is somewhat understandable, but if there's truly another war on the horizon, I really think Rhysand should not keep that to himself. Cassian continues to have a backbone and defend Nesta, and yet again, she is not here to witness any of it. Asriel stiffened, an outright sign of temper from him as he said quietly, "There's an innate darkness to the dread trove that Elaine should not be exposed to." "But Nesta should?" Cassian growled. Everyone stared at him. This is a great example of how they all baby Elaine and put her on a pedestal while they devalue Nesta. I won't harp on this too much though, considering Nesta treats Elaine the exact same way and is also insistent that Elaine doesn't get involved, even though Elaine is fully an adult who can do what she wants. Amren says that Nesta has a week to figure it out before they get Elaine involved, which Cassian is not a fan of. Cassian glowered at Amren. It's not right to wield Elaine as a threat to manipulate Nesta into scrying. There are harsher ways to convince Nesta, boy. Cassian leaned back in his chair. You're a fool if you think threats will make her obey you. On the surface, I agree with Cassian, but Elaine herself has expressed wanting to be involved, and unlike Nesta, she doesn't seem scared about doing it. Is it really the worst thing to let Elaine step up while Nesta takes time away to focus on her mental health? Like, Elaine is fully capable of doing this. Also, Nesta does kind of listen to threats or she wouldn't have agreed to the intervention in the first place. That's obviously not a good way to motivate someone or get them on your side though, like resorting to threats is not the way. Amren says that a war on the horizon is too big of a threat to ignore and that manipulating Nesta is a small price to pay if they can use her to avoid the war. This all points to my theory that the intervention was never about helping Nesta or helping her heal or anything like that, and it was only a way to get control of Nesta in case they would need her powers. Cassian says that he doesn't like the idea of manipulating Nesta like that, and Amren snaps at him and she's like, you don't have to like it, you just have to do what you're told and shut up, which, like, Amren is so fucking rude too, like, she sucks. Damn, sometimes it seems like Amren is the one who's actually in charge and not Rhysand with the way she runs her mouth. I've ranted about this in previous videos, but it's obvious that the inner circle doesn't actually respect or even really trust each other, which is so wild. Anyway, the scene ends there as Amren reiterates that Nesta has a week to make progress from scrying, or they're gonna bring in Elaine. The next scene opens up by saying 3 days have passed, and we get a kind of montage of what happened during that time. Since Emerie has just started training and is behind, she gets some extra time with Cassian while Nesta and Gwyn pair up and work together. We get some exposition that the ladies have been sharing romance books with each other, and that Gwyn seems bashful about what she read, but not traumatized, so I guess that's good. I've definitely read some horrifying smut scenes before, so I'm glad Gwyn was spared. Nesta is more excited to go to training now because she gets to talk to Emerie and Gwyn, and I wish we got to see more of that and that so much of these interactions didn't happen off-page. We get some exposition about Nesta's library work, and that she doesn't see Gwyn as often as she used to there because Gwyn is extra busy now that she's also spending her time training. Nesta does happen to see Gwyn that day in the library though, as Gwyn runs over to her kind of frantic and out of breath. Gwyn warns Nesta that somehow her boss Meryl knows about the whole book switching thing Nesta did earlier in this book in part 1 that she used to cover Gwyn's mistake. Like, Gwyn apparently brought the wrong book, and then Nesta found the right book and snuck into Meryl's office to switch them out, and, like, I guess Meryl knows about it now. And I don't know why this is a big deal or why anybody would give a fuck about any of this, but Meryl is pissed. Nesta is confused about why she should care about any of this, and Gwyn starts to say that Meryl is scary when she's angry, and then Meryl herself shows up. Gwyn seems kind of scared of Meryl, which pisses Nesta off now that they're besties, and she's like, oh, hell no, like, Meryl starts ranting about how she doesn't like thieves or liars, and honestly, she can fully fuck off. Like, this is so stupid to give any fuck about right now. If she's truly that busy with her research, then she needs to be doing that instead of bitching about something so petty. She got the right book, what the fuck does it matter? Nesta plays dumb about the whole situation, which cracks me up. Like, Nesta, icon, honestly. She says the same thing I basically just did, and accuses Meryl of being bored and making up drama, and she's like, we're busy, leave us alone.
Let me pretend I care. Okay, I'm done.
By now, some other priestesses have gathered to watch this exchange, and someone laughs, which pisses Meryl off even more. She pulls the whole, do you know who I am bit, which is the least effective way to put Nesta in her place, considering she fully doesn't give a fuck about who Meryl is, and Nesta is willing to go toe-to-toe with the High Lord himself. Status does not matter to her. And if it did matter, as the sister-in-law of the High Lady, Nesta would be way more important than Meryl. Some librarian is not going to scare Nesta off. Nesta again says that they're busy and insults Meryl for hoarding so many books in her office when the library is meant for everyone to be able to share books together. It's not like a private collection. Meryl is especially raging out since Nesta has been so calm during the interaction, so she goes for a low blow by going into brutal detail about how Nesta killed the King of Hybern. I think Meryl is trying to make Nesta look like some brute, but it's not the flex Meryl thinks it is, considering the King of Hybern fully deserved what he got, and it solved the war. Nesta is a fucking hero for that. Yeah, it was gruesome, but she saved the day. If anything, that's good for her to have done. That's not an insult. Nesta is trying to stay calm despite being triggered by the mention of Hybern, but Meryl won't quit running her mouth because girl has no survival instinct. Nesta is sure that her eyes are glowing that silver freaky color, which freaks Meryl out and finally gets her to leave them alone. Now that Nesta and Gwyn are alone again, they talk some more and we get some background info about Gwyn. We learn that her grandmother was a river nymph who seduced a high fae from the Autumn Court, so that makes Gwyn a quarter nymph and I guess 3/4 high fae. I'm not fully sure what being a nymph entails in the ACOTAR world, but apparently it makes Gwyn's bones more pliant and flexible, which is why she's so good at balancing and stuff. I'd imagine she would also be a very good swimmer and maybe could hold her breath, I don't really know. Gwyn goes on to say that her mother wasn't welcome amongst the nymphs or the high fae, so she went to the temple at Sangrava. Gwyn's mother conceived her and her twin during the Great Rite, and they were also raised in that temple. If you don't remember what the Great Rite is, that's related to the Kalanmai festival that happened all the way back in the first book, ACOTAR. It's where the High Lord or some other representative allows some kind of spirit to possess them, and then they grab the nearest lady and drag her to a cave to bone down, because it's some magic ritual to ensure a good harvest or some shit. It was weird then, it is still weird now. The whole festival is baffling to me because of all the blurred lines of consent around it, but I've complained about all of that before in previous videos. I'm only bringing this up now for 2 reasons. The first is that I think it's a really bizarre narrative decision to have Gwyn to be conceived in a potentially non-consensual way when she herself would later go on to be victimized. I don't think the narrative is ever self-aware about how weird the festival is in terms of the consent situation, so I don't think that is really an option here, but as an outsider, that's how I see it. The violence against women in this series feels gratuitous and widely unnecessary, which is a problem I've expressed before. The second reason I bring this up is that this detail around Gwyn's conception has led to some crack theories about who her father is. I've seen some speculation that it's Tamlin, or more likely Baron, considering Gwyn has ties to the Autumn Court, or somebody from Baron's family, I don't know, maybe Eris is Gwyn's dad. We never get clarification on Gwyn's family tree, and I don't think she's actually related to any of the characters we know, like Tamlin or Eris or Baron, but it's funny and it's silly to speculate about. Gwyn mentions that her twin had webbed fingers like a nymph, and Nesta clocks that Gwyn spoke about her sister in the past tense, but she knows that she shouldn't ask about what happened. Nesta is a lot more considerate than she gets credit for, at least when it comes to people she likes. They change the subject, and Gwyn says that Nesta earned some street cred for standing up to Meryl, and the scene ends there. The next scene picks up on another training session, and there's 3 more priestesses there because of what Nesta did. This whole thing seems a little on the nose to me in a way that I can't really articulate, but whatever, Nesta girl bossed her way into getting some more followers. One of the new priestesses who's shown up is brutally scarred up, and of course we get a bunch of descriptions about how horrific she looks, despite her being a completely irrelevant character. Goddamn, can we let a woman rest for 1 freaking minute in this book? Seriously? Thankfully, the scene ends there as they start their training session. The next scene hard cuts to Nesta asking the house to give her the bones and stones again so that she can actually try to scry. Cassian is also there because Nesta lost control the last time she scried, and Feyre had to kind of mentally break her out of it. Maybe Feyre and or Rhysand would have been a better person to have around for this because of their mind control powers, but Nesta hates Rhysand and is still too triggered by Feyre to be around her, so Cassian will have to do. I don't think Cassian ever told Nesta that she only had a week to figure out scrying, but he asks her why she changed her mind and wants to try now. Nesta says that she was super inspired by the priestesses who showed up to training, especially that super scarred up, disfigured one. So she's asking them to face their fears, then she should face her own. That's noble and all, but I really don't like how the narrative introduced a random side character for Nesta to use their trauma as motivation. Nesta has plenty of her own trauma to draw on for motivation to overcome her fears. We don't need this random side character. Nesta gets down to scrying, but she can't clear her mind of all her negative thoughts about how many times she's failed before, and how poorly her last scrying attempt went with Elaine being kidnapped. She gets more and more anxious about the whole thing and basically has a PTSD flashback moment. It shakes her confidence, and she tells Cassian that she can't keep scrying and that she doesn't have her power anymore and it's just not going to work. Cassian gently encourages Nesta and reminds her that her glowing eyes are proof that she does still have her power, and obviously she does. Nesta isn't convinced though, and again says that she can't do it, and Cassian can't hide his disappointment that Nesta just can't get through this. The scene abruptly cuts there, and we're told that Nesta skipped dinner and crawled straight into bed, probably from complete shame. The next scene is really short as Nesta lays in bed and senses a dark presence coming towards her. She's almost experiencing sleep paralysis, and she can't move or speak as the dark presence engulfs her. The next scene jumps to Cassian as he jolts awake in pure terror, completely out of a dead sleep. He doesn't know what's going on, but the house is all cold and he can see his breath and clearly something's going on. He takes off running, and Azriel is also running behind him when they hear Nesta scream. So they bust into Nesta's room and they see her writhing around in her bed exorcist style as silver flames cover her body, but they're not actually burning anything, they're just kind of there. The fire radiates cold instead of heat, as if that wasn't already obvious, and Cassian and Azriel are completely stunned by this sight. Cassian tries to run straight to Nesta, but Azriel holds him back as all the windows in the room dramatically explode. Why did they explode? I'm not really sure, but Rhysand shows up and he tries to smother out the fire with his shadows, because that's a thing that definitely makes sense. Rhysand shouts at Nesta that it's just a dream and she needs to wake up, but it's not working, and why would Nesta listen to Rhysand's voice? Fuck Rhysand, I would stay asleep out of spite if he was telling me to wake up. Azriel finally lets go of Cassian, and he runs to Nesta's side, and he's also calling out her name to try to get her to wake up. Rhysand uses his mind control powers, and they finally get Nesta to calm down, and the fire goes out. Rhysand seems really freaked out by whatever he just saw in Nesta's head, which is a big deal because Rhysand is very rarely actually scared of anything. And Cassian and Azriel are still just kind of stunned by the whole thing and are standing there awkwardly what the hell just happened? Rhysand tells Cassian that he should have told them that they were trying to scry earlier, because that's clearly what just triggered Nesta's episode. Rhysand says that he just experienced Nesta's nightmare when he went into her head, and it was about the cauldron and how awful that whole ordeal was. And now Rhysand seems to actually understand that Nesta went through genuine trauma and isn't just dramatic or being a bitch, she actually went through some shit. The chapter ends there as Rhysand vaguely says that Nesta's power is death. Pure death. Whatever that even means. The next chapter is from Nesta's perspective as she wakes up from her nightmare. Some time has passed, so Rhysand and Azriel are gone, but Cassian is still there sleeping in a chair beside Nesta's bed. Nesta is so touched that Cassian stayed with her that she almost starts crying, and it's sad to see her so choked up over such a minimal act by Cassian. This is really the least anyone can do after what just happened. Cassian repeatedly abandons Nesta throughout this book, so I won't be giving him credit for staying at her bedside now. Cassian wakes up and asks Nesta if she's okay, and she lies and says she is, because that's just who Nesta is. Cassian asks Nesta if she wants to talk about what happened, and she says no, and the conversation is over. It's infuriating to see Cassian let go of such an important topic without any pushback when he fights Nesta really hard to talk about things immediately that don't matter. When Nesta didn't want to talk about what happened with Elaine, Cassian just couldn't let it go even though it was none of his business and was not an urgent issue. Considering Nesta may be a danger to herself or others, they should probably talk about what went down with her nightmares, even if she doesn't really want to, but they just don't talk about it. The next scene skips to Nesta training with her new besties. Emerie comments that Nesta looks pale, but Nesta writes it off as just having bad dreams, which isn't technically a lie. Gwyn chimes in to say that she also frequently has nightmares, which is no surprise given her past. We get some exposition that Emerie doesn't know exactly what's going on with Gwyn and the other priestesses in terms of the trauma they've experienced and that it all shares a common theme, but she's observant enough to put the pieces together, and so she kinda knows what's going on without them explicitly telling her. Emerie asks Nesta what she dreamed about, and surprisingly Nesta admits that it was about the cauldron. Nesta feels validated by the interaction because Gwyn opened up about her own nightmares and Emerie didn't react strongly to either of them saying that. Everyone was just kind of cool about it, and they didn't treat Nesta like she was broken, unreasonable, or dangerous like the inner circle so often does. They just were like, damn Nesta, that sucks, I'm sorry you're dealing with that. It shouldn't come as a surprise that treating someone with decency and respect will lead to them treating you the same way, but I don't think the inner circle ever learned the golden rule, and I guess they're not going to learn anytime soon. The next scene cuts to Cassian talking with Rhysand and Azriel at the river house. They rehash what went down with Nesta before Rhysand drops the other major thing that's been bothering him. Rhys didn't look at him as he whispered, "The baby has wings." Joy sparked through Cassian, even as the broken whisper and what those words meant made his blood go cold. "You're sure?" "We had an appointment with Madja yesterday morning." "But he's only a quarter Yrian." It was possible, of course, for the baby to have inherited wings, but unlikely given that Rhys himself had been born without them, and only conjured them through whatever strange, unearthly magic he possessed. "He is, but Feyre was in an Yrian form when he was conceived." You might be confused about how they know the baby has wings or why it even matters, because I was definitely confused about that too when I first read this, like what's the big deal? I was also a little confused about Feyre's Yrian form. In previous books we've seen Feyre use her shapeshifting powers to get wings, so I guess that is her Yrian form, but I don't know what other features come along with that. I really don't like the implication that Feyre has an Yrian form, considering the Illyrians are one of the only few POC races in this whole novel. So is, like, Feyre doing brown face every time she forms her Yrian form? Like, this is weird. Let's just move on. Regardless, it's dangerous for the baby to have wings because Feyre isn't Yrian, so her pelvis isn't wide enough for a winged baby to pass through, and apparently C-sections have not been invented in this universe. Never mind the fact that Cassian fully had his guts hanging out that one time back in one of the other books, and some healer was able to fix him right up. That's like half of a C-section right there. And no, Feyre can't just shapeshift into her Yrian form before birth because it might hurt the baby. Never mind the fact that the baby is guaranteed to be harmed if nothing is done and he gets stuck in the birth canal. I'd say it's at least worth a try if the alternative is that both Feyre and the baby won't survive if they don't try anything. Like, what do you have to lose at that point? Rhysand is fully crashing out over all of this information, and I don't blame him for freaking out, but some of the other actions he takes are fucking wild in regards to this situation. Asriel asks Rhysand what he needs from them, and this is his response. "Nothing. I need to not fall apart so my mate doesn't pick up a whiff of this when she comes home for lunch." Rhys narrowed his eyes, and power rumbled in the room. "No one says a word about this to Feyre. No one." "Didn't Madja warn her?" Asriel asked. "Not strongly. She only mentioned an elevated risk during labor." Rhys let out a harsh laugh. "An elevated risk." "You mean to tell me that Mr. Everyone Always Has Choices Rhysand has taken his wife's reproductive choices away from her by withholding crucial information about her health and the health of their unborn child? Seriously? I hope this doesn't actually surprise anyone given Rhysand's performative feminism up until this point, but this is a whole new low. Feyre would likely choose to continue her pregnancy despite the risks, but at least that would be her choice and not Rhysand's. Withholding this type of information is straight up evil, and it reduces Feyre to nothing more than an incubator for Rhysand's heir, which is a horrible turn for their romance to take. There is zero justification that would make this acceptable, and Rhysand demanding that nobody else tells Feyre either is beyond fucked. He is making them all complicit in taking away Feyre's autonomy, and it's fucking wild that he doesn't get any pushback from the inner circle for doing that. There is no possible explanation for why Feyre cannot know this information. It just did not make sense at all.
I just want to talk to him.
Why do you have a shotgun?
I just want to talk to him.
Asriel changes the subject a little to say that Feyre's pregnancy will start showing soon, and they'll have to worry about how the other courts will react. I mean, are they gonna have to worry if there's not even gonna be a baby at the end of this? If, like, worse comes to worse? Like, why are they... this is weird to me. Anyway, they specifically call out Eris and Tamlin as being, like, potentially problematic, which is weird to me because I don't think Eris would give a single fuck about Feyre's pregnancy, but I do think Tamlin definitely might crash out and do something stupid. They agreed to send Lucien to the Spring Court to break the news to Tamlin, and then have Lucien stay there to monitor him. I think Lucien has more important business going on in the human realm, but yeah, let's go send him to babysit Tamlin. That's definitely a good use of his time. Rhysand isn't happy about babying Tamlin, but agrees to it because he knows, like, Tamlin crashing out would make everything so much worse. And the chapter ends as Cassian leads Rhysand out into the yard so they can fist fight to let off some steam. This isn't the first time the Bat Boys have fought each other to deal with their emotions, and I guess it's less harmful for them to beat up on each other than to fight the person they actually want to fight, but this feels like such a toxic way to release anger. They aren't just sparring, but full-on fighting and drawing blood and hurting each other, like full-on straight-up beating each other. As much as I fucking hate Cassian, he shouldn't have to literally be Rhysand's punching bag. Yet again, I will point out that everybody else is allowed to either not have coping skills or have really bad unhealthy ones, but Nesta is held to a different standard. She must be perfect. Cassian and Rhysand's fight doesn't actually appear on page, and the next chapter opens with Nesta sitting at the dinner table when Cassian limps in all fucked up. Nesta is horrified, but Cassian pulls the classic, "You should see the other guy, huh." Like, Cassian, shut the fuck up, you are so stupid. Cassian excuses Rhysand's behavior as simply needing to let loose, and I know for damn sure nobody would have used that excuse if Rhysand let loose on Feyre. Would they have just excused Tamlin's behavior if he had beat up on Lucian instead of Feyre and was like, oh, I just needed to let loose? Like, didn't Tamlin also just need to let loose? Like, that's what? I guess you're allowed to beat someone as long as it is consensual. And I don't mean that in a sexy way, don't be fucking weird. Cassian reveals to Nesta that the baby has wings, and of course Nesta doesn't know why that matters, because in the human realm nobody has wings, so why would she have thought about this? Cassian explains the whole pelvis shape thing and how the baby will get stuck, and that this is something that's happened before, and there's no magic that can help, and like, I guess Feyre's just doomed. I have a hard time believing that they couldn't call in some elite Dawn Court healers to assist during the birth, or anybody else. Like, Rhysand is richer than God, he could hire anybody. But the healing magic is very wishy-washy in this series, and it's very confusing about what wounds can be healed and what cannot. Like, people literally come back from the dead, so it's really confusing about, like, what is fixable and what can't be fixed. I really don't understand why they can't do a C-section, but apparently they can't. Nesta is shocked to hear that Feyre might die, and her bitterness about the whole situation is replaced with panic instead. As much as Nesta doesn't always get along with Feyre, she does love her sister deep down and would be devastated if anything happened to her. That's why I think it was particularly disgusting during the intervention at the beginning of this book for Cassian to worry that Nesta might kill Feyre in a fit of rage. Nesta would never actually hurt any of her sisters. Cassian kind of flippantly says that the woman doesn't always die, but even if they live, they'll be permanently disfigured and likely will never have any other children. I really hate this focus on the child over the mother, especially when the mother isn't even on board with everything and doesn't even know what's happening. I'd view this situation much differently if Feyre knew the risks and chose to try anyway, but that's not the case here. She's not aware of any of this. Nesta is shocked that nothing can be done, and Cassian does kind of mention the C-section thing here and that the baby might survive, but that no mother has made it through the procedure. Again, I think that there should be advanced enough healers around to make that work, given the horrific injuries we've seen other people survive in this series, but no, they can't do that for reasons. I truly cannot overstate how much I hate this plotline. Not only does it have several logical inconsistencies, but it's also fully unnecessary. This book has so many other things going on with its many different plot lines that we really didn't need to amp up Feyre's pregnancy like this, and Feyre didn't even really need to be pregnant at all during this book. So she's already pregnant, that's already a story we have going on, but now it's a very dangerous pregnancy? Like, why are we doing this? This situation also serves as character assassination for Rhysand because of his insane reaction to hiding the truth from Feyre. That just feels so out of character. They literally promised not to lie to each other. And now he's just blatantly lying to her. I'm sure that readers who like Rhysand even have a hard time justifying why he did this, because it just doesn't make any sense, especially with his repeated rhetoric about people being able to make their own choices. Nesta and Cassian continue to talk about the situation, and it's clear how concerned Nesta is, and it's nice to finally see her show care for Feyre. I just wish it didn't take Feyre practically being on her deathbed to get Nesta to admit that she loves her own sister. Cassian reveals that Feyre doesn't know the full extent of the situation, and somehow Nesta isn't completely outraged by that. I think that Nesta is too shell-shocked by the news to fully realize the implications of what they're doing by keeping the secret from Feyre. Cassian also follows it up by saying Rhysand is doing a lot of research to try and save Feyre's life because the Illyrians aren't the only fairies with wings, and so someone else might have a solution to this problem. Nesta thinks to herself that Rhysand would go to the ends of the earth to save Feyre, so I think she's justifying to herself that it ultimately won't be a problem, and so keeping it a secret isn't a big deal. I do wish Nesta would have stood up for Feyre in this moment though, because keeping this a secret is fucking crazy. My sister just had her first baby last year, and like, I love my niece with my whole heart and soul so freaking much. But if I had advanced information that there was like something specifically happening that would threaten my sister's life during the birth, there is not a thing on this earth that would stop me from telling her. You would have to duct tape my mouth shut and like chain me up in a closet or something to keep me from telling her. Like, what the fuck? I could complain about this forever, but let's move on. I will complain about this again later. Nesta says that she'll start scrying again immediately and thinks to herself that if her nephew does survive this, she doesn't want him to be born into turmoil, so she has a renewed sense of responsibility to stop Briolin. The Briolin situation and now the baby stuff is a whole lot of nonsense to drop on someone who's trying to heal their trauma. Like, you can't heal if you're actively still being harmed. But Nesta is handling this way better than I thought she would. Cassian changes the subject to ask Nesta why she hasn't, quote, sought him out, and I want to knock him into next week for bringing sex up right now. You're nasty! That's not at all an appropriate topic to discuss with your situationship after you just broke the news to her that her sister has a huge chance of dying horrifically during childbirth. Like, how are you gonna follow this up with, like, asking about sex? Like, nothing could be less sexy in this moment. Cassian, like, what the fuck? Was this really important to talk about right the fuck now? Nesta views the question as Cassian just trying to distract her from the bad news, but there's gotta be a better distraction than that. I refuse to give Cassian a pass for bringing up sex right now. It's fucking gross. Nesta turns the question back on him and asks why he hasn't sought her out. Cassian says that he was matching Nesta's energy and she didn't seem interested, so he backed off. I think that's supposed to come off as respectful, but Cassian hasn't really cared about Nesta's boundaries before, so I view this more as a petty thing from Cassian. Like, if you won't talk to me, I won't talk to you. Like, I don't think he's actually being respectful. He's doing this to be petty. Cassian then has to go and make it even grosser as he asks Nesta if he hurt her during their encounter because, like, he doesn't say this part, but he has a monster dong, so, like, ugh.
I don't need to know about that. You keep that to yourself.
But Nesta assures him that he didn't and that she thoroughly enjoyed their last encounter and she's definitely down for some more. And, like, why are we talking about this right now? Please, God, someone please help me. She leaned in to press a kiss against his torn mouth. It wasn't a loving gesture, wasn't even a sweet one. It was a challenge and a wicked taunt to forget their fear and pain and come tangle with her. I have no interest in betting a male who looks like he's been in a tavern brawl, she said onto his lips. We can dim the lights. I hate that this moment is shown as comedic with Cassian's little remark about the fucking lights when it's actually just gross. Even though Nesta wants to have sex with Cassian, she says herself that it's not out of love and it's just a way for both of them to distract themselves. This isn't any different than the anonymous hookups Nesta was already having to, like, use as a coping mechanism. But the narrative tries to act like this is okay because it's Cassian and not some random dude, but this is just Nesta repeating her bad habits and Cassian is actively encouraging it. If Cassian was actually interested in Nesta's healing journey, he would not encourage her to use these bad coping mechanisms. Like, he's just in it for himself. Like, what the fuck? How is Nesta supposed to actually heal if she's falling back on her previous unhealthy coping mechanisms? If Nesta is abstaining from alcohol right now because that was a problem, then she should also be abstaining from sex because that wasn't healthy for her either. Cassian should know better than to hook up with Nesta when she's in such a vulnerable state, and I think he's disgusting for pursuing her right now. Even if Nesta threw herself at him naked and begging, and sometimes she kinda does do that, Cassian should be mature enough to refuse her advances until she's in a better place. But no, he just grossly takes advantage of the situation because he's a bad person.
I said what I said, and I'm not changing on it, okay?
Thankfully, no spicy business goes down now, as Nesta tells Cassian that they can't bone until he's healed. That's not actually what she's concerned about, though, and her real reason is that she doesn't want to give in to temptation and get distracted from scrying, which I think she should have just said that. But it's ironic that Nesta is displaying the behavior that I just said Cassian should be doing. If Nesta can hold back from jumping Cassian's bones when he's all bruised and beat up, then he can hold back while Nesta is working on her mental health. The next scene cuts to Nesta and Cassian going to the river house to scry again. Rhysand, Feyre, Azriel, and Amren are there, which seems a little intimidating to have such a crowd. Maybe just one or two of them should stay, but the rest of them should fuck off. Like, having this many people watch Nesta is not going to help her. Nesta is extremely uncomfortable around Feyre because Feyre seems happy to see her, and Nesta can't deal with feelings, especially after the news she just got. Nesta mentally reassures Rhysand that she won't tell Feyre what's going on, which is just so unbelievably fucked to me that Nesta is even worried about that right now, and that, like, why would she think Rhysand is monitoring her thoughts? Like, I don't even know. I know Nesta is probably super overwhelmed with everything that's going on and doesn't want to rock the boat even more, but I wouldn't be able to keep that information to myself no matter what was going on. Like, this whole situation is so wild to me. Nesta looks over at Amren, who isn't even trying to hide her disdain for Nesta, like for merely being in Nesta's presence, which is so unhelpful in this moment. Amren should have stayed dead after the war, and I stand by that. I fucking hate her character. She is the worst. If you don't remember from part 1, Amren and Nesta had a falling out at a riverboat party over the summer, and we still haven't gotten the full story on what happened with that. We get a small glimpse now into what was said during that argument. The words from months ago that Nesta had tried so hard to forget swarmed from the darkest pit of her memory, each one stinging. You have become a pathetic waste of life. Yeah, Amren definitely should have stayed dead. I'm not really a proponent of giving someone tough love, but this is so far beyond that. What Amren said was outright cruel, pointless, and unhelpful. It did nothing to motivate Nesta, and it only made Nesta even worse. If Nesta isn't allowed to run her mouth and say mean shit, then Amren should be expected to behave too and not say stuff like this. That's all we hear about the argument for now as Nesta gets down to scrying. She goes into a sort of trance and asks where the trove is, but she gets no response. We get a scene break to switch to Cassian's perspective as he watches Nesta scry. Both she and the room are starting to get cold, and she doesn't seem to be making progress, so everyone is really on edge. Suddenly, Nesta's eyes start rapidly moving, and it's clear that she's found something, but she's not breaking out of her trance. It's the same issue as what happened when Nesta scried in ACOSF, and Feyre jumped in mentally to save Nesta at that time. But Feyre can't do that now because Nesta left her mental shields up, whatever that even means. Like, I'm sure Nesta has practiced shielding, but is she really that good at shielding that she could keep Feyre or even Rhysand out? All-powerful God King Rhysand can't save Nesta right now for whatever reason, so Cassian gives it a try and starts shouting out her name. Nesta is getting progressively colder and colder, and she's basically a block of ice sitting there. And I can't help but think of the guy from The Shining. Is that the movie I'm thinking of where he's all frozen and like Jack Nicholson? Yeah, Jack Nicholson in The Shining. He's all frozen. That's like what Nesta's doing right now. She creepily turns her head and looks at Cassian with her glowing silver eyes, but of course super brave Cassian isn't scared of her even though she's being fucking terrifying right now, and he continues to try and break her out of her trance. Nesta won't let go of the stones and bones in her hand to complete the scrying, so Cassian tries to flirt with her, and like, what the fuck? He's like, we can, quote, play if you just let go of the stones and bones, and like, bitch, what? The repetition of the silly phrase stones and bones and the weirdness of Cassian shooting his shot right now definitely is not killing the tense moment here. Like, Cassian is really the one killing the moment here with his gooning. He can't really figure out what to do to help Nesta, so he just leans in and makes out with her and hopes for the best. Everyone tensed as he leaned in, head dipping, and kissed her. Nesta's lips were chips of ice, but he let their coldness sting his own, and brushed his mouth against hers, nipped at her bottom lip until he felt it drop a fraction. He slid his tongue into that opening, and found the inside of her mouth, usually so soft and warm, crusted with hoarfrost. Oh my god, Cassian, did you really have to slip her some tongue, too? There's some level of implied consent between these two, but it's incredibly creepy to me that he's doing something like this to Nesta while she's essentially unconscious. I know that Cassian and Nesta have kissed before, but I doubt Nesta would want to do it in front of everyone when she feels insecure about them and knows that they would disapprove of her being with Cassian. Like, yes, Nesta would agree to kiss Cassian in private, but I do not think she would agree to this. Cassian continues licking the inside of Nesta's mouth until her trance breaks enough for her to lick him back and like, oh my god, please, can we stop? Nesta drops the stones and bones to complete the scrying and finally wakes up. Everyone is a little stunned by what Cassian just did, and I am so beyond words about like what is happening. But they all turn their attention to the map to see where the stones and bones landed, because that's the point of this scene, the scrying. Yep, that's what we're doing here. Nesta was specifically looking for the mask in the Dread Trove, and the stones and bones landed in a place called the Bog of Orid, which is not a place we've heard of before. It's not in a specific court, and is in the middle neutral territory where the Weaver's Cottage also is. Amren info dumps about how the bog was once a sacred place where warriors were laid to rest, but then it unexplainably became an evil place that attracts super evil fairies. The middle territory is still full of wild ancient magic, and I wish that was spread across the whole world more and that the majority of Prythian wasn't so modernized. The ancient fairy magic is kind of interesting, or at least it's more interesting than the elves we see cosplaying as fairies, then they basically just have elemental magic and that's the extent of it. And I really wish this series just had more of an actual Fae vibe going on, so I wish they went to this middle territory more often or like utilized the creatures that live there more often. Anyway, the bog is super dangerous, so they're gonna have to go in prepared. Nesta boldly states that they're just gonna go tomorrow, which definitely doesn't seem like enough time to prepare, but Cassian realizes like, no, that's the point. Nesta doesn't want to give herself enough time to chicken out, but I don't think the solution to that is just rushing in before you can get scared. If they were smart, they'd do like a 3-day specialized training session to prepare Nesta for the bog, but of course they're not gonna do that. Hey guys, Editing Senti here. Unfortunately, the video editing software I've been using isn't supported anymore and is becoming increasingly glitchy. I had more B-roll coloring footage for the rest of this video, but it gets wonky when I try to export it, and it looks really bad and it's very distracting. I'm on a bit of a time crunch to finish my Silver Flames videos because I have a major life event coming up that's going to put me out of commission for a while. It would take too long for me to learn a new software and redo this video, so I'm going to go podcast style for the rest of this video and for the entirety of the next video. I'm sorry for the dip in quality and hope to one day remaster these videos, but for now I thought people would prefer a podcast style over a massive delay. Thank you for watching and thank you for your patience. I appreciate every single one of you who has stuck through these ridiculous fairy videos. Like, truly, it is just so ridiculous, and I can't believe so many of you are watching. But with all of that out of the way, let's get back to the video. The next chapter skips to the next morning as everyone gathers around to see Nesta and Cassian off to the bog. Rhysand says that he should go with them, and Feyre comments that she should be the one to go. Yeah, no, Feyre, you should probably sit this one out. Everyone would be too distracted by trying to protect her that they wouldn't be able to focus on the mission, and like, Feyre cannot use her magic right now because of the baby, so like, Feyre, stay home, girl. We get some exposition that Cassian gave Nesta some weapons, like some daggers or whatever, even though he hasn't even started to train her on how to use them yet. But he's like, oh, it's better to go in with these weapons you can't use rather than going with nothing. Which I don't really see how that can be true, because I think you could probably hurt yourself using a knife if you don't know how to, like, use it. And as I said before, maybe they could have just spent a couple days preparing for this trip, but they didn't. Rhysand says that it's a good thing that at least Azriel is going with them too, which Nesta seems happy about. Cassian seems totally unbothered by going to a horrifying swamp, so Nesta finds solace in Azriel, who is taking the situation as seriously as she is. This whole thing is meant to be played as a joke, like, wow, look at meathead Cassian being brave to the point of, like, stupid insanity, and like, wow, look at him. But I don't really find this funny, and instead I find myself wishing that Nesta was with Azriel instead. They have this kind of innate understanding of each other, which is nice to see, and they have way more chemistry than Nesta has with Cassian. I've said this before, but like, Nesta and Azriel, way better couple. Anyway, the moment would not be complete without a little angst from Nesta. Nesta glanced up the stairs past Feyre. Elaine had again opted to remain in her room when Nesta was present, which was just fine. Absolutely, utterly fine. Elaine could make her own choices, and had chosen to thoroughly shut the door on Nesta, even as she fully embraced Feyre in her world. Nesta's chest tightened, but she refused to think of it, acknowledge it. Elaine was like a dog, loyal to whatever master kept her fed and in comfort.
What did he say?
Wow, Nesta, you don't sound bitter at all that you can't control Elaine's every last thought and action. Nesta, for someone who hates Rhysand, you act an awful lot like him sometimes. Nesta doesn't like when people exert their control on her, so it is totally hypocritical for her to feel so entitled to control Elaine. I do think it sucks that Elaine won't come and say goodbye before such a perilous mission, and like, that would hurt my feelings too. No matter how much I was fighting with someone, I would want to go and see them before they went into a dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. But Nesta was really out of pocket to call Elaine a dog. Like, damn! Right as they're about to leave, Feyre blurts out that she doesn't like the plan and that Nesta doesn't have enough training and they need to back out, and like, I totally agree. Cassian assures Feyre that it'll be fine, and Rhysand jumps in to say that Nesta doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to. Because of course he's gonna pretend that everybody gets to make their own choices. Nesta insists that she's going because they'll need her to find the mask, because the bog is too big to just blindly search around for it, and she has kind of like a homing beacon on it. She doesn't know exactly how she's gonna find the mask there, like how her power will work with finding it, but she's gonna figure it out somehow. They all eventually agree to the original plan, and they teleport over to the bog to get straight into business. The bog is just as creepy as you'd expect, with pitch black water, a putrid odor, and lots of fog. All the trees are dead and withering, and there's not a single insect or animal in sight. This atmospheric, creepy swamp is a welcome new location, considering we spent the majority of the book at the House of Wind or the library. Like, we are not getting a lot of different locations. But Nesta and the Bat Boys are not very happy to be in the swamp. The place has wretched vibes, and they do not like it. I guess this is not Shrek's happy fun swamp, like this is a nightmare swamp. As a reminder, Amren said that the bog was a burial site for ancient warriors, and Nesta's like, I don't see any graves, like it's just a swamp. And Cassian clarifies that they did water burials, so essentially the bog is one big graveyard, which only adds to the creepy factor. Nesta asks what kind of creatures they might run into, and like, why the fuck did they not discuss this before they were already there? Like, why didn't they talk about this at dinner last night? Like, why is this just now coming up? Cassian and Azriel kind of argue about this question and about whether or not there are kelpies. Cassian says that kelpies have not been seen in ages, but Azriel is still cautious that they might be around. What's a kelpie? Nesta asked, heart pounding at the tension etched into their faces. An ancient creature, one of the first true monsters of the fairies, Cassian said. Humans called them by other names. Water horses, nixies. They were shapeshifters who dwelled in the lakes and rivers and lured unwitting people into their arms. And after they drowned them, they feasted. Only the entrails would make it back to shore. Oh, well, that's not scary at all. Thanks for the info, Cassian. He's pretty sure that there aren't any kelpies, but warns Nesta not to follow any horses or pretty young men into the water. And Azriel is like, no, like, just stay out of the water in general. Like, nobody get in the water. I'm sure y'all already see where this is going, and someone or multiple people are going to end up in the water. Nesta asks what if the mask is in the water, because obviously it's in the water because the majority of the bog is water. And Cassian says that he and Azriel will draw straws to decide who has to go in and get it. But for now, they're just gonna fly around until Nesta senses something, which is like such a great plan. We get a scene break to cut to Cassian's perspective as they fly around the bog blindly. We get some more exposition about how creepy and horrible the place is, and how landing anywhere would be difficult given the terrain. Nesta doesn't really know what she's looking for or trying to sense, but they decide they're gonna fly around for as long as they can stand to be in the bog, and they'll come back the next day if they have to. This just really does not seem like a great or very efficient plan, and they should have been training for this. Like, they don't even have a good plan. Why would they rush something that is like this not thought out? In the meanwhile, we get some info dumping on some creatures we haven't seen before and probably never will see, so I'll skip that part. Those horrible creatures are still allowed to exist in the Middle Territory and aren't sent to the prison despite being super horrible because it's not their fault they're horrible. I guess they were just born that way. Cassian compares it to punishing a wolf for killing its prey, which I guess makes sense. Like, the wolf has no choice. It has to eat meat to live. Whatever. These creatures get to live. We're not even going to see them, so it doesn't matter. The fog starts to thicken right as Nesta finally starts to sense something, and the chapter dramatically ends as she and Cassian realize that Azriel isn't with them anymore, and it's like a moment straight out of Scooby-Doo. Like, ooh, spooky, we lost Scooby, where's he at? Except I think Azriel would be Velma, and maybe Cassian would be Scooby. Well, no, I don't know, that's weird. I'm not gonna, whatever, let's just move on. The next chapter picks up immediately where we left off, and Cassian can kind of see Azriel's blue siphons lighting up in the fog, so he flies toward it. As soon as he actually sees Azriel, he immediately turns around, though. Cassian turned so swiftly, Nesta barely had time to brace herself, and then he was flying back the way he'd come, through the mist. "Where are you going?" she demanded. "There are 24 soldiers there." "Autumn Court soldiers," Cassian clarified, wings pumping so hard the wind ripped at her eyes. "I don't know what the fuck they're doing here, or if Eris has royally fucked us over, but one of them shot an ash arrow through Az's wing." Bro, I bet if it was Rhysand who was in trouble, Cassian would have tossed Nesta into the bog and gone down to save him and give him some sloppy toppy while he was at it. Oh, and if you think that ash arrow in Az's wing is going to do anything, of course it's not. Azriel is just fine. We haven't seen these ash weapons in a while, so if you don't remember, they prevent a fairy's healing power from kicking in, so it's not great that the soldiers have them, but as I said, it is totally inconsequential. It literally does not matter. In case you don't remember from the first part, there's a mystery going on about some missing Autumn Court soldiers, and Brielyn clearly has something to do with it, but nobody could figure out where the soldiers went or why they were targeted in the first place, or if Eris was in on it or not. We just learned where the soldiers are and like where they've been, but we don't know why they're in the bog or I guess how long they've been there. Nesta demands that Cassian puts her down so he can go back and save Azriel. And like, wow, Nesta, good job looking out for someone else. I really do think that she should just be with Azriel, but I'll stop harping on that. Cassian is like, no, that's the plan, but like I can't find a safe spot to put you down. She's like, dude, just leave me in one of these withered-ass scary trees. So Cassian does just that, but before he flies off, he tells her not to go anywhere no matter what happens, like stay in your tree, and I'm sure you can see where this is going already. We get a scene break to follow Cassian as he goes back to save Azriel. He finds his bro in the thick of battle against a dozen soldiers, so he just gets straight to killing. Don't worry, despite the overwhelming advantage the soldiers have in numbers and supplies with the ash arrows, Cassian and Azriel are going to be just fine and really have no problem clearing them out. We cut back to Nesta hanging out in her tree, and she's extremely anxious about how the Bat Boys are doing despite knowing how crazy badass they are. She remembers seeing Cassian getting fucked up by the cauldron back in ACOSF, and it completely destroyed his wings, but his wings are fine now. Oh, and there was that time Cassian had his guts torn out, but he's completely fine now. Oh, and there's that time that the King of Hybern almost murked him, but he's completely fine now. But Nesta isn't feeling very good about this whole thing, even though they're obviously going to be completely fine. Even though he survived all those other times, Nesta is like, eventually he's not going to survive. Something will take him down. She could do nothing against 24 soldiers. Against a single soldier, if she was being honest, but she couldn't endure sitting in a tree like a coward, not knowing if he lived, and she had magic. Had no idea how to use it, but she had that at least. Maybe it would help. She told herself she was concerned for Azriel too. Told herself she cared about the Shadow Singer's fate as much as Cassian's. But it was Cassian's dead face that she couldn't bear to imagine. Damn. Azriel really can't catch a break with the ladies if even Nesta is here throwing him in like an afterthought. Even though Nesta knows she's useless in a fight and was told to stay in the tree, she decides to climb down anyway because of course she does. It's difficult, but with all of Cassian's toe balance training or gripper training or whatever the fuck they were doing earlier, Nesta is able to eventually get to the ground. She's on a little island in the middle of the bog, so she's gonna have to cross the water to get anywhere after she was explicitly told not to get in the water. Nesta can't stop thinking about Cassian being hurt and dying, which is clearly a trauma response because she doesn't have any actual indicators that he needs help. And she isn't capable of helping him anyway, which she has recognized, but that won't stop Nesta, and honestly I do understand that kind of response. I'm not a very brave or strong person, honestly, but if one of my loved ones was in danger, I would do anything to help them, even if I knew I couldn't do it. Despite being told not to get into the water, Nesta psychs herself up to take a swim because that's her only choice. Well, she could have just stayed in the tree, but that would have made for a very boring scene if that were the case. As Nesta approaches the water, there's a female voice speaking in her head telling her to run, but Nesta can't stop herself from going after Cassian. Nesta has heard this voice before and will hear it again, and I think we get confirmation later that the voice Nesta is hearing is the Mother, which is sort of a religious figure related to the cauldron, but I can't fully remember the lore there and I don't care to look it up. But yet again, this whole voice in Nesta's head is portrayed as being way more important than it actually is when it isn't really, that much of a thing, I don't know. Just as Nesta is about to get into the water, she sees a pair of eyes staring back at her, which is not great that she's already seeing creatures. She scrambles back as the creature comes towards her, and it's obviously a kelpie, but it doesn't look like a horse. It's humanoid with pale skin, dark hair, an unsettlingly large mouth, and long creepy fingers with sharp claws. SJM really thrives in describing monsters, so it does genuinely come off as creepy and scary to me, and I am not liking where this is going, fuck all of that. Horses kind of freak me out, but I think a horse would be preferable to whatever the fuck we just saw. Nesta is so scared she pisses herself, which I won't even meme on because honestly, same. I would be fully pissing my pants right now. The creature is out of the water now and coming at Nesta all grudge style, and the scene ends there as it grabs her and drags her into the water. Again, maybe Nesta should have just stayed in the tree like she was told, but as I said, the scene would not be very exciting if she did that, so I'm gonna give her a pass, even though that was clearly a very stupid decision. We cut back to Cassian and Azriel fighting the soldiers, and only 2 of them are left because obviously Cassian and Azriel were gonna be just fine. They take the remaining 2 soldiers as war prisoners because apparently Cassian isn't as stupid as I thought he is and knows that they need to keep some of the soldiers alive to get information from them. Well, more accurately so Asriel can torture some information out of them, but I don't know how helpful that'll be considering the soldiers are basically acting like zombies. They're clearly under some kind of spell or something, and they're not acting normally, like they're not speaking, so I don't think they're gonna get information from them. Cassian and Asriel kind of talk about what's going on before Cassian is like, oh shit, wait, Nesta, oh my god, I gotta go get Nesta. He flies off toward the tree he left her in, and the chapter dramatically ends as he realizes Nesta isn't there anymore, and he screams her name into the black void of the swamp. We're finally getting some action, and we're just about halfway through this book. I know Nesta had to train and stuff first, but she hasn't even really made that much progress in that regard if she hasn't even started using weapons yet. As much as I'm happy to finally get some action, oh, I didn't mean it like that. As much as I'm happy to finally get some action, I don't think there was a very good build-up for this scene, and things get intense out of nowhere. Like, we just went from 0 to 100 real quick. There was no building action to this, it just happened. Again, I think giving Nesta a few days of dedicated training instead of rushing in would solve this problem by allowing the tension to build, but we don't get that. We cut back to Nesta, who's currently getting wrecked by the Kelpie as it drags her through the swamp. The situation reminds Nesta of the cauldron because she's in water and she's very much in danger, and she's fully crashing out because she's for sure thinking that she's gonna die right now. But ultimately she finds the strength to try and fight back. Nesta draws her dagger and tries to use it against the Kelpie, but she's not very effective at using it because she has no training with a blade. She does manage to land a hit on the Kelpie, but it doesn't really seem very bothered by it. We then get a really gross interaction between Nesta and the Kelpie that I pulled passages for to share in this video, but honestly I don't have the bandwidth to go super in depth on this part, so I'm gonna kind of summarize it instead. The Kelpie grabs Nesta and kisses her against her will, which gives her flashbacks to being assaulted by her former fiancé in the human realm. It's a really intense moment and actually made me feel something for Nesta, so I will give the book credit for that, and I don't often give this book credit for anything, but whatever, I will recognize it when it's due. Nesta realizes that the Kelpie isn't just kissing her, but is also, like, blowing air into her lungs so that it can keep her longer without drowning her, which, like, is not horrifying at all. The Kelpie gropes all over Nesta to take her weapons away, and it starts kissing her again, and it's very gross. It's described very gross. Like, I just don't like it. And I don't mean that as in this scene should not exist. I mean, this scene is effective at making me feel grossed out. This scene is very long, though, and I'm condensing it a lot because it's basically just watching Nesta get assaulted, and some parts of it do feel a little gratuitous to me. But at least we're finally starting to get some actual stakes and actual action, and I actually care about what's going on. Nesta tries to find her inner power to save herself as the Kelpie continues to drag her around the bog. She sees a glowing golden object and is drawn to it until she's eventually able to grab it. The chapter dramatically ends there as it's revealed that it's the mask, and Nesta puts it on, so, like, mission accomplished, she found the mask. That was a real doozy, though. This is one of the better written scenes in this book, and maybe in the series as a whole, because I actually cared about this, and I wish this entire book and the series was as exciting as this. I know that since Nesta is the main character that she was never actually in danger, because SJM is not going to kill off main characters, she's already proved that to us. But I will say that it did actually feel like Nesta was in a perilous situation, which I can't say is true for basically any other scene in the series. SJM regularly tries to pretend her characters are in genuine trouble, but they always turn out fine, and at least 3 people have been brought back from the dead, so the stakes never actually feel that high. I was actually worried for Nesta in this scene, which is one of the only compliments I will give this book. Now that Nesta has the mask, she's eerily calm, so the Kelpie lets her go. Nesta can sense the bodies of the warriors who were laid to rest in the bog, and she uses the mask's power to reanimate them, and they all go straight for the Kelpie. Drifting in the water, the power of the mask and icy song through her, Nesta summoned the dead, to do what her own body could not. Though she had fought back against Thomas, against the cauldron, against the king of Hybern, they had all happened to her. She had survived, but she had been helpless and afraid. Not today. Today, she would happen to him. Hell yeah, Nesta! I appreciate that Nesta is finally starting to realize that she has agency, and things don't just have to happen to her, she has the power to fight back and change her circumstances. Nesta commands her new zombie army to rip the Kelpie to shreds, which is a very satisfying moment after what we just watched it do to her. Necromancer Nesta is cool as hell, and it's unfortunate that this is really the only time she ever uses this power, which is very bizarre to me because her power has been described as being death itself. But this whole necromancy thing is directly related to the mask and not Nesta's own power, as far as I'm understanding. So I still don't really understand what Nesta's power being death even means, but this mask stuff is really cool and I wish we got more of it. Nesta gets a lot of physical training, but never really gets comprehensive magic training, which is disappointing. Like, I feel like Feyre has a lot better grasp on her magic and gets to do really cool things with it, and theoretically Nesta's powers should be just as cool, if not cooler, and Nesta never really gets to use them in a way that's satisfying. Amren did kind of try to teach Nesta some magic a couple books ago, but it didn't really go anywhere, and Nesta still effectively cannot use magic. We switch back to Cassian's perspective as he's still desperately searching for Nesta. The bog makes it hard to track her by scent because of like the putrid odor is covering everything up, but Cassian does find Nesta's piss puddle, so he knows that something bad went down. Cassian is fully crashing out over how Nesta might be dead and can't stop wailing and panicking. And I think we're supposed to see this as a reflection of how much Cassian truly cares about Nesta, but I am not giving him any credit for this. Cassian doesn't show concern for Nesta in many other dangerous situations throughout this book, so I'm not going to applaud him for being worried about her now. The water nearby starts glowing and a bunch of skeletal soldiers emerge, which has Azriel and Cassian absolutely terrified because I don't think they've ever seen, like, necromancy before. The soldiers kneel as Nesta dramatically rises up from the water, and this is one of the more iconic scenes from the series that I did know about before I read this book. I saw a lot of fan art of this moment, but I didn't really know the context behind it. It made me think that Nesta would have really cool magic powers that she used frequently, but as I said, Nesta actually very rarely uses her magic despite how much importance is placed on it, which is kind of weird and disappointing. Nesta dramatically holds up the Kelpie's severed head the same way she did with the King of Hybern before tossing it aside, and maybe this is supposed to be a callback, but it just feels repetitive to me. Cassian and Azriel are in total awe and refer to Nesta as Death herself, which is something that's repeated multiple times throughout this book, but as I said, I really don't know what that even means. Nesta raises the dead this one time, but that's about as far as her death powers go, and that was related to the mask, so, like, I don't know. Nesta is radiating power from the mask, and Cassian and Azriel kneel to her to avoid provoking the mask. Remember, the mask is vaguely sentient, whatever that means, so I guess they don't want to piss it off by not showing it submission. I don't really know. Nesta finally pulls the mask off and promptly passes out, so Cassian rushes to grab her before she sinks into the bog and drowns or whatever. Good thing there was only that one Kelpie, so they don't get totally wrecked again. The next chapter cuts to exposition about the torture chamber in the Court of Nightmares. It's said that even the evil-ass people who live in the Court of Nightmares don't dare to go there, and the torture chamber is described like a serial killer's lair. There's even a drain or a hatch or whatever in the floor for them to dispose of what's left of the body after they're done, which, like, what the fuck? This is a very weird shift from, like, all the action we just got in the last chapter, and, like, what is happening right now? It is baffling to me that Mr. I care about people's rights and choices Rhysand is so accepting of torture, and it doesn't even really make sense that they would use torture. Rhysand has extremely powerful telepathic abilities, so he should just be able to read most people's minds instead of resorting to torture. Some people do have stronger mental shields, but that's just the plot convenience whenever they need to block Rhysand out. For the most part, Rhysand can really get into anybody's head if he wanted to. To be clear, it's Azriel who is in charge of the torture, not Rhysand, and Azriel uses a little dagger with a cute little name of Truth Teller, and I'm sure you can figure out why it's called that, which is fucking weird. Actually, though, the name of the knife made me just think of something just now. Doesn't Morrigan have truth powers? We still have no idea what that really means, but couldn't she use those powers instead of having to resort to torture? Torture doesn't even give accurate information anyway, like this is a proven fact, so there has to be some other option. I feel like I just gave several. Azriel, Cassian, Rhysand, Amren, and Feyre hang out in the torture chamber as they attempt to get information out of the Autumn Court soldiers that they took hostage. We're told that Nesta is still unconscious and is safely sleeping somewhere else, and that the mask is also secured somewhere. I don't know why they didn't at least leave Feyre to go sit with Nesta, and why everybody had to be present for this torture like it's some kind of spectator sport, but here we are. The Autumn Court soldiers are still in whatever trance they were in at the bog and are completely nonverbal and uncompliant. It's clear that the torture has already began, like, before this scene started, but it ends when Feyre points out that it isn't right to hurt the soldiers if they're under a spell and clearly can't or won't give any information. I don't know why this didn't occur to any of these psychos before they started drawing blood, but at least they stopped, I guess. Like, what the fuck? Also, I fully don't give a single fuck about this scene, and I wish we could have just skipped over this and been told about it later. It's weird to me what SJM decides to show and what she decides to recap, and this definitely should have been a recap. It doesn't make any of the characters look very good for torturing people who are under a spell, and they don't get any useful information anyway, so I don't see why we had to see this play out. We could have just been told it happened. The group decides to contact Yrian, the High Lord of the Day Court, who has spell-breaking powers, to see if he can break the soldiers out of their trance. They decide to wait to tell Eris what went down because he probably won't be happy that his soldiers were killed, even though it was technically in self-defense. They also weren't sure if Eris is involved in some way with this whole scheme, even though I think it's pretty clear that he's not. I just don't really see what he would stand to gain from playing the Night Court when he already previously had an alliance with them before this book even started. The next scene cuts to Rhysand's palace atop the Court of Nightmares. I think they refer to this as the Moonstone Palace, and it's the place Feyre was first taken to all the way back in ACOSF. And I'm actually not sure if we've really seen that location since that book. It's really easy to forget that the Moonstone Palace even exists, considering Rhysand has like 3 houses in Valaris and at least 2 other cabins in other places. The palace is where they are keeping the mask, and when Rhysand and the gang go to check on it, they're surprised to see that Nesta is there, considering it was supposed to be locked up super tight. Nesta says that the door was open and she felt the mask calling for her, and Amren says that the mask must have opened the door somehow magically. Like, I don't understand what this mask can and can't do on its own. But all I can think about during this scene is the mask from the Jim Carrey movie, The Mask, and it's cracking me up to think of it that way. Because I think that mask was kind of sentient in some way, wasn't it? I haven't watched that movie in like 20 years though, so I can't really remember. But that's all I can think about right now. Amren chastises Nesta for putting on the mask and calls her a desperate fool. Everyone else who's worn the mask couldn't remove it and had to be beheaded for the mask to release them. Okay then, I don't think anyone ever even told Nesta that, so how was she supposed to know? And even if they did tell her that, it's not like she really had any other choice. I mean, she could have just stayed in her tree, but then they never would have found the mask in the first place and everybody would have been bitching at Nesta for not making any progress. Everything ended up fine anyway, like everybody's okay and they have the mask, so Amren really doesn't need to be so nasty to Nesta right now. It's just uncalled for. The group realizes that Nesta can control the mask without it completely taking over her because she is Cauldron Maid, which means that Briolin would theoretically also be able to use the mask without consequences, which would not be right. They speculate that Briolin is the one who sent the soldiers to the bog to find the mask because it was too risky to go herself. So bada boom, mystery solved. Kind of. I don't really know. I don't really give a shit. Nesta says that they should destroy the mask, but Amren says it's too powerful to do that, and the best that they can do is try to contain it. Since the mask broke whatever magical ward Rhysand put on to try to keep it locked in the room, they decide that Nesta is the only one who can ward it, even though she really can't use magic, and I don't really understand. Like, maybe she has different wards because of the cauldron powers? Like, I don't really know. Nesta feels ashamed that she was never able to learn magic when Amren previously tried to teach her, but she says that she wants to try again to keep learning, which is definitely progress for her after she's already experienced failure with that. But maybe they should have someone other than Amren teach her, because Amren clearly wasn't doing a good job. Nesta is still all fucked up physically from the Kelpie attack, and Feyre finally realizes that she might need some medical attention. Feyre said to Nesta, "We should get Magia to tend your wounds." "They're already healing," Nesta said, and Cassian wondered if she had any idea how awful she looked. "Indeed," Amren said. "You look like a cat tried to eat your face off," she sniffed. "And you smell like a swamp."
I hate the shit out of you!
Shut the fuck up, Amren. Nesta wasn't attacked by a cat. She survived an attack by a Kelpie, which is an ancient, scary-ass creature that they assumed was extinct. It's nothing short of a miracle that Nesta not only survived that absolutely harrowing encounter, but also retrieved the mask. And all Amren has to say to her is that she stinks. I would have liked to see Amren do any better, like goddamn. Amren should have stayed dead, and if they're gonna keep her around, then they need to put her through the same intervention they're giving Nesta. Not only is Amren twice as mean as Nesta, but she's half as useful, so if Nesta is a problem, then so is Amren. They ask Nesta about what went down with the Kelpie, so she gives them a little recap of that. We get some more exposition about the Kelpie, but it's not really important, so I'm glossing over it. Basically, they think Nesta killed the last remaining Kelpie, so now they're fully extinct, and that's pretty much all I have to say about this scene. Nesta stays at the palace for the night instead of going back to the House of Wind. She's not really happy about that because the house is her friend, and she knows that it would have really pampered and cared for her after what she went through, which she could really use right about now. And I know I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again, but I think it's really sad that the House of Wind is Nesta's only friend that shows her true unconditional love and care. I mean, at some point, Emerie and Gwyn kind of get to that status, but they're not really around the way the house is, so it doesn't feel the same. Nesta goes to take a bath to process what just went down in the bog. She had never experienced anything like the mask's power. The Kelpie, at least, had felt real. Her terror and anger and desperation had all been human, ordinary feelings. As soon as she'd donned the mask, those feelings had vanished. She had become more, had become something that did not need air to breathe. Something that did not understand hate or love or fear or grief. It had scared her more than anything else, that utter lack of feeling. How good it had felt to be so removed. Nesta swallowed. She hadn't confessed it to any of them. She'd been contemplating the mask when they'd found her in its room, contemplating that void, wondering whether anyone had ever donned the mask not to raise the dead, but to simply stop being inside their own minds. The fact that Nesta said they should destroy the mask or lock it away speaks volumes about her character, considering all she's been doing for the last year is trying to numb herself. The mask is the perfect solution for that, if only it weren't so evil. The inner circle is really lucky that Nesta doesn't turn on them after all they've put her through, because she could really fuck them up if she wanted to, especially after she's been trained more. Like, once they get all the dread trove stuff, Nesta could really fuck them up if she wanted to, and they really should treat her better. There's a knock on the door, and Cassian comes in with a plate of food. He's all flustered to see Nesta in the bath and tries to play it cool, but he's not really doing a great job of that. Nesta thinks about how sweet it is that Cassian knew she wouldn't want to go eat with everyone else and took it upon himself to bring her food to her room and whatever, like, come on. That's a bare minimum kindness, and Nesta should be getting a hell of a lot more support after what she just went through and what she just accomplished. She got the mask that they've been looking for, and, like, nobody really seems to care or praise her for doing that, which is kind of wild to me. So, like, the least anybody could do is serve her food in her room. Cassian awkwardly sets the plate down and is about to leave when Nesta asks if he wants to get in the bath with her. Cassian is like, "But you're hurt," and Nesta's like, "Don't worry about it, it looks worse than it feels." Cassian doesn't respond, so Nesta decides to take matters into her own hands and starts to walk toward him. She wants to feel life after the oppressive aura of death at the bog, which is understandable, but goddamn, I wish they could just cuddle or just have a nice moment together instead of getting spicy and freaky. Like, I want a sweet, caring scene of Cassian gently bathing Nesta, and there's not, like, overly sexual, gross nastiness, just kindness and sweetness. Also, to be clear, the tub is more of an in-ground pool than, like, a bathtub, so they're not cramming into, like, a tiny little bathtub. Nesta stands on the pool's stairs, which fully reveals her nude body to Cassian, but he still doesn't get in. To the pool, I mean, not into Nesta's body. He quietly says that he thought Nesta was dead, and it's nice to see some actual restraint and reflection from him instead of just blindly lunging at her, but, like, this moment is, like, annoying to me. I know that what Cassian went through was traumatic, but Nesta was the one who was actually attacked by the Kelpie. So I would like to see Cassian comforting Nesta right now, and not Nesta being the one to comfort Cassian. I just don't really like that at all. Nesta says that she also thought Cassian was dead, and he stupidly says that she must have been happy about that. Bro, shut the fuck up. That is such a fucking stupid thing to say. Not only was Nesta prepared to die alongside him when the King of Hybern was murking Cassian, but in the previous scene, she literally said that the only reason she left the tree was because she was afraid Cassian was dead. She said this to everybody. It cannot be more clear that Nesta doesn't want Cassian to die and would definitely not be happy about it. So Cassian saying something stupid like that is just trying to get Nesta to comfort him when Nesta is the one that should be supported right now. This is fucking dumb. Cassian finally seems ready to consent when Nesta stupidly ruins the moment by reminding him that it's just sex and nothing more than that, which is stupid because, like, obviously they both want a real relationship. Cassian is very clearly disappointed by what Nesta just said and makes no move to touch Nesta, so I think it should be pretty clear that he wants an actual relationship and he wants more than sex, and, like, they just need to have a conversation about this already. I do think it's more understandable for Cassian to be confused about Nesta's intentions than it is for her to be by his, but by this point, these two idiots should have both realized they want to be together and just freaking talk about it! They are so dumb! I'm getting so irritated right now. I'm, like, struggling to get through this, but we're gonna make it through, guys. Just give me a second to calm down. Cassian finally says that he'll take whatever Nesta offers him, which should make it really super clear that he wants more than just sex, but somehow Nesta doesn't realize that. Again, they really just need to have a freaking conversation without any innuendos or snarky deflections or backtalk or anything, but that is just not going to happen. They get down to business, and yet again, the scene is really, really long and very dirty compared to the spicy scenes we've gotten in the other books in this series. They have full P&V intercourse for the first time, and of course they have the best time ever, and that is all I'm gonna say about that, even though this scene lasted for like pages and pages and pages, and oh my god, it just kept going! Even though Cassian clearly enjoyed himself and had an awesome time, he is super quick to gather his stuff and leaves immediately after he's done. He even throws Nesta's line about "it's just sex" back at her on his way out, which is like such a gross, nasty thing to do in this moment. Like, I understand Cassian is hurt and confused by what Nesta is wanting, but he just needs to be a man and fucking talk about it! Nesta is extremely confused by this whole interaction, as if she's not actively pushing Cassian away by insisting she doesn't want more than a physical relationship, so she is not completely blameless in this situation either. She stared at the door, puzzling over his exit, so swift that his seed still leaked out of her. Was it punishment? Had he not enjoyed it? She had the proof of his enjoyment between her legs, but males could find their pleasure and still not deem it good. Was he trying to demonstrate what she'd done to all of those males? Bedded them and then kicked them out? She'd said just sex, but had thought it might at least come with some cuddling. A few minutes to enjoy the feel of his body against hers before pride made her order him to leave. Nesta knelt in the bed and stared at the door, the silence her only answer. These two are both so wrong for this. They're both, like, completely in the wrong for just not clearing this up. Nesta can't insist that she only wants sex and then act all hurt when Cassian abides by that. Based on his reaction, though, when Nesta said that was all she wanted, I think she should realize he wants more, but she does not. But Cassian shouldn't be entertaining the idea of having sex with Nesta at all, considering what she's going through, but that boundary was crossed long ago, so I guess he's just gonna keep rolling with it. In this moment, maybe he thinks that he was following Nesta's boundary of "it's just sex" by leaving right away instead of cuddling. But I think a couple minutes of cuddling wouldn't kill him, especially after what they just went through in the bog. Both of them thought the other one was dead, so that could warrant some cuddling. Like, come on, seriously? It's a humongous red flag that Nesta feels like she's being punished instead of feeling connected after their first time having full-on intercourse, and that does not set a good foundation for their future relationship. These two are toxic as hell together, and that never really goes away, which sucks. They simply aren't a good match, and Nesta deserves someone better. But as far as I care, Cassian can go kick rocks. I don't think he deserves to have a partner. We're back to business as usual in the next chapter with another training session, and everything goes back to normal so quickly that the whole bog scene feels very weird, like it doesn't seem to have a lasting effect on the narrative, because they really don't even, like, use the mask again for a very long time, so it was just weird. But anyway, they're back training. And Nesta's poker face isn't as good as it usually is, and Emerie instantly clocks that Nesta and Cassian are sleeping together. She says that Nesta and Cassian have been, quote, exchanging sultry looks all morning. And I hope that Emerie is just extra observant and that none of the other priestesses have picked up on that. But apparently not, because Gwyn says that she's noticed it too. It makes me wildly uncomfortable that Nesta put so much effort into convincing the priestesses to come train and that Cassian would be respectful, only for them to be completely unable to hide their sexual tension and put it on display for everyone to see. Like, it doesn't matter if Cassian is not going to touch the priestesses or whatever if he's, like, constantly, like, I fucking Nesta in front of them. Like, that's also gross. To be clear, I blame both Nesta and Cassian for this, and not just Cassian, and they should have just kept their training sessions private if they can't stop, like, ogling each other and staring at each other and just being, like, flirty. Emerie changes the subject to ask Nesta why training was canceled the previous day, and it's so wild to me that Nesta apparently didn't even get a day off to rest after everything that happened in the bog. They're just, like, immediately back to business as usual. Nesta says that that's a secret, but Gwyn chimes in to say that it must be about the trove. And the narrative states that Emerie does also know about the trove. Neither Emerie or Gwyn know the specifics about the situation, but they really shouldn't have been told anything about it at all, and they definitely shouldn't discuss it in front of so many people. Much like many of the things in this series, the Fae's advanced hearing isn't acknowledged when it's inconvenient to the plot, so we're just gonna pretend that their conversation is private and nobody can hear them, even though everybody can definitely hear them. Emerie and Gwyn go back to asking Nesta if she boned Cassian, and while she won't outright admit it, she doesn't deny it either. Innocent Gwyn, of all people, asks if it was good, and that's when Cassian jumps in to tell them to exercise instead of talking, meaning he's definitely listening to their conversation. I don't know why he doesn't acknowledge that they shouldn't know about the trove and Nesta should not be talking about that, but he doesn't. Nesta tries to focus on the exercises, but can't stop herself from repeatedly looking at Cassian, and other people are noticing that too. Between curls, Gwyn said, "You know, Nesta, if you're having trouble concentrating—" "Oh, please," Nesta muttered. Gwyn let out a breathy laugh. "I mean it. I learned about a new Valkyrie technique last night. It's called mind stilling." Nesta managed to ask, body screeching with the effort of the curls. "What is it?" "They used it to steady their minds and emotions. Some of them did it 3 or 4 times a day. But it's basically the act of sitting and letting your mind go quiet. It might help with your concentration." Mind stilling sounds like it's just another word for meditation to me. Emerie laughs like that's a ridiculous concept, but Nesta takes it seriously and asks if it's really possible to control your mind like that. I'd think that the fairies should already know about something as simple as meditation, because I'm pretty sure that practice has been around for like thousands of years, but I guess they don't know about it. Side note, I know Gwyn is trying to be helpful and the mind-stilling technique does ultimately work for Nesta, but I wanted to point out that meditation doesn't work for everyone and it is not a replacement for actual therapy if that is something you need. And my ADHD ass can't meditate at all, like it's just not going to happen for me. If it works for you, then great, but don't beat yourself up if it isn't helpful or if you can't do it. I just really wanted to give that little disclaimer here. They talk about mind stilling some more and how the Valkyries used it to calm themselves before battle. Emerie comments that the Illyrians do the exact opposite and use their rage to hype themselves up before a fight instead of going in like calm and clear-headed. I've never actually been in like a true actual fight before, so I can't say what's better, but I would imagine being clear-headed has to be better than being like hyped up with rage. The Illyrians just seem so stupid all around, honestly. Nesta is super interested in mind stilling and asks Gwyn if she can share any books she has about it. Cassian jumps in yet again to tell them less talking, more training, and Cassian can kindly shut the fuck up. Like, give Nesta a break. She just went through absolute hell. If she wants to talk with her girls, then fucking let her do that. Seriously? Nesta tells Gwyn and Emerie not to tell Cassian about the mind-stilling stuff for some reason and to keep it their little secret. Never mind the fact that he's definitely heard their entire conversation word for word given his advanced hearing, but apparently he doesn't because the plot doesn't want him to, so okay. We get some exposition that Nesta has had to size up on her fighting leathers because she's finally starting to fill out and put on some muscle. I'm still rooting for Nesta to get even buffer than Cassian, but of course that's not going to happen. Cassian comes over to heckle them about being distracted from training, and Nesta knows from the mischievous glint in his eyes that he knows that they're talking about him. And again, fuck off, Cassian. Let Nesta have some time with her girls after that fuck-ass shit that went down in the bog. Like, just go away. Emerie and Gwyn kind of awkwardly start working out again while Cassian and Nesta talk. He's way too close to her to the point that she can't stop thinking about their spicy encounter, and they talk in innuendos about when they can start handling swords in training. And given what we've been told before about the fairies having like horny pheromones that release, shouldn't everybody else be totally aware of what they're talking about right now, and wouldn't that be really uncomfortable? Like, ew. Emerie and Gwyn seem amused by the encounter, but I'd have to imagine that some of the other priestesses would be uncomfortable seeing someone brazenly flirt in front of them like that. Like, they're really getting dirty. It just feels like such a disrespectful thing for Cassian and Nesta to do, and I wish they would fucking stop. They're like that middle school couple who can't stop, like, sitting on each other's laps in the lunchroom and, like, kissing on each other in the hall and just being all over each other and gross about it. We get a scene break to switch to Cassian's perspective, and he thinks about how conflicted he is about boning Nesta. He feels like it was a mistake, but it was just so hot and spicy that he can't stop himself from wanting more. Especially when Nesta is throwing out so many sword innuendos, it's just really getting him hot and bothered. Cassian challenges Nesta to go get a sword if she really thinks she can handle it, and he's actually now coming off really aggressive rather than playful. Maybe it's just my autism, but like the vibes seem really off in this scene, and they kind of go back and forth between Cassian seeming playful and then Cassian seeming aggressive. He seems embarrassed that Gwyn and Emerie clearly know that he had sex with Nesta, and to me it makes it feel like he's punishing them for his insecurities by, like, wanting to embarrass Nesta by being like, oh, go get a sword. Because Nesta can't use a sword, so it's gonna look embarrassing for her. Nesta still isn't really taking it seriously, and so Cassian snaps that swords are weapons of death and they need to be treated respectfully and blah blah blah, and if Nesta can't stop giggling, then she isn't ready for swordplay and blah blah blah. Cassian isn't typically so uptight like this, so he comes off as really angry, but then he also laughs at another innuendo about swords and, like, the shaft of the sword. So I really can't tell if he's playing along or if he's pissed off. Like, the vibes are so weird. Like, I don't understand what Cassian is doing right now. We're not really going to get any clarification on that, though, because we get a scene break to switch to Nesta's perspective. She's only practicing with a wooden sword and not, like, an actual metal sword, but is suddenly taking the whole thing very seriously as she snaps into warrior mode. This sudden change in demeanor is a little confusing to me because she was just, like, making a total joke of the entire situation and now she's serious. But I guess this does show growth on her part, that she maybe saw Cassian was getting upset and backed off. Like, I don't really know. Cassian teaches Nesta some moves and she dutifully follows his instructions. She's not doing a very good job and knows that her movements are awkward and uncoordinated. But instead of beating herself up about not being immediately good at it, she instead thinks about how she just needs to practice more. And that's an extremely clear sign that Nesta has made progress. The fact that she's doing this in front of so many people when she's not good at it is progress on its own. The more Nesta swings the sword around, the more powerful she feels, even though they're just in training and not like an actual combat situation. Every hated enemy, every moment she'd been powerless against them simmered to the surface. And with each movement of the sword, each breath, a thought formed. It echoed with every inhale, every thrust and block. Never again would she be weak. Never again would she be at someone's mercy. Never again would she fail. Never again, never again, never again. Hell yeah, Nesta! This scene would be awesome if it wasn't so confusing with how it was set up. It felt like Cassian was going to try and embarrass Nesta, but she ended up being empowered, and I don't know if that's what he actually intended or what was going on. Regardless, good for Nesta for finding her own inner power to get stronger and stand up for herself. Of course, all the priestesses are super inspired too, which is great for them, but I still feel bad that they have to watch Nesta and Cassian constantly eye-fuck each other. The next chapter is in Nesta's perspective, and she's super fired up and motivated after swinging that sword around. I know I'm clowning on that, but there is something to be said about finding an activity that empowers you and leaning into that. In Nesta's case, I wish Cassian wasn't involved, but unfortunately he is, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Nesta attempts the stairs again and thinks about how weak she once was, but she feels powerful now and will never let fear rule her life again. She makes it all the way down to step 6,000, which is her new personal best. I do actually enjoy these parts of the book where Nesta self-reflects and shows personal growth, but again, I wish Cassian and the inner circle as a whole wasn't involved in this process, or at least as so heavily involved as they are. It might have taken longer to get there, but I wish this change was motivated by Nesta herself and not an outside influence forcing her into this, especially ones that don't have her best interest at heart. There's a scene break to switch to Cassian's perspective in yet another training session. I feel like Feyre's training and even stuff like learning to read was widely glossed over in previous books, which made her progress feel unearned at times. So I appreciate seeing more of Nesta's journey, but the training scenes can get a little repetitive at times. It's raining that day, and since it's autumn, it's super cold, but to Cassian's surprise, everyone shows up to training anyway, and they seem even more motivated than ever despite the terrible weather. Nesta is the fiercest of all, and Cassian has to try not to pop a boner when he looks at her. While I'll be the first person to admit that a powerful, confident woman is incredibly sexy, I hate how much Cassian sexualizes Nesta, and he did it even when Nesta was weak and struggling, which is just so fucking gross. Cassian goes so far as to say he slept at the river house the previous night because he was so tempted by Nesta, like he couldn't even be under the same roof as her. I think he's fighting his attraction to her because he knows he wants more than sex, and that's all Nesta claims to want. And yet again, I'm going to point out that they just need to fucking talk about it. The only reason these two aren't together is because of miscommunication, which is so frustrating and is just blatantly stupid, and I think it's bad writing, honestly. Cassian notes that there are now 11 women who participate in training, and he realizes they're going to need another trainer. So he calls in Azriel, who apparently doesn't have anything better to do despite all the political nonsense going on. Somehow nobody can find time to train the Yrian women or enforce the rules to keep them safe, but they have all the time in the world to train Nesta and her girlies. I'm not saying that Nesta, and especially the priestesses, aren't worth that effort, but it's interesting to me to see who gets prioritized and who is left behind. Cassian focuses on training Nesta, Emerie, and Gwyn, while Azriel takes on the rest of the ladies. I think it would be more fair to split it down the middle, and Cassian is clearly showing favoritism, but whatever, that's how they're doing it. Gwyn is distracted by Azriel and can't stop looking at him. I can't remember if this was revealed before, but we're told that Azriel was the one who saved Gwyn during the incident at the temple that led to her becoming a priestess. Some people ship these two together, but so far I think Azriel probably has more chemistry with Elaine, I think. I don't really care who Azriel ends up with as long as he treats his lady better than Cassian treats Nesta. So I don't really have like a dog in this fight, I guess. I don't really care what girlfriend Azriel gets eventually. If he ever gets one, I kinda don't think he will. The next scene cuts back to Nesta as she and Gwyn go to the library after training. They're not working though, and instead sit around drinking tea and reading about mind stilling. Gwyn has pretty much memorized the information because she's the nerd of the group, so she offers to walk Nesta through the steps so she can try it out. Gwyn walks Nesta through some breathing exercises, but Nesta can't really get into it and is distracted by her overthinking and her spiraling negative thoughts. Focus. Let the sounds go. Someone was walking nearby. She marked it, and with an exhale, sent the thought floating away. To her right, Gwyn's breathing remained steady. Gwyn was probably good at this. Gwyn was good at everything, actually. It didn't irk her, though. For whatever reason, Nesta wanted to crow about her friend to anyone who'd listen. Her friend. That was what Gwyn was. It had been... Focus. Let go. Nesta noted Gwyn's breathing, released the thought, and moved on to the next sound, then the next. It's interesting that Nesta can't stand to hear about Feyre's talents, but she doesn't feel even remotely threatened by Gwyn's accomplishments. In addition to Nesta viewing Gwyn as a friend, it helps that Gwyn doesn't martyr herself like Feyre, and she doesn't have a whole gang of people who constantly hype her up, sometimes at Nesta's expense. It's interesting that Nesta is a decent person to people who treat her like she's a decent person, and the narrative doesn't seem self-aware at all about how the inner circle often antagonizes Nesta into being the worst version of herself. Like, sometimes it feels like the inner circle is blatantly picking at Nesta until she blows up and then blame her for blowing up, which is so unfair. Gwyn continues to walk Nesta through the mind-stilling process, and Nesta tries her best but still can't really let go enough for it to work. She's plagued by thoughts of Elaine and how they've been arguing and starts to spiral, but gains control by acknowledging her thoughts but then letting them go without reading into them too much. This is actually a solid strategy that I use for dealing with my OCD. Viewing your thoughts objectively without attaching extra meaning or emotion to them is difficult, but it is worth practicing. Nesta finally manages to achieve mind-stilling for a couple of moments, and it's a huge milestone for her as she realizes that she can control herself and she isn't a slave to her thoughts and emotions. We get a little time skip in the next chapter as we're told a couple of days has passed, and Cassian takes Nesta to a blacksmith. I'm going to pretty much entirely gloss over this part because yet again it's more set up for something that seems important but kind of isn't. Cassian wanted to take all the girlies to the blacksmith as a field trip to learn about swords, but Emerie was busy, and the priestesses obviously won't leave the mountain, so Nesta is the only one who ends up going. Nesta is polite to the blacksmith and pays attention as he demos some sword-making techniques for her. She even asks if she can try hammering out a sword herself, and the blacksmith actually agrees to let her try. I love that Nesta now has a special interest in swords, but she's going to have to denounce gooning and her degenerate ways if she truly wants to master the blade. Nesta then has a great time hammering out some swords, and the scene ends there. You'll see why I said this was a setup for something seemingly important when the reveal comes later on, so just stick a pin in it for now. The next scene is more training and more raining, but the girlies have started sword training and they're all super into it. Cassian is still trying to suppress his desire for Nesta because she seems more focused than ever on training and Cassian doesn't want to distract her. I think we're supposed to see him as noble for this, but honestly I think he's kind of being petty and he's not doing this out of respect. He's already demonstrated that he doesn't care about pushing Nesta's boundaries or getting spicy with her when she's not mentally well. Based on comments Cassian has made, I think he's pulling back on his affection because he views Nesta as being in control of their relationship if he is the one who is more interested in her than the other way around. So it feels like he's trying to take a little control back for himself by leaving Nesta alone and that he's not actually doing it so she can focus on training. Then again, I do hate Cassian and I might be reading into things that don't exist, but I will never give him the benefit of the doubt because I hate him so much. To be clear, I'm glad that Cassian isn't pawing all over Nesta anymore, but he never should have been doing that in the first place, so I am not giving him credit for leaving her some space now. Nesta puts her sword away but still needs to blow off some steam, so instead of blowing Cassian, she goes and punches some wood. Not Cassian's wood. Why did I write this in the script? Jesus Christ. Okay, we gotta get back on course here.
Alright, let's everybody just calm the fuck down.
It's not Cassian's wood, it's like some padded wood they use for boxing or whatever. Like, they don't have punching bags because it's fairy times. They have these, like, padded wood boxing pads. Whatever, she's punching some wood. Nesta lets loose on the wood and channels every frustration and negative emotion into each punch. It's a much better way for her to let out her aggression than making snarky, backhanded comments to people, and I can't believe nobody thought to get her a punching bag sooner. There's one more scene in this chapter because SJM randomly remembered that Lucian exists. He was in a scene earlier on when Cassian met with Eris in the human realm, but he didn't really do anything, he was just kind of there, so that hardly counts. Lucian randomly shows up at the training ring, and by now everyone has cleared out except for Cassian and Nesta, who is still furiously beating the shit out of the wood. We're told that 25 minutes have passed, and Nesta is almost in a trance-like state, but Cassian is minding his own business for once and letting her have at it because she clearly needs to work some shit out. Lucian is pretty stunned by all of this and seeing Nesta train so diligently. Lucian's mechanical eye clicked. His face tightened as Nesta threw a spectacular left hook into the wood beam. It shuddered with the impact. "I wonder if there are some things that should not be awoken," he murmured. Cassian cut him a glare. "Mind your own business, fireling." Lucian just watched Nesta attack, his golden skin a little pale. Anytime Lucian is around, you can count on his mechanical eye clicking or whirling or otherwise making noise. It's kind of his thing, so it's kind of funny that it always happens when he comes on page. I pulled this passage because Lucian made a point that I did earlier in the first part. Sometimes the inner circle acts like they are absolutely terrified of Nesta, so training her to be a killing machine makes her infinitely more terrifying, which seems counterproductive. I mean, as long as they can control her, then I guess they're fine, which I'm sure they're counting on that. Cassian is like, "Wait a minute, why are you even here?" And I don't think they clarify how Lucian got up to the House of Wind. He doesn't mention anyone flying him up there, so the only option would be to teleport above the wards and fall down, but I feel like Cassian would have noticed him doing that, but whatever. Anyway, Lucian says that he's there because he had some time to kill before a meeting with Rhysand and Feyre suggested that he go see Nesta train for some reason. That feels like an incredibly bizarre reason for Lucian to suddenly show up again, but okay, that's what's happening. "She's not a carnival attraction," Cassian said through his teeth. "It's not for entertainment." Lucian's red hair gleamed in the dimness of the rainy day. "I think Feyre wanted a progress assessment from someone who hasn't seen her in a while." "And?" Cassian bit out. Lucian threw him a withering look. "I'm not your enemy, you know. You can drop the aggressive brute act." Cassian gave him a grin that didn't meet his eyes. "Who says it's an act?" Lucian let out a long sigh. "Very well, then." See, this is why Lucian is my favorite. He gets me. We have each other's vibe, like, I get it, Lucian. I really don't understand why everyone is so mean to Lucian. He was once affiliated with Tamlin, but it's not like he is anymore, like, not really. Lucian's family in the Autumn Court is evil, but he isn't really affiliated with them either and hasn't been for a long time. Also, I still theorize that Eris is only pretending to be evil, and Baron isn't even Lucian's father, even though Lucian doesn't know that. I'm sure Cassian knows it though, because it seems like everyone except Lucian is aware that Yrian is his real father, and it's like kind of bizarre to me that nobody has accidentally let the beans spill, but I guess Lucian doesn't know. Tangent aside, everyone needs to be nicer to Lucian. He does not deserve all of this attitude. Also, carnival attraction? When did carnivals become a thing? Wouldn't the fairies have like a fun word instead of carnival? History girlies, help me out in the comments below because I do not feel like researching this. Carnival just felt out of place for me, but maybe it's not? Let me know. Okay, I'm really getting off track now. Back to the point, I think it's weird to send Lucian to check in on Nesta's progress. I don't really think Lucian knows that much about Nesta. Like, have they ever really interacted? I don't really know. And nobody really seems to respect Lucian, so I really don't think they would care about his opinion, and he's not known to be like a skilled fighter, so like, why would they care at all? Like, I don't get this. Nesta eventually has to stop wailing on the wood because she punches it so hard that it splinters. There's a flash of silver in her eyes, but her powers don't take over her completely, even though she does seem to be in almost of a trance-like state. She is still kind of in control of herself. And she calmly walks into the house without acknowledging Cassian or Lucian. They go check out the wood, and there's a burn mark where Nesta was punching, but the wood is cold like a block of ice. And it legit crumbles to dust when Cassian tries to touch it, which feels very, like, over-the-top comedical, and I don't think this is supposed to be funny. Lucian is understandably freaked out by this because, Jesus, Nesta, what the fuck was that? And the chapter ends as he's like, oh, mother spare you all. Okay, so I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion or not, but I'm realizing that I hate that Nesta has special powers. I've complained about this before, but everyone in this book has some kind of special power, which makes nothing feel special at all because they can't, like, it can't all be the most special. That makes it, like, mundane now. I don't think Nesta needs scary fire ice powers or cauldron lasers or whatever she can do to be a badass bitch. She could still go through this training arc and end up super powerful on her own merit without any crazy magic. Like, why does she have to have magic powers at all when she could just be really cool with a sword? And that's kind of how it ends up being in the end, so why did she have these powers in the first place? If Nesta didn't have powers, it would also help differentiate Nesta from Feyre a little bit more, because Feyre also had special, crazy, unique powers that she had to learn to control so she could defeat the big bad guy, and she was, for some reason, the only one who could beat them. Like, Nesta is going through the exact same arc right now. It feels kind of repetitive for Nesta to be doing the same thing in that kind of regard. And if Nesta didn't have these powers, it would also make Nesta's intervention seem more genuine because it would invalidate my theory that the intervention was about controlling Nesta's powers if she doesn't have any special powers. I just really didn't think it was necessary ultimately for Nesta to have these crazy powers because they're not elaborated on really sufficiently for me, and I don't know, let's just move on. The next chapter opens with Yrian, the High Lord of the Day Court, arriving at the Night Court to help the Inner Circle with wards. In case you don't remember Yrian from previous books, his main power is that he can break spells, so I guess that also extends to breaking or maintaining wards, because wards are spells, I guess. Yrian is also Lucian's real biological father, and I'm pretty sure Yrian is aware of that, but Lucian definitely is not. Yrian is also one of the few queer characters in this series, as he is canonically bisexual. But I've complained before about how he's basically just a collection of harmful stereotypes, but I won't rehash all of that now. Yrian is super extra, so instead of just teleporting in like a normie, he shows up on a Pegasus because apparently those exist in the fairy world. I mean, I guess a fairy and a Pegasus makes sense to me, but I didn't expect them to exist here. We then get an exposition dump about Pegasuses. Pegasi? I think it's Pegasuses. But it's all fully unnecessary information because this book is already long as hell and we never see a Pegasus again, so like, okay then. Everyone marvels over Yrian's Pegasus, and he offers to give Feyre a ride on it, and there's definitely an innuendo there if you read between the lines. Feyre turns down the pony ride, and they reveal her pregnancy to Yrian, who is super cool about it, and he's like, oh, congratulations guys, like that's great. At some point during this interaction, Yrian picks invisible lint off his clothes, and I can't believe SJM got 5 books into this fucking series without an editor telling her to stop writing that! It was especially egregious in earlier books where Rhysand seemed to be constantly covered in lint that he was picking off himself or other people. It's a minor nitpick to call this out now, but I'm feeling especially petty today and like, goddamn, get these bitches some lint rollers. They cannot be this linty. They bring Yrian into Rhysand's Moonstone Palace, the one that's on top of the mountain above the Court of Nightmares. As a reminder, that's where they're storing the mask, which is what Yrian has come to check out and help with the wards regarding that. Oh, and Yrian is also there to check out those Autumn Court soldiers that are essentially zombified by some kind of spell. Except Yrian says he didn't sense any kind of spell on the soldiers and that there's some kind of vague mist over them, which is something else, I guess. Rhysand suggests that they aren't under a spell, but an influence? What the fuck does that mean? What is this new thing we're hearing about? An influence? What? They go on to explain that Rhysand must already have the crown, which is another item in the Dread Trove, and that's what is controlling the soldiers with this misty influence, whatever the fuck that means. Since the Night Court already has the mask, that means that the harp is the last part of the trove that needs to be found. We get a bunch of political conversation about all that, and I really don't care to cover it in depth because none of it actually matters and it's not interesting. The point is that Rhysand probably sent those soldiers to the bog to find the mask using the influence of the crown, and that's what happened. They tell Yrian about the mask, and they ask him if he can strengthen the wards around it. Feyre slid her tattooed hands into her pockets. Can you show Nesta how to ward it herself? Something perhaps with a bit more oomph? Oomph? Rhys asked, lifting an eyebrow. Oomph, Feyre said, throwing him a glare. We can't all be silver-tongued like you. Rhys winked. Good thing you benefit from it, Feyre, darling.
Disgusting!
Cassian chose to ignore the innuendo, and the flicker of arousal from both of them. Yrian, however, snickered. Feyre darling. Do you like what that mouth do, Feyre darling? Do you like my silver tongue, Feyre darling? Ooh, darling, Feyre. Rhysand, for the love of God, shut the fuck up. Is now really the time to flirt with your wife in front of everyone when there's another potential war on the horizon? I complained about this in other videos, but Rhysand's constant sexualization of Feyre feels really gross and disrespectful to me. He's not making these comments to her in private, he's saying it in front of everyone. Yrian found it amusing, but Rhysand really shouldn't be making these vulgar comments about the High Lady of the Night Court to other leaders and the people, like, in her court. It feels demeaning to me in a way that the narrative is not at all aware of, and, like, it's just weird. Like, be respectful. Asriel tries to change the subject by saying that Nesta is waiting on them, and Yrian is excited to know that she's there. I think Yrian hit on Nesta back in ACOWAR, but she turned him down, but I can't really remember the specifics of that. And Yrian kind of just hits on everyone, so it's not like he's especially super into Nesta, because he's just kind of into everyone. Literally everyone. Cassian thinks about how Nesta hasn't seemed interested in getting down and dirty with him recently, and that she hasn't sought him out since their last encounter. And he can't stop thinking about how good that last encounter was, though, but in an especially vulgar way that I won't repeat here, because, like, ew. It's enough to get his horny fairy pheromones pumping, and of course sex fiend Yrian is, like, hot on the trail, and he's like, "Ooh, what's going on with you?" "What are you thinking about?" Yrian drawled as they approached a shut wooden door. Cassian straightened. He hadn't realized his thoughts had dragged such a scent from him. He grinned. "Your mother."
How do you do, fellow kids?
Did Cassian just throw out a yo mama joke? I can't do this anymore, guys. I can't do this. I'm so glad this is the last book in the series because, like, what the fuck? I genuinely feel like I'm in a fever dream sometimes when I'm reading this shit. Oh, wait, fuck, this isn't the last book. There's another one coming out, maybe. Who fucking knows if it'll ever be released, but oh, Jesus. We'll just wait for that if it ever happens. Anyway, they go find Nesta, who is conveniently sitting in the same room as the mask. She's reading a book, and based on how fast she closes it, Cassian knows that it must be a smutty romance. Maybe Cassian and Nesta are meant for each other after all, considering they cannot stop constantly gooning. Cassian even takes the time to tell the readers how great Nesta's boobs look, because of course he fucking does. Ew. God forbid a woman just exists without somebody looking at her fucking boobs.
Looks like it's time to give up.
Yrian greets Nesta and she asks him about the Pegasus and she's like, "Oh, that was a lovely horse." Yrian flirts with Nesta and he's like, "Oh, you're quite lovely yourself." But she just stares at him for an uncomfortably long amount of time before being like, "Oh, thank you." Helian is kind of thrown off by that interaction, and I love that Nesta put him in his place without being, like, snarky about it. To be clear, I think Nesta would have been entitled to be a little more blunt in shutting down Helian's advances, but everybody else would probably vilify her for doing that, so I like that she kept it classy. They get down to business with the mask, and Helian can barely stand to look at the thing because it emanates the most rancid of vibes. A lot of the magical items in this series are like that, which makes it feel very repetitive. In a world of magic, why is every magical item they encounter so evil? Like, I don't know, I feel like magical items should be more normalized, I don't know. I guess this specific brand of magical item is evil, whatever. We get a little time skip to the next scene, and we're told that Helian set up a ward that uses Nesta's blood. He says that he'll teach her a spell to unlock the ward, but Nesta quickly says that she doesn't want to know it. We've seen Nesta admit to herself before that it's hard for her to resist the appeal of the mask because of how it numbs her negative emotions, and I appreciate her caution now in staying away from something that she knows is dangerous for her. I wish she'd apply the same logic to Cassian and stay away from him, but of course that's not gonna happen. Everyone seems stunned that Nesta doesn't want to learn the spell, so she says that she doesn't want the information in case Briollin kidnaps her, because then, like, maybe they could get the information out of her. It's not exactly a lie, but Nesta obviously doesn't want to admit how much the mask tempts her, because then everybody will trust her even less than they already do, so I definitely don't blame her for not being forthright with that. Surprisingly, Rhysand says that's fine and that he'll learn the spell instead of Nesta in case they ever need it. They then debate again about how and what they're going to tell Eris about the previously missing Autumn Court soldiers that they now have. Rhysand decides that Cassian will go tell him tomorrow and that Nesta should go with him. Nesta stiffened, and Cassian tried not to gape. "Why?" she asked. "Because you savor playing the game," Rhys said. He'd undoubtedly noticed how smoothly she dealt with Helian's attempts to flirt earlier. Rhys knew how to wield a tool at his disposal. "But it's your choice," he added. Oh my god, I can't believe the narrative outright stated that Rhysand views Nesta as a tool at his disposal, and the literal next line is him telling Nesta it's her choice if she wants to go. Seriously? Every time Rhysand says anything about people being able to make their own choices, it's an instant rage trigger for me because it is blatantly not true. If people don't make the choices Rhysand wants, then he'll find a way to manipulate them into making that choice. We've also seen Cassian rage out at Nesta for disobeying Rhysand before, so it's absurd to say Nesta actually has a choice in this matter. If she tells Rhysand no, everybody is going to be pissed. Cassian is taken aback by the request, but Nesta doesn't turn it down, so he decides he's going to roll with it. And what choice does he have either, because all of a sudden he's Rhysand's loyal little dog, when in previous books he might have stood up to him. He does kind of stand up to him a little bit in this book, but not really compared to how he was in previous ones. Asriel then says that he's going to go to the human realm to spy on Briollin to see if she really does have the crown like they suspect, and Feyre and Rhysand immediately shut that plan down. Asriel angrily says that he wasn't asking for permission, and Rhysand straight up smirks at him and is like, "It doesn't matter, I made an order." So which is it, Rhysand? Do people get to make their own choices, or do you boss them around? Because I'm starting to get a little confused here. Feyre explains that it's too dangerous for Asriel to go, because if Briollin has the crown and catches Asriel or any of his spies, she could use it to control them, which would be very bad. Asriel straight up argues with Feyre and refuses her orders, which is extremely disrespectful considering she's the High Lady. And we're told that the High Lady and the High Lord are on equal footing and that Rhysand is not above her, even though that is actually how it plays out. But I'm saying that because in this moment, Asriel should have taken Feyre's order as equally as he would have taken Rhysand's, and that is not what happened. Asriel kind of side-eyes Rhysand and asks if he agrees, like he expects Rhysand to overrule what Feyre just said, which is such a disrespectful thing to do, but Rhysand backs Feyre up. Because of course Rhysand backs Feyre up, he is always very publicly supportive of her and is like snaky about her in private, which is fucking gross. I hate these people so much. The way Rhysand rules the Night Court is like, it's such a mess. Sometimes he acts like he's everyone's friend and they're all equals and they all have an equal say in the decisions they make, and then other times he's the supreme leader whose word is law and everyone must obey him. The inner circle is also inconsistent with how they treat Rhysand, and sometimes he's just their buddy and other times they basically worship him like a god king. The dynamic is really all over the place. Asriel drops the subject and Helian and Rhysand walk off somewhere to keep chatting about whatever fucking shit they talk about. Cassian goes over to talk to Nesta and he asks what she's reading. He's shocked to learn that she is in fact not reading a romance novel, but she's reading a book about combat. Nesta tucked the book under an arm. What's the point in learning fighting techniques if I don't know their true purpose and uses? You'd train me into a weapon, and I'd be just that. Someone else's weapon. I want to know how to wield it. Myself, I mean, and others. Oh my god, Nesta is so close to realizing the truth behind her supposed intervention, but the narrative refuses to be self-aware about what's actually going on. SJM set up all these implications that Rhysand is trying to control Nesta's power, but doesn't actually commit to saying that's what's going on, which is pretty annoying. Cassian jokingly asks Nesta if she plans on leading an army, and she answers seriously by saying no, but she does want to lead a unit of female warriors. Now that she's immortal, she has nothing but time to plan her future, and that's what she's chosen to work towards. The fact that Nesta has any goals or anything to work towards is major progress for her and gives her something positive to focus on, which is something she did not have before. As much as I clown on this book, there is a part of me that does actually enjoy Nesta's character arc and her healing journey, but it's a small part, but it does exist. We get a scene break there and we skip to dinner. They're back at the House of Wind now, and not at that Moonstone Palace that they were at before. Cassian knocks on Nesta's door to invite her to dinner because he doesn't want to be alone with Azriel, who is brooding like an angry teenager whose parents told him he couldn't go to a party because of Feyre shutting down his spy plans. Okay, maybe I don't like Azriel as much as I thought I did. It's okay to be disappointed when things don't go your way, but sulking and pouting is so immensely cringe, especially for a grown-ass man who was 600 years old. Dude, grow the fuck up, seriously? Oh, Feyre wouldn't let me go to the spy party. Azriel, no, actually fuck you, Azriel, you suck. Maybe you don't suck as much as Cassian or Rhysand, but you still suck. Nesta tells Cassian he can come in, so he does, and he sees her in bed reading a romance book, for real this time. He asks her about it, and she says that she studies during the day and reads what she wants to read at night for fun, and that's a good balance that I hope she sticks to. It's important to have downtime and to maintain your hobbies as much as you're capable of, even during hard times. You can't focus all of your time on growth. That is not sustainable. You need to have rest moments too. Cassian has brought Nesta some more war books, and he drops them off at her desk before making a beeline for the door. He's been extra super awkward around Nesta now that she seems more interested in training than interested in him, which is annoying to me for reasons I find hard to articulate. It seems to me like Cassian was more interested in Nesta when she was a weak and needy damsel in distress, even though he has stated that he thinks it's sexy how powerful she is. I know that's what he said, but his actions don't really seem to back that up to me. Now that Nesta has more control over the power and just control over herself in general, Cassian has started to pull back, and that feels very weird to me. I think we're supposed to view this as him giving her space, but he's already invaded her space, so it feels weird to back out now. Before Cassian can leave, Nesta asks him if the sex they had wasn't very good, which, oh my god, Nesta, okay then. A flush stained her cheeks as she lifted her chin. Was the sex not good for you? He swallowed. Why would you ask that? Nesta's throat bobbed. She was... Fuck, was she really that unsure of him? You left quickly and didn't seek me out again. I left quickly because I needed to keep some pieces of myself intact. You've been focused on training. Her eyes flickered with something like hurt. All right, well, good night. I didn't mean it like that. Fuck, Nesta. He stalked toward the bed, and she straightened again, peering at him as he towered over her. How could I be so selfish? To demand more sex from you when you're so invested in training? This dynamic is such a mess, and I know I've complained about it a bunch, but I'm going to complain about it some more. These two shouldn't have started sleeping together in the first place, and I mostly put that blame on Cassian. I know it takes two to tango, but Nesta was at rock bottom, and it is well known that she uses sex as a coping mechanism. So Cassian never should have crossed that line, no matter how attracted to her he is, and no matter how much she wanted him in return. He should have waited until she was healthy to shoot his shot so their relationship would have a better and stronger foundation. To be clear, Nesta shouldn't be playing games with Cassian either by saying she just wants sex when she obviously wants a relationship. It's confusing and toxic all around. As for Cassian's last line, I'm surprised that he said he doesn't want to demand sex from Nesta, because the narrative has very much painted their interactions as mutual and consensual, despite my complaints about it not feeling that way. So for Cassian to use the word demand, it feels weird, and it makes me feel like maybe I was right that it is not as consensual as the narrative says it is. Also, if anyone needs to hear it, nobody has the right to demand sex from you, no matter what, and no matter who they are. Whether you're busy with training or you simply aren't in the mood, you don't owe anyone your body and nobody can demand it from you. Nesta says that it's not a demand because both sides want it, and yet again she says that she's worried that Cassian didn't have a good time because he hasn't come back for more. If Nesta wanted some hanky-panky, she could have initiated that herself, but I understand why she didn't, considering Cassian basically ran out of the room as soon as they were done last time, which made her feel very insecure. And actually, I think the word she says was punished. She felt that she was punished for something, which, like, fuck, that's crazy. Cassian sets the record straight and said that he had a great time, and he starts getting all spicy and flirty and please help me, please end my suffering, please.
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
He's basically got Nesta pressed up against the headboard, and he's whispering into her ear about how good the sex was, and that he cranks his hog thinking about it, and asks if she flicks the bean when she thinks about it, and oh my god, okay, that escalated quickly. What the fuck?
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
This would have been a great time for Cassian to be honest about how he enjoys boning Nesta, but is worried about how intense his feelings are and that he wants an actual relationship. But he's conflicted because Nesta has told him that she doesn't want that, she only wants to keep it physical, but of course none of that happens and they just start getting dirty. They lay next to each other and they proceed to show each other how they goon every night. Okay. As per usual, the scene is obnoxiously long and way dirtier than what we've seen before, and I am so uncomfortable. They finish up with the gooning part, and they get down to some classic boning, and I hope Azriel isn't still brooding at the dinner table because Nesta is screaming about, like, oh, Cassian, ooh, like, oh my god, please stop, poor Azriel. I'd probably be an annoying pouty loser too if I was the only one who didn't have a hot girlfriend to get my freak on with. Like, oh my god, what is happening? They finish up with round 1, but Nesta is instantly ready for round 2. There's a moment where it seems like they might actually admit they like each other as more than just like fuck buddies, but of course they don't, and they get right back to boning, and the chapter mercifully ends. The next chapter is from Cassian's perspective as he goes to the river house to discuss some stuff with Rhysand and the gang. He knows that he still smells like sex and everyone else can smell it too, which is awkward. And I just want to know if he didn't shower that morning, or if a shower isn't enough to wash off that stank, or what, but regardless it's awkward, but nobody brings it up, thank god. Amren makes reference that she was also having some nookie with her boyfriend Yrian, who is that random guy from the summer court, so she demands Rhysand to tell them why he called them to the house, and it better be a damn good reason for her to stop having nookie with Yrian. Rhysand dramatically pulls a tarp off his desk to reveal some weapons that he says a local blacksmith dropped off earlier. This is the payoff to that blacksmith scene earlier with Nesta that I told you was setting up something that was seemingly important. I say seemingly important instead of actually important because this book, and really this series as a whole, will put a lot of emphasis on something that ends up being underutilized or is immediately discarded once it's been used once. This is another one of those situations that is presented as being a big deal, but it doesn't really play out in a satisfying or complete way. Rhysand says that the blacksmith dumped the weapons on him in an utter panic and claimed they were cursed before, like, running off. They ask Cassian what went down on their little field trip and are shocked to hear that Nesta hammered the blades herself. There's a sword, a great sword, which I guess is just a bigger sword, and a dagger. Rhysand and Amren seem to know what's going on while Cassian and Azriel are still confused. We then get a bunch of exposition about how Feyre used to be able to imbue magic into things that they crafted, whether it be weapons or jewelry or whatever they make. But they can't do that anymore for reasons. Apparently the last magic sword, which is named Gwyn, because I guess magic swords get names, that sword was made 10,000 years ago and has been lost to time like the trove was. This sword isn't Gwyn, Cassian said, well aware of the myths regarding the sword. It had belonged to a true Fey High King in Prythian, as there had been in Hybern. He had united the lands, its people, and for a while with that sword, peace had reigned, until he had been betrayed by his own queen and his fiercest general and lost the sword to them. And the lands fell into darkness once more, never again to see another High King, only High Lords who ruled the territories that had once answered to the king. Normally I'd skip random info dumps like this, but I wanted to remind you guys that Prythian was once ruled by a king because it's about to come up again and I have some shit to say about it. Amren says that the blades Nesta hammered have been infused with her power, which as I just said has been unheard of for thousands of years. Cassian is shocked and says Nesta didn't do it intentionally, but Amren says that's even worse because they have no idea what kind of magic Nesta put into the swords, which makes them very dangerous to use. I don't really know what that means or the extent of what the swords can even do. Like, can they shoot lasers? Can you die if you touch them? Like, what do they do? But Amren is really serious about it, and she says that the weapons need to be treated like a new dread trove and locked away, which that seems like really serious. Cassian thinks that's an overreaction, but Amren doubles down and says that she wouldn't so much as eat a piece of bread if Nesta toasted it. The inner circle has a tendency to overblow how strong or dangerous Nesta is, and I think that's what's happening now. Elaine was also turned into a fairy by the cauldron and has spooky, mysterious powers, but she bakes bread and little treats all the time, and nobody's worried about her accidentally making some evil enchanted muffins or whatever. Like, nobody is worried about Elaine at all, but everybody is so worried about Nesta, and it just kind of feels misplaced to me. Asriel says that they have to keep Nesta's crafting powers under wraps because people will either kill Nesta to prevent her from making some more sick-ass swords, or kidnap Nesta and force her to make some swords for them, so like they really can't let this information get out. Cassian is more amazed now than scared, and he says that Nesta could create a whole arsenal of weapons that would basically make them unstoppable in any future wars. Nobody else is really down with that plan, though. Amren's gray eyes held steady. She cannot know. Rhys said, "That seems like a risk. What if, unaware, she creates more?" "What if, in one of her moods," Amren challenged, "Nesta creates what she pleases just to spite us?" "She'd never do that," Cassian said hotly. He pointed at her. "You fucking know it, too." "Nesta would create not a dread trove," Amren said, unfazed by his snarling, "but a trove of nightmares." "I can't lie to her," Cassian said, looking to Rhys. "I can't." "You don't need to lie," Amren answered. "Simply don't volunteer the information." It's rich coming from Rhysand of all people to say that they should tell Nesta about her power, considering he's actively withholding important information from Feyre. I know the situations aren't the same, but like, come on, Rhysand. I'm pretty sure Cassian has already lied to Nesta, and he's definitely okay with lying to Feyre, so I don't know why he's grandstanding here about this, but I do think that they need to tell Nesta what's going on. Also, I want to point out how ridiculous it is that Amren would accuse Nesta of creating an ultra-powerful item out of spite to hurt them. Nesta has said a lot of mean shit out of spite, but she's never been physically aggressive or made any indication that she wants to hurt anyone. Nesta is really only a danger to herself, and it's insulting for Amren to act otherwise. I think everyone in the inner circle has had some kind of physically violent outburst throughout the series, like even Feyre. So maybe Amren should be more worried about them and focus less on Nesta, who's never laid a hand on anyone but the King of Hybern, who totally deserved it. He appealed to Rhys. "You're alright with this? Because I'm sure as hell not." "Amren's order holds," Rhys said, and for a heartbeat Cassian hated him. Hated that mistrust and wariness he beheld on Rhys's face. "I'd be careful when you're fucking her," Amren added, lips curling in a sneer. "Who knows what she might transform you into when her emotions are high." "That's enough," Asriel said, and Cassian turned grateful eyes to his brother. Az continued, "I'm with Cassian on this. It's not right to keep the knowledge from Nesta." Amren is being so gross right now that it's infuriating. She's usually a bitch, but this is way out of line. Why does she get to run her nasty mouth, but Nesta has to be nice to everyone? That's not fair. It's interesting that we get a moment with Cassian where he's not blindly licking Rhysand's boots, and he even goes so far as to say he hates Rhysand, but that never really goes anywhere. Like, obviously Cassian doesn't really hate Rhysand. Cassian has previously kind of stood up to Rhysand before, but the way Cassian rips into Nesta for saying anything even slightly negative about Rhysand negates all of that to me. I think that Cassian will always be on Rhysand's side, even if he sometimes pretends like he's on Nesta's side. I think he would always choose Rhysand. Like, if both of them are dangling from a cliff and he has to choose to save one, I genuinely think Cassian would save Rhysand. Also, it's interesting that Asriel is on board with telling Nesta, but as I said before about Cassian, Asriel is also okay with hiding information from Feyre. Where do they draw the line with keeping secrets from someone about their bodily autonomy? How do they decide what information to gatekeep and what to share? It's very weird to me how nobody even really questioned keeping secrets from Feyre, but they're all up in arms against doing the same thing to Nesta. Rhysand finally says that Feyre will have the final vote on if they tell Nesta, which is just so incredibly fucked up to me. I wonder if Feyre's decision to tell Nesta would be influenced if Feyre knew that she was in the exact same position of having information withheld from her. Except it's not actually the same because there wasn't even a discussion about that. Rhysand just told everybody they were keeping a secret from Feyre and they just fell in line. Cassian is okay with Feyre being the deciding vote, so they shelve that discussion about Nesta for now and move on to other things. Amren says that they still need to lock up the magic weapons that Nesta made and that nobody should touch them no matter what, and then she leaves. Good riddance, Amren. Everyone is quiet for a moment before Rhysand finally speaks up and he drops a random bomb that he hasn't been able to find any information to help save Feyre from the impending birth. He's talked to the other fairies with wings, but they have feathery wings that are more bendy, so they don't really have the same problem of getting stuck. Asriel asks if Feyre still doesn't know the full truth, and Rhysand confirms that she knows the birth will be difficult, but she isn't aware that she's almost guaranteed to die. I feel like that's such a cop-out from Rhysand, because I think most or even all prospective mothers have an understanding that pregnancy and birth can be risky, even if they don't have any specific complications going on. This situation is different because Rhysand is explicitly aware of a specific complication that is almost 100% guaranteed to end Feyre's life, or at the very least, the life of their child. Keeping that information from her is beyond morally wrong, and there is no way to defend it. There is no excuse for this. This is blatantly evil to me. Cassian squeezed Rhys's shoulder. Why won't you tell her? Rhys's throat worked. Because I can't bring myself to give her that fear. To take away one bit of the joy in her eyes every time she puts a hand on her belly. His voice shook. It is fucking eating me alive, this terror. I keep myself busy, but there is no one to bargain with for her life. No amount of wealth to buy it. Nothing that I can do to save her. Yeah, fuck that. Fully fuck that. I understand not wanting Feyre to panic, but she's pretty level-headed compared to everyone else, and regardless, she deserves to know what's going on with her body. She deserves to have all the available information to make an informed decision on how she proceeds with her pregnancy, even if that information is devastating. They talk a little longer about all that mess before Cassian turns his attention back to the magic weapons. He's like, fuck it, let's try these bad boys out. And Asriel is like, dude, Amren told us not to. But Cassian's like, so what? Because he's a total bonehead. Rhysand agrees it's a bad idea, but goes along with it anyway, and he starts messing with the weapons. Good lord, these people are so fucking stupid. They just finished talking about all the problems they have, and if the weapons are as dangerous as Amren says, then they're about to create a bunch more problems they could have avoided by not playing with the fucking swords. Rhysand pulls the sword from its scabbard, and the sword is almost resisting being drawn, so that's a good indicator that they should just leave it alone, but obviously they don't. The sword glows like it's made of moonlight, and I don't know why specifically moonlight and not sunlight, like I don't know how you would be able to tell the difference, but anyway, everyone is in awe about how super cool that is. The blade is sparking with magic, so Rhysand unsheaths the other weapons for good measure, because he's a fucking idiot! Also, to be clear, the swords are kind of floating in the air because Rhysand is telekinetically handling them instead of actually touching them, so I guess he is taking some kind of precaution, but they really shouldn't be touching these weapons at all. They're all just standing around gawking at the weapons when Amren shows back up to say that she knew that they wouldn't be able to resist touching them and it was only going to be like a matter of time. If that's the case, then she should have ensured the swords were locked away before she left, but we're about to see that she has some ulterior motives and perhaps was wanting them to play with the swords. We're told that Amarantha, the baddie from the first book that we haven't heard about in a while, had a magic sword of her own, but it wouldn't obey her or something. I don't really know how a sword could obey or not obey, but it didn't. So she threw it into an ocean because she's also just a fucking idiot. Amarantha could be short-sighted, Rhys said. Cassian hated the sound of her name on his brother's tongue. From the flare of rage on Asriel's face, so did the Shadow Singer. But you, Rhysand, are not. Amren nodded to the still rotating weapons. With these 3 blades, you could make yourself High King. And there it is, folks. Amren just grandstanded about not touching the swords because they're dangerous, and Nesta shouldn't even be allowed to make toast anymore. But then immediately changes her tune and says that the weapons can be used to make Rhysand the High King. That all feels very shady to me, and I don't think Amren can be trusted at all. Rhysand says that he isn't interested in being the High King, which is honestly kind of shocking to me, but Amren isn't ready to drop the idea. Amren countered, "All 7 courts united under one ruler would give us far better odds of survival in any upcoming conflict. No bickering and politicking required to dispatch our armies. Malcontents like Baron would have no ability to threaten our plans by allying with our enemies. We would have to fight an internal war first. I would be branded a traitor by my friends in other courts. I'd be forced to make them kneel." Dude, Amren is fucking dangerous. She legit just said they'd have less problems if they could just control everything and everyone, which is such an insane thing to suggest. Rhysand is right that it would start a civil war, and his allies would think differently of him if he made them submit to him. They would no longer be on equal playing fields as allies, like Rhysand would be above them, and I don't think anybody's down for that. Also, Rhysand can't even properly run the Night Court, so he has no business trying to rule Prythian. If Rhysand can't get the Illyrians or the Court of Nightmares to follow his laws, then how would he be able to enforce laws for other courts too? He already can't manage the people he has. It would be a disaster. Asriel says that some of the High Lords might willingly kneel to Rhysand and support him being king, but I highly doubt they would just hand their courts over to him. Like, I don't see anybody doing that. Cassian nodded. Rhys as High King. He could think of no other male he'd trust more. No other male who would be a fairer ruler than Rhys. And with Feyre as High Queen, Prythian would be blessed to have such leaders. So Cassian said, "Tamlin would probably fight and lose. Baron would be the only one standing in your way." Oh my god, Cassian. Earlier in this chapter, he said he hated Rhysand even if it was just for a moment, and now he's back to slobbing on his knob again. Nobody would be a fairer ruler than Rhysand? Seriously? After all the shit he's pulled in this book alone, I could spend hours ranting about how utterly stupid that is, but I'm sure y'all already know my feelings about Rhysand. Rhysand is clearly uncomfortable by this discussion, and he tries to shut it down again. Rhys's power rumbled in the room. "I do not want to be High King. There is no need to discuss it." "Yours is a terrible and beautiful power, Rhysand," Amren said, sighing. "You have 3 magic blades before you, each a kingmaker in its own right. And yet you would rather share that power. Keep to your borders. Why?" Rhys demanded, "Why do you want me to turn conqueror?" Amren shot back, "Why do you shy from the power that is your birthright?" "I did nothing to earn that power," Rhys said. "I was born with it. It is a tool to defend my people, not to attack others." He surveyed them. "Where is this talk coming from?" This is a rare W from Rhysand for him acknowledging that he did nothing to acquire the immense power he was born with, so it doesn't give him a right to take over everyone else and just, dominate everyone. I will, however, give him an L to say his power is a tool to defend his people, because he does fuck all to defend the Illyrian women. Asriel and Cassian continue to chime in with their opinions of how Rhysand should consider being king, and yet again, he is having none of it. Rhys snarled, "If you think for one moment that Feyre would be remotely interested in being High Queen, you're delusional." Amren said, "Feyre would see it as a necessary evil. To protect your child from being born into war, she would do what is necessary." "And I won't?" Rhys demanded, standing. "I will not be High King. I will not consider it, not today, and not in a century." It is such a low blow from Amren to bring up their child right now, considering both the child and Feyre are currently unlikely to even survive the birth, let alone a war with outside nations or a civil war. Even if Rhysand and Feyre could become the High King and Queen without a civil war, that would do nothing to save Feyre and the child from the risky birth that's coming up, so why add even more shit to worry about when there's so much shit to already worry about? What are we doing? Amren is being disgustingly manipulative in a time of very high stress for Rhysand. Being the High King is the last thing he needs to worry about with all the political shit that's already going on, and the problems with Feyre, there is just no reason to be thinking about this right now. Amren still won't let the idea go and says that it must be fate that all these special magic items are turning back up after all this time, like the Dread Trove and all these magical items that Nesta just made, and that means Rhysand must be special and blah 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 blah, and Amren, shut up and go home. I think she's trying to push Rhysand into becoming king so that she can try to control things behind the scenes like she does now, and that makes her a dangerous liability. Amren is way more of a problem than Nesta ever was, and I know I've said that before, and I will continue to say it, but it is true. Cassian points out that Nesta made the magic swords on accident, so how is that possibly fate? But Amren claims that the cauldron could be using her as a puppet to carry out its will, and maybe that it's fate anyway, and it's like pushing Rhysand towards being the High King. Amren sounds fully delusional about all of this, and I don't know if she even believes any of what she's saying, or she's just trying to manipulate everyone into agreeing with her plan, and like, this is so weird. Amren points out that all of the Archeron sisters have been blessed with super awesome powers that like nobody's ever seen before, and that how is that a coincidence that all 3 of them got powers, and that would help Rhysand take over Prythian with no problem, so it must be fate. She almost literally describes the Archeron sisters as tools for Rhysand to use, which tells me all I need to know about Amren. Rhysand yet again refuses to even consider being the High King, which I think is the correct decision for both moral and logistical reasons. Amren can't take no for an answer though, and vaguely implies that if Rhysand won't take the fate the cauldron is giving him, then somebody else will. She's implying that someone else might try to become High King, which absolutely does not happen in this book and goes nowhere whatsoever. It might come up in the next book whenever that ever comes out, but somehow I doubt that this High King plotline is going to continue. The next chapter cuts to Nesta and Cassian at the Spring Court to meet Eris. I've complained about it before, but using the Spring Court as a, quote, neutral meeting location is extremely weird to me because it's not neutral, but here we are. Nesta looks around at all the pretty flowers and thinks about how Elaine would be right at home in the Spring Court. She angsts a little about how she and Elaine are still not really getting along and not really talking much, but honestly that's mostly Nesta's fault, I think. As long as Nesta tries to use Elaine to triangulate against Feyre, the relationship between the sisters will stay strained, and like, Nesta has to stop doing that shit. Eris shows up, and I can't help but think of how similarly he behaves to early series Rhysand when he's still trying to pretend to be evil. The narrative even compares him to Rhysand directly sometimes, but mostly about how they both dress well and present themselves as high class and they're both so, like, elegant or whatever. My theory is that Eris is also secretly a good guy, but that doesn't go anywhere in this book, and I doubt it will be covered in the next book whenever that comes out. Eris seems interested in Nesta, but she gives him the same cold shoulder that she gives everyone. He then asks about his missing soldiers, and Cassian breaks the news that all of them are dead except for the 2 that they were able to capture. At first, Cassian doesn't say that he was the one who killed them, but he quickly owns up to it and explains that he had no choice because the soldiers were under that freaky spell by Brialyn and it was basically self-defense. Eris is pissed about the whole thing and accuses Cassian of being lazy for not trying to save more of the soldiers, which is totally ridiculous. It was 24 soldiers versus just Cassian and Azriel. And I know Cassian and Azriel are like the baddest bitches to have ever bad bitched, but that's still 2 against 12. That's not fair odds. I think Cassian was totally justified in killing them and only capturing 2 of them. However, I absolutely don't think it was justified for Azriel to then try and torture information out of them given the whole spell thing they were under, and Eris kind of calls that out too, like, hey, that was some bullshit right there. Eris really tears into Cassian for being a bloodthirsty brute for killing the soldiers, which starts to set Nesta off. She stands up for Cassian by saying the soldiers had ash arrows and one of them shot Azriel, so they didn't really have a choice but to take them down, and I fully agree with that. They have a weird exchange about the ash arrows where Nesta accuses Eris of giving them to the soldiers, which doesn't really make any sense. They still aren't sure if Eris is secretly involved in double-crossing them, but I think it's pretty clear that he's not. He would really have nothing to gain from that, considering he already had an alliance with the Night Court before this book even began, so, like, why would he betray them? Like, it just is weird. Eris seems shocked by the accusation and says that the ash arrows are banned in Prythian, which doesn't mean that, like, he couldn't have access to them to give them to the soldiers, but it is less likely that he would have access to ash weapons. If the soldiers were under Brialyn's control, it makes way more sense that she gave them the weapons, because ash is not outlawed in the human realm, so, like, why are they accusing Eris of all of this? It just doesn't make sense. Nesta basically accuses Eris of orchestrating the whole thing with the missing soldiers, and I don't know if she actually believes that, or if she's just trying to piss him off and get him flustered so that he'll reveal information to them. Eris takes the bait and angrily says that he's not their enemy. Cassian grandstands about how he's not the enemy either, and that he's sorry for killing Eris's soldiers, but he wants to help the families of the fallen soldiers, and, like, whatever. Which Nesta thinks is super noble of Cassian to offer that. I love that Cassian has the time to help random Autumn Court families, but no time to enforce the rules in Illyria. That makes sense. Also, Cassian gets a lot of credit for giving this offer, but he never actually follows up and does anything for the families of the fallen soldiers, so, like, he gets credit for something he doesn't even do. At some point during this interaction, Cassian puts his hand on Nesta's back, and Eris picks up on that and starts openly flirting with Nesta. He straight up tells her that if she gets tired of, quote, that animal, then she can come be with a future High Lord. I really don't think Cassian and Nesta are a great couple, so if Eris is actually a secret good guy, then I would prefer to see Nesta and Eris together, but that's never going to happen, so let's move on. Their conversation is interrupted when Tamlin shows up in his beast form, and this is exactly why I think it's stupid for them to meet in the Spring Court. If Tamlin is so mentally unwell that he's essentially abandoned his court to go lurk in the woods as a beast, then he's probably dangerous. Between Cassian and Eris, they could probably win a fight against Tamlin, but killing him would cause a lot of complications on top of everything else that's going on, and that would just not be good. Nesta immediately recognizes Tamlin from all the way back in the first book when he showed up to get Feyre in the human realm. This was the male, the beast her sister had once loved, had given up everything, including her mortal life, to save, who had then taken her love and twisted it, nearly breaking Feyre in the process, until Cassian and the others had helped bring her back, helped her to learn to love herself once more. I don't mean to sound like a Tamlin defender, because he definitely did not treat Feyre the best, but I think this is misrepresenting what happened in that whole situation. Again, not trying to defend Tamlin here, but he was also traumatized by what happened under the mountain, and he literally watched Feyre die. Of course he's going to be overprotective over Feyre about that, but he definitely went about it the wrong way, and he endangered Feyre himself multiple times, so he is fully not in the right here, but there are reasons behind what he did other than him just being a jerk. To be clear, I don't think the fact that you have trauma excuses or justifies abusive behavior, but it is a factor to consider, and nobody ever really considers that Tamlin is mentally unwell. Even Nesta is quick to write Tamlin off as an irredeemable piece of shit, despite having similar problems with aggression, albeit Nesta is more verbally aggressive than physically, and trying to control people, in Nesta's case Elaine, under the guise of keeping them safe. Nesta has her own mental health problems and is able to be redeemed, so I don't really see why that energy is not being given to Tamlin. Yes, Tamlin did some very bad things, but I think that there is a way to come back from that somehow. To wrap up this tangent, Tamlin is wrong for how he treated Feyre, but he isn't evil, and he gets overly vilified for actions that other characters are completely excused for. Nesta stands up to Tamlin and says that he better leave them alone, as if they aren't all trespassing on his land. Like, what leg do they have to stand on here? Tamlin can talk in his beast form, so he's like, bro, you're in my land, like, duh, I'm gonna come after you. Nesta doesn't back down, though, and heckles Tamlin about how it isn't really his land anymore since he doesn't act like a ruler, and I kinda don't think anybody should be antagonizing him right now. These idiots could have literally meant anywhere else, so it's kind of fucked up to come to the Spring Court and then talk down to Tamlin like they're entitled to be there. Like, they should have went somewhere else. Like, they don't need to be here right now. Nesta then tells Tamlin he better keep his mouth shut about what he saw there, and the audacity is off the charts. Like, Tamlin has the right to tell people what happened in his own lands. If they wanted privacy and secrecy, they should not have come to the Spring Court. Nobody has to forgive Tamlin for anything he did, and they can be mad at him forever, but they should at least leave him alone! Nesta then lays into Tamlin for causing her and Elaine to be taken by Hybern and dunked into the cauldron. I think Tamlin technically didn't know that was what was going to happen, but he should have known better than to ever work with Hybern in the first place or to get Feyre's sisters involved. I definitely don't think Tamlin should get a pass for that, but again, they either need to leave him alone or kill him and be done with it. Nesta then points at Tamlin the same way she dramatically pointed at the King of Hybern as she was forced into the cauldron. The ground starts shaking all dramatically, which scares Tamlin into backing down, so Nesta lowers her hand to stop pointing. Sometimes she can control her powers, and sometimes she can't. It's dependent on what the plot needs at the moment, and at that moment she needed to scare Tamlin, so she had full control over her powers. And as much as I want Nesta to be able to control her powers, this is just a very weird moment to me. There is no reason for them to even be at the Spring Court talking to Tamlin right now. Nesta throws one last threat at Tamlin before Cassian picks her up to fly off, and the scene ends there, and they didn't even really learn any new information or accomplish anything, so I kinda don't really know what the point of this scene even was. I guess we just needed a moment for Nesta and Tamlin to interact for some reason. This was so unnecessary to me. The next scene cuts to Nesta hanging out in the library. It's late and she can't sleep, which normally means she would go climb the stairs, but for some reason this time she chose to go to the library instead. The sentient house gives her a warm glass of milk, which Nesta appreciates, and she's finally starting to view this place as her home, and like nowhere has ever felt like home to her, so that's a big deal. The darkness in the library starts acting weird again, like it did that one time when Gwyn was around, but before Nesta can react to that, Cassian shows up. The darkness then promptly stops being weird, and just like I said last time, this book puts a weird emphasis on that, despite this situation not being all that important. Cassian says that he's there to check on Nesta, and they talk a little bit about what went down in the spring court. Cassian tells Nesta that she handled Eris well, and Nesta is like, Eris is a snake, and I don't like how he spoke to you, Cassian. She has a moment of reflection where she realizes that she said just as bad, if not worse, things to Cassian than what Eris said, and she feels guilty about it. That's good progress for her, but I hate Cassian so much that I think he probably deserved whatever insults Nesta has said to him throughout these books. The chapter ends on a weird note as Cassian and Nesta both agree that Tamlin never deserved Feyre. It's kinda different to see Nesta hype Feyre up like this, and I'm glad to see it, though I wish it didn't have anything to do with Tamlin. It shouldn't have taken a man treating Feyre badly for Nesta to realize that her sister was worth being treated well. Like, I just don't like this at all. And neither Cassian or Nesta know anything about Tamlin and Feyre's relationship. Like, they never actually witnessed them as a couple, so like, what the fuck do they know about any of this? I just think everyone has a whole lot of opinions for situations they were not there for. And again, not defending Tamlin, he sucks, but they don't know what went down. And I think Feyre got her revenge pretty well by destroying the spring court, so let's leave Tamlin alone, okay? The next chapter is more training as Nesta, Emerie, and Gwyn have moved on to learning how to use swords. Oh, but before we get into that training, we get some exposition about what went down the previous night as Cassian walked Nesta back to her room from the library, and they, how do I phrase this? They literally 69. If you somehow don't know what that means, sorry, I'm not going to explain it. I thought this was a meme. I didn't think people actually did 69, but yep, they do. After all that 69 business, Nesta took Cassian's pony for a ride, and they had a great time together last night, which, okay, great, thanks. I definitely needed to hear about all of that. Despite their spicy night, thankfully Cassian and Nesta aren't gross during training like they usually are, and they keep their hands and eyes to themselves, and good lord, please just always keep this energy. I wish they were always this respectful. They are not, unfortunately. Cassian says they'll learn a special sword technique if the ladies can keep up without complaining like they have been, and that just feels like, shut up, Cassian. He does not respect women. I stand by that. Gwyn jumps in to say that they aren't complaining and that Cassian is just working them too hard, and stupid-ass Cassian gives Nesta the side-eye and says, quote, "Some Valkyrie unit you have." Bitch, shut up! Snide comments aren't gonna motivate anyone, and the ladies are making great progress considering it's been like a month since they started training. I don't think Gwyn was even complaining, and it's more like she was giving feedback that of course arrogant-ass Cassian ignores because he sucks. The whole Valkyrie thing was supposed to be Nesta and Gwyn's thing, so Gwyn is offended that Nesta even told Cassian about it. She confronts Nesta, but Cassian jumps in to say that Nesta didn't actually tell him anything. He was actually just able to put the pieces together because he saw Nesta reading a book about the Valkyries, and he saw that they were trying to do like the mind-stilling thing through breathing exercises, so he kind of just figured it out himself. Considering Cassian actually fought alongside the Valkyries back in the war 500 years ago, it does actually make sense that he would pick up on this. Nesta is shocked to hear that Cassian actually knew the Valkyries, because she often forgets how old the fairies are, and good lord, I didn't need to be reminded how old they are either. The age gap between 25 and 500 will never not be creepy to me, even though they're both technically adults. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Gwyn is extremely excited to hear Cassian knows the Valkyries, and like all of a sudden she's like, okay, I like Cassian again, and I still don't like Cassian. But anyway, Cassian regales them with a war story, but he picked like a really horrible story to tell them. He talks about a battle at a pass where the majority of the Valkyries perished so that they could keep control of that pass and essentially like win the battle for them. The Valkyries knew they wouldn't survive, but chose to fight anyway for the good of everybody else because they're just bad bitches like that. The Illyrians could never. That isn't exactly a happy story, though, so Gwyn isn't so happy anymore, and she asks why the Valkyries would fight even though they knew they wouldn't win, and in fact, wouldn't just win, they would die. I think the obvious answer is heroism, but Cassian says he doesn't know why they would do that, and, like, I think the answer's obvious again, but they don't know why the Valkyries did that. But Cassian goes on to say that he wanted to help the Valkyries in that fight because he had friends in that unit. The Valkyries fought when even the bravest males would not. The Illyrians tried to forget that. I fought against males who were my superiors, arguing to help the Valkyries. They beat me senseless, chained me to a supply wagon, and left me there. When I came to, the battle was over, the Valkyries slain. As if I needed any more reasons to hate the Illyrians. These big bad warrior bros really backed out of a fight and let a group of women die in their place? Seriously? I'm not trying to undermine the Valkyries' strength by calling them a group of women, but I think that the Illyrians' ego wouldn't allow them to back down, because if they knew women would fight in their place, wouldn't that, emasculate them? I don't really understand. The Illyrians are very confusing to me in general, because their whole thing is being warriors, but then whenever a war happens, they either chicken out or resent being made to fight, which makes no sense if you're a fucking warrior! Oh, but don't worry, because Cassian was totally on the Valkyries' side and believed in them and wanted to fight alongside them, but the big mean Illyrians just wouldn't let him. The narrative can place Cassian on a pedestal for merely acknowledging that women are people too, but I'm not gonna kiss his ass for being less misogynist than everyone else, because Cassian is still a misogynist. Nesta is kind of shocked to hear all of this, this whole story, and she asks why Cassian never told her about it, and he's like, well, you didn't ask. Except how was Nesta even supposed to know to ask? It's not like she knows Feyre history and would really have any reason to think that Cassian knew the Valkyries personally. Why would she even ask? Cassian promptly ends that discussion, and he's like, that's enough of our history lesson. We need to learn our special sword technique. He talks them through how the technique is done, and Gwyn asks why they aren't learning Valkyrie fighting techniques, which I think should be obvious that Cassian doesn't know them. But Nesta jumps in and she's like, oh, we should combine Yrian and Valkyrie techniques. And why? She kind of says it as a throwaway, but the narrative acts like Nesta said something super profound and that fate is listening and there's this melding of Yrian and Valkyrie and it's this fate is happening thing and whatever. Personally, I think that the Illyrians suck donkey balls, and I don't want the new Valkyries to have anything to do with them. I really don't want these groups to be related to each other at all in any way. But I guess we're supposed to have hope that a comedically misogynist group of people is suddenly going to be inspired into respecting women because of this new Valkyrie group, and I don't know what we're doing here, but it is not working. Cassian is all inspired too, and says that they'll start with Illyrian techniques, considering that's what he actually knows, and he asks Gwyn to bring her research on the Valkyries so they can try to figure out how to do their techniques too. And everybody is now super excited, and the scene ends as they get back to training. The next scene cuts to Cassian visiting Feyre at the river house. He's there to tell Feyre about the magic weapons Nesta accidentally forged and get her vote on what to do, and obviously Feyre votes to tell Nesta about it, it's not even a question in her mind. That makes me even more sad that information is being held from Feyre, but nobody ever really connects these two things until much later on in the book. Feyre wants to tell Nesta about the weapons herself, but Cassian knows that is not a good idea because Nesta still can't really handle being around Feyre right now. Even though I think Nesta is kind of ridiculous for that, that doesn't make it any less real for Nesta, so this is not going to work for her. Cassian also tells Feyre about the Valkyrie stuff because it shows how seriously Nesta is taking training and that she's truly dedicated to making a change, and I really wish they gave Nesta more credit for this, but they kind of are now at least. Rhysand, Amren, Azriel, and Elaine are also all there, so they all talk about the Valkyries together. Rhysand makes sure to point out that the Valkyries were pretty, because apparently some people forget that women can be both attractive and powerful. Thanks for the reminder, Rhysand. I already knew that, but okay, thank you. Amren says that she liked the Valkyries because they didn't let dudes boss them around, but then immediately proceeds to say that she didn't like their king because he made bad decisions. Am I being stupid, or does that sound like the Valkyries were in fact being bossed around by a dude? He's a king, that's a dude. I'm confused. We get some more exposition about the battle at the mountain pass where the Valkyries perished, and learn that one of them was even Cassian's lover, and she was the one who bravely led the charge into the pass. Cassian thinks fondly of her, but isn't all overly emotional about it, which is kind of nice considering how angsty these characters tend to be. He's not so traumatized by this happening. And that's not to say that he's not sad about it, but she went out with a warrior's death, so it is an honorable way, so he's not all, crybaby about it. Cassian says that Nesta would have fit into the Valkyries, and everybody immediately agrees. Feyre at last took her hearty bite of food. Nesta is a wolf who has been locked in a cage her whole life. I know, Cassian said. She was a wolf who had never learned how to be a wolf, thanks to that cage humans called propriety in society. And like any maltreated animal, she bit anyone who came near. Good thing he liked being bitten. Good thing he savored the bruises and scratches she left on his body every night, and that her unleashing when he was buried in her made him want to answer it with his own. Oh my god, enough with this wolf metaphor shit. It's extremely repetitive and very silly. Like, multiple times throughout this series, Feyre has been referred to as a wolf, Nesta has been referred to a wolf, it's like too much. But there's something gross about all of this that's hard for me to articulate. I don't really like that Cassian is making this very sexual, like, ew, like, Nesta has genuine problems, let's not be gross about it. And Cassian shouldn't be okay with just being able to handle Nesta's fierceness, like, he should be a safe, comfortable environment that makes Nesta not feel like she has to lash out like that. Elaine chimes in to say that Cassian doesn't know everything about Nesta and how strong and cool she is, and like, oh, just you wait, Cassian, she's even cooler than you know, because she's also a really good dancer. I've alluded to this before, but Nesta is the best dancer to have ever danced and can use her dancing to captivate people into doing whatever she wants because, of course, she needs to be extra super cool. Because every character in this book is extra super cool. Elaine tells a story about how when they were still rich, they had a ball and there was another girl there who didn't like her. She says that Nesta was 14 at the time, which would have made her like 12 or 13. Nesta didn't like how that random girl was treating Elaine, so Nesta set her sights on the guy that girl liked and then put all her effort into stealing him away, because she is that bitch. Oh, except it's not just a random dude that girl liked, but a handsome, powerful duke. I'll remind you that Nesta was only 14. I have no idea how old the duke was, but I imagine he wasn't also 14, so this whole story makes me really uncomfortable. Anyway, Nesta showed up to the ball looking extra hot for a 14-year-old and won the Duke over with her awesome dancing just despite the girl who was mean to Elaine. I appreciate Nesta sticking up for her sister, but again, I wish she was also this protective of Feyre and not just Elaine. Elaine continued, voice hushed with near reverence. The Duke was vain, and Nesta played into that. The entire room came to a standstill. Their dancing was that good. She was that beautiful. And when it ended, I knew she was an artist then, the same way Feyre is. But what Feyre does with paint, that's what Nesta did with music and dance. Our mother saw it when we were children and honed it into a weapon. Also, Nesta might one day marry a prince. Cassian froze. A prince? Was that what Nesta wanted? His stomach clenched. Oh my god, please no. Please don't do this to me. Please don't give Cassian something to be angsty about so he can continue to delay having an actual conversation with Nesta about their relationship. Please. At this rate, they'll never get together, and I don't want them to be together, but that's the point of this book, so please. Asriel is super into the story for some reason, and he's like, well, what happened to the Duke? Elaine says that he proposed the next morning, and Rhysand has the audacity to choke on his wine and point out that Nesta was only 14. His wife is currently 21, or maybe 22 at this point, which isn't that much different from 14 if you're over 500 years old. Elaine says that Papa Archeron turned down the proposal because Nesta was too young, and the narrative is trying to convince us that Papa Archeron isn't a total shitbag like how he was portrayed in the first book. The retconning is truly astonishing. I'm not gonna pat him on the back for not making his daughter into a child bride. Like, seriously? That's what we're giving props to? Like, that's just a given. You just don't do that. What? Seriously? Nesta didn't want to marry the Duke anyway, so she wasn't mad about the proposal being turned down, and, like, again, I'm not gonna give Papa Archeron props for this. They briefly talk about how Mama Archeron wasn't a great person, and how she used Nesta to try and get social clout, but they don't really elaborate much on that. I really thought that we would hear more about Nesta's mother in this story, but, like, it's surprisingly, like, not about that, really. Cassian realizes that training has replaced dancing for Nesta as an outlet for her rage and other feelings, and then the chapter dramatically ends as he decides that Nesta should be getting involved in music again, because it's clearly important to her. That's what I've been saying this whole time, but at least they finally realized it might be helpful to let Nesta do something she actually likes. Except, now that I think about it, I don't think Cassian actually sets anything up for Nesta to do anything with music. There is a scene later on, but Nesta set that up herself, so, like, Cassian is taking credit for something right now that he doesn't even do. The next chapter is more training, and it's extra super intense, and Nesta, Gwyn, and Emerie are struggling to keep up. Nesta tries to use the Valkyrie mind-stilling technique to get through this harsh workout, but she can't really make it work. The group take a break and Cassian casually asks what they would name a sword, which is a totally random question for him to suddenly bring up. He's clearly trying to get a read on Nesta's opinions, because now that he has Feyre's permission, he's gonna have to tell Nesta about the magic swords she accidentally made, and he doesn't really know how to break the ice. Gwyn says that her sword would be called Silver Majesty, but Emerie is like, that's such a ridiculous name. My sword would be named Foe Slayer. That gives you a good sense of their personalities, but yet again, I will complain that there's not enough Gwyn, and especially not enough Emerie in this book. They feel more like props for Nesta's development rather than actually developed characters, and that sucks. Nesta initially doesn't answer the question, but finally says that her sword would be named Killer, which is a throwaway answer because she doesn't see the point in naming swords. Like, she's like, why would you name a sword? That doesn't even make sense. I don't really see the point either, but my sword would be named something ridiculous like Susan or Barbara or Deborah, something like that. Let me know what you'd name your sword in the comments below. They start to question Cassian about why he's asking about sword names as if they haven't been practicing with swords recently, but he's like, oh, nope, changing the subject, we're not talking about that. They get back to training, but Nesta can't get the random question out of her mind and asks Cassian about it yet again once training is over. Cassian dodges the question, but Nesta doesn't back down, so Cassian finally has no choice but to spill the beans about the magic swords. We don't know yet what manner of magic they have, but yes, she angled her head. Emerie and Gwyn halted their chatting at the water station, as if they could see or sense the shift in her. And it wasn't the fact that she'd made these weapons that hit her like a blow. Who is we? What? You said, we don't know what manner of magic they have. Who is we? Rhysand, Feyre, and the others? And how long have you all known about this? He winced as he realized his error. Nesta, how long? Her voice became sharp as glass. The priestesses were watching and she didn't care. This is exactly why you don't hide information from people. Even if you do eventually tell them the truth, it still feels like a betrayal to know that you kept that information secret for so long and even considered not telling them at all. That's a major violation of trust and would be a major setback for Nesta in her healing journey to know that no matter how much effort she puts in, she is still considered an outsider and people will make decisions about her without involving her. It makes it come off like they don't trust Nesta, and nothing she does will make them trust her, so why would she try? Like, that's so demoralizing. Training is over, but they're still in the ring, and the priestesses haven't left yet either, so Cassian's like, let's talk about this later, now is not the time. Nesta is pissed, though, and rightfully so, and she's like, dude, Cassian, you're the one who brought this up by asking about sword names, and like, yeah, I agree with her on that one. Cassian should have kept his damn mouth shut instead of trying to, like, hint at the subject in front of everyone. Like, just wait until you have a private moment, dude. Don't bring it up if you don't actually want to talk about it. I think I've complained about this before, but the Fae have advanced hearing, so everyone in this ring should have heard this conversation, and, like, they should know about all of this, but they don't hear it for some reason, because, like, I guess that would be inconvenient for the plot. Previously, SJM was a lot more careful of this, like, kind of mechanic by having Feyre put up windshields to have private conversations, but in this book, they just kind of completely forget about the advanced hearing, and people don't hear conversations if it's not convenient for them to hear them. So that's all to say that apparently nobody is actually hearing what is happening, even though they should be. Her blood pounded in her ears, and Cassian's face grew pained. This isn't coming out the way it should. We argued about whether to tell you, but we took a vote and it went in your favor, because we trust you. I just hadn't gotten a chance to bring it up yet. There was a possibility you wouldn't even tell me? You all sat around and judged me, and then you voted? Something deep in her chest cracked to know that every horrible thing about her had been analyzed. Fuck. Cassian reached for her, but she stepped back. Everyone was staring now. Nesta, this isn't... Who voted against me? Rhysand and Amren. Cassian is such a fucking idiot. I can't believe him. He is so fucking dumb. If they truly trusted Nesta, then there wouldn't have been a vote at all because they would have just told her about the swords right away. There would have been nothing to vote about. Even if they didn't trust Nesta, she has the right to know information about her own body and what she's capable of doing, especially if it could be dangerous. Nesta was a human up until recently, so she's not used to having magic and doesn't know what's normal and what's not. She has to rely on the inner circle to teach her, and they've proven just how willing they are to mislead her or withhold information entirely. If I were Nesta, I don't know how I would ever trust those goons again. Especially since she knows what they're withholding from Feyre, and that's someone they actually like and claim to respect. If they'd do Feyre dirty, then Nesta has reason to believe they would treat her even worse, and they kind of are. Nesta isn't surprised that Rhysand voted against her, but she's hurt by Amren's vote because the two were once friends. Even after their falling out, Nesta had hoped that they could reconcile one day, but now this is kind of showing that might not be the case. Nesta is understandably triggered by this deception, and she slips back into her cold and disinterested attitude because people can't hurt her if she doesn't care about it. She claims she doesn't care about the whole thing, even though she obviously does. This is just how she copes. Suppressing and numbing her emotions is what has prevented Nesta from healing her trauma so far, so this is a major regression for her, but I don't blame her for it. Healing journeys aren't linear, even when you don't have a group of assholes actively sabotaging you. She made a show of rolling her shoulders, of approaching Emerie and Gwyn, whose faces bunched with concern in a way Nesta knew she didn't deserve, in a way that she knew would one day vanish. When they, too, realized what a wretch she was, when Amren told them what a pathetic waste of life she was, or they heard it from someone else, and they ceased being her friends, she wondered if they'd even say it to her face, or if they'd just disappear. It's really sad to see Nesta go back to thinking so negatively and catastrophizing. And to be clear, I don't really think she's overreacting. Nesta has never had a genuine friendship, or even really any kind of relationship in general, that was stable and unconditional. Nesta is arguably closest to Elaine out of everyone, but she even views Elaine's love as being conditional on Nesta protecting her, and she views Elaine as abandoning her for Feyre. Like, she literally refers to Elaine as a dog, who will find a different master, so even though she's the closest to Elaine, she still thinks her love is conditional and doesn't even really seem to think all that highly of Elaine. And as I've said before, I don't think that there should be that kind of division between the sisters, but that's how Nesta views it, so that's what we're going with, I guess. This betrayal with the swords not only showed Nesta that she can't trust other people, but that she isn't trustworthy either. Again, if the Inner Circle truly trusted Nesta, there wouldn't have been a vote at all. Nesta coldly and quietly walks off, and Emerie and Gwyn can clearly see something is wrong, and they try to stop her and ask about it, but she doesn't open up to them for obvious reasons. Now she really isn't sure who she can trust, and she doesn't want to chase her only friends away if they were able to find out any of the things that she thinks are so horrible about herself. Not only does this situation reflect negatively on Nesta because the Inner Circle still doesn't trust her, but Nesta isn't able to tell Emerie and Gwyn about it anyway because the information is technically classified. Even if she did want to open up to them in this moment, she probably wouldn't technically be allowed to, and she would probably get in trouble and be punished for it. Nesta goes and hides out in her room until Cassian goes away, and thankfully he respects her boundaries this time and doesn't barge into her room and demand that they talk about it even though Nesta clearly doesn't want to. I do think it's awfully convenient, though, that Cassian is willing to ignore or wait on conversations that involve him doing something wrong, but he demands Nesta to talk out other situations like the argument with Elaine immediately. It makes it feel like Cassian isn't actually giving Nesta space to calm down, but is instead avoiding taking responsibility for his own actions. Because as I said, he's more than willing to push Nesta's boundaries and make her talk when it's not about him doing wrong. Once the coast is clear, Nesta makes a beeline for the stairs because that's her new coping mechanism for working through her emotions. Because she can't drink or dance or fuck strangers now, she can fuck Cassian, but fuck Cassian! Fuck that guy! Oh, I hate Cassian! Sorry guys, I'm kind of losing it a little bit, but we're gonna get through this. Nesta can't stop thinking about Amren's betrayal specifically, and while Amren is definitely a problem, I don't think singling her out is right. The entire Inner Circle was on board with hiding information from Nesta if the vote failed, so even the people who voted in Nesta's favor take equal blame in my opinion. Even though they wanted to tell her, they still weren't going to tell her, and they don't get credit for just wanting to do it. You only get credit for doing the right thing, not wanting to do the right thing. Nesta seems less concerned with the fact that the information was hidden from her, and is more focused on why they thought they needed to hide the information. We've seen Nesta get triggered before when people treat her like she's dangerous or they act scared of her, and that's really all she can focus on right now. Amren had entirely given up on her. The debate about setting her up here had been different. Nesta knew that debate had been out of a desire to help her. She could acknowledge that now. This debate had been out of hatred and fear of her. As I've said many times before, I fully don't believe that Nesta's intervention was about helping her at all. It was primarily a punishment for Nesta for publicly embarrassing the Inner Circle, and secondarily a way to gain control of Nesta so they could use her powers. Regardless, I do see her point on the second debate being grounded in fear or resentment of Nesta, because if they truly trusted and valued her, there wouldn't be a debate at all, they would have just told her. Despite Nesta's best efforts to change, it seems like the inner circle have already made up their mind about her and what kind of person she is, so I can see why that would be completely devastating and demoralizing to Nesta, that no matter how hard she tries, it doesn't matter. Nesta is fully overcome with rage over the situation as she descends the stairs, and before she knows it, she's finally made it to the bottom and she's out into Valaris. I wish that Nesta would have been able to achieve this milestone under better circumstances, but spite is a powerful motivator. The chapter ends there as Nesta opens the door and steps out into Valaris for the first time in ages. The next chapter opens with Nesta raging her way through Valaris, and I fully thought she'd go straight to the bar and drink her problems away, but she shocked me by instead going to Amren's apartment. I don't know if Nesta didn't go to the bar because she doesn't have any money or what, but I think it's great that she didn't go. Maybe confronting Amren isn't the best or healthiest idea, but at least Nesta is directly facing what is bothering her instead of burying it or ignoring it or trying to numb it out. Like, fighting someone is not great, but at least she's confronting the problem. And damn is Amren a problem. Nesta straight up smacks Amren's door down and barges inside to give Amren a piece of her mind, but Amren and her boo Yrian are in the middle of boning, which I think is a fully unnecessary detail to include. Like, why couldn't they be putting a puzzle together or something right now? Why did they have to be mid-bone sesh when Nesta showed up? But Nesta isn't really fazed by any of that at all and launches into her tirade against Amren, and thankfully Yrian quickly makes his exit so that he can give them some privacy. Unsurprisingly, Amren doesn't apologize for voting to hide critical information from Nesta and doubles down on that choice. We then get a little more information about what happened between them on the party boat. "You have done nothing to prove you are able to handle such a terrible power," Amren said with equal iciness. "On that barge, you told me as much when you walked away from any attempt at mastering it. I offered to teach you more, and you walked away. I walked away because you chose my sister." Just as Elaine had done, Amren had been her friend, her ally, and yet in the end, it hadn't mattered one bit. She'd picked Feyre. Amren, what the fuck do you mean Nesta has done nothing to prove she can handle that power? What has Nesta been training for then? Amren is also completely ignoring that Nesta got over her fear of scrying and used it to find the mask's location. Nesta then went and collected the mask herself and had a horrible ordeal with the Kelpie in the process, like she nearly died to get this mask. A trauma like that would have totally destroyed Nesta before, but she was able to overcome it and continue to train and look for the rest of the trove instead of running away. I really don't know what else they expect Nesta to do to prove herself. At this point, she is an invaluable asset to them and is really trying her hardest. Like, what else could she do? However, I will continue to point out that Nesta is the primary reason why she has a troubled relationship with her sisters, especially Feyre. Nesta has to stop viewing people as directly going against her simply because they agree with Feyre on some things and disagree with Nesta on some things. That's not choosing sides. Like, this doesn't have to be about choosing sides. Nesta doesn't seem to think that people can like both her and Feyre at the same time, which is toxic and is keeping the sisters from having a close relationship. Amren says that even though it was Feyre's suggestion that Nesta resumed magic training, that doesn't mean Amren was on Feyre's side for agreeing with that. Amren says that she tried to get everyone to leave Nesta alone and give her space, which is backed up by things we saw Amren do in the last book, like that is actually true. But Nesta wasn't getting any better, so Amren decided to do something different because that wasn't working. She says that it's ridiculous that Nesta would view that as a betrayal, and while I agree with that, I disagree that they gave Nesta adequate time or space to deal with her issues. It's hardly been a year since all of that went down with the war, and that's not nearly enough time to heal from everything that happened. The Inner Circle definitely tried to rush Nesta into getting better on their timeline and not Nesta's timeline, so no, they did not give her the time and space she needed. But Amren is correct that simply agreeing with Feyre on something is not betraying Nesta. This was not a betrayal against Nesta at all. Nesta says that Amren knows how triggered she is by Feyre, and yet again I will say Nesta is so wrong for this. I fully understand tension and a sense of competition between siblings. I'm an identical twin, for God's sake. If anybody knows about being pitted against your sibling, it's me. But Nesta is the only one with that attitude. My sister and I really got along well because we weren't trying to compete with each other. Other people tried to make it like we should, but we didn't. Feyre and Elaine don't think that way, and Feyre doesn't want to be viewed as better than Nesta, and she just wants everyone to get along. Nesta is the only one making this a competition. Yes, poor Nesta, with a younger sister who loves her so dearly she's willing to do anything to get her help. Nesta blocked out the memory of Tamlin in his beast form, how she wanted to rip him limb from limb. She was no better than him in the end. Feyre doesn't love me. She didn't deserve Feyre's love, just as Tamlin hadn't. Amren barked out a laugh. That you believe Feyre doesn't only proves you're unworthy of your power. Anyone that willfully blind cannot be trusted. You would be a walking nightmare with those weapons. This goes back to the problems I had with Nesta in the first book, where she was straight up cruel and basically evil to Feyre, even though Feyre was the only one keeping them alive. If Nesta wasn't going to be helpful, the least she could do was be grateful. With this passage, I think we're seeing that Nesta doesn't actually believe that Feyre doesn't love her, but that she believes she's not deserving of love, so it's simply not possible for Feyre to love her. It's a small distinction, but I think it's important to note. Nesta isn't fully delusional like Amren is trying to say, like she's just a deeply flawed and traumatized person who has never felt like she could trust anybody, and she knows that nobody trusts her either. So I think it's pretty reasonable for Nesta to believe that nobody loves her, even though that's clearly not the case. I don't think that makes her delusional. Whether or not Amren thinks Nesta can handle her power or is worthy of that power is irrelevant to me. The bottom line is that Nesta already has the power, and ignoring it or hiding it from Nesta is wrong and potentially dangerous. Nesta says that she's different now from how she used to be, but she doesn't really seem to believe that, and I can see why. Despite making huge progress with her behavior, nobody is really treating Nesta any differently, which is kind of a mindfuck. Everyone around her still assumes the worst of her and does not have any good intentions when they think about her, so Amren picks up on Nesta's weakness and proves once and for all that the intervention was never about helping Nesta. She cruelly says that Nesta can train all she wants and boink Cassian all she wants, but that won't heal Nesta unless she actually reflects on herself. While that's true that Nesta can't train away her trauma, that's exactly what the Inner Circle wanted her to do and set her up to do with the entire intervention. That's why I'm saying it was never about helping Nesta if Amren is like, oh, training won't even help. Okay, then why did you make her train? It's not like they also gave Nesta a therapist or a support group or anything at all to actually process her feelings. Apparently the only therapy they have in the fairy world is Feyre's art therapy, and they didn't even try that either with Nesta. I know Nesta doesn't get along with Feyre, but they could have had Feyre's painter friend Rhysand, or whatever her name is, try to work with Nesta instead and just do something. It is absolutely ridiculous to expect a mentally ill or traumatized person to heal themselves through self-reflection without any support or resources. If they were capable of doing that, they wouldn't be mentally ill. They would have, already healed. I don't know, that's wild to me. Nesta and Amren continue to argue, but are interrupted when Feyre shows up. Yrian must have ran and tattled to her. Come on, Yrian, seriously. The only person worse than Feyre to come deal with this issue right now would have been Rhysand, and I think their best bet probably would have been to send Azriel if they're trying to keep the peace. Nesta respects him, but she isn't super close with him, so she might be more likely to try to control herself in his presence instead of going, full crazy mode. Feyre tries to defuse the situation, but she mistakenly thinks that Nesta is primarily mad at Cassian, since he's the one who broke the news to her. But it should be abundantly clear that Nesta's problem is with Amren, considering she's currently at Amren's apartment trying to fight her. Nesta and Amren start to argue again, and then Feyre tries to get them to stop. Nesta snarled, but Feyre stepped between them, hands raised. This conversation ends now. Nesta, go back to the house. Amren, you... She hesitated, as if considering the wisdom of ordering Amren around. Feyre finished carefully. You stay here. Nesta let out a low laugh. You are her high lady. You don't need to cater to her. Not when she now has less power than any of you. Feyre's eyes blazed. Amren is my friend, and has been a member of this court for centuries. I offer her respect. Is it respect that she offers you? Nesta spat. Is it respect that your mate offers you? Feyre went still. Uh-oh, I'm sure you can see where this conversation is going, but before we get there, I have some more complaints about Amren. Amren is technically the second in command, and I think Rhysand claims that he and Feyre have equal authority as High Lord and High Lady, so they're both, the first in command. However, it seems to me that Amren is really the one in charge, given the way they defer to her, especially before she lost her power and was super dangerous, so they were actually scared of her and, didn't want to piss her off because she was dangerous. I've never really liked Amren's character, but she is especially snaky and awful in this book. She just is ramped up to 100 in this book. She's just the worst she's ever been. And for the millionth time, I'll say that she should have stayed dead at the end of ACOWAR. Like, why is she even here right now? Amren warned, "Don't you say one more fucking word, Nesta Archeron." Feyre asked, "What do you mean?" And Nesta didn't care. Couldn't think around the roaring. "Have any of them told you, their respected high lady, that the babe in your womb will kill you?" Amren barked, "Shut your mouth!" And there you have it, folks. Someone finally told Feyre the truth about the baby. I really wish Nesta wouldn't have done it this way, though, because it comes off more like she's rubbing it in Feyre's face rather than telling her out of genuine concern for her well-being. Regardless, Feyre needed to know this information, and she especially needed to know that the inner circle doesn't respect her as much as she thinks they do. No matter how hurtful something is, it's beyond disrespectful for somebody else to decide if you are capable of hearing that information, and keeping you from making your own choices by not telling you. There was absolutely no reason not to tell Feyre, and she deserves to know that. Again, I wish Nesta would have told Feyre in a better way than this, but it's clear that she was shocked by the situation when she initially heard about it, and she's clearly scared of Rhysand retaliating against her, which is why I'm assuming Nesta didn't speak up sooner. And also, Nesta has a whole lot of her own nonsense going on, so I can kind of get why she didn't immediately tell Feyre, even though I wish she had. There was really no good way to tell Feyre what was happening since they didn't tell her the news right away, and someone was going to have to tell her eventually. So ultimately, I'm not going to hold this situation against Nesta, because she kind of just bit the bullet for everyone else and became their scapegoat to get this information out. The one here to blame is Rhysand, because he's the one who forced everybody into this position in the first place to keep this information secret. Feyre is understandably shocked and confused because she was told that the birth would be risky, but she didn't know it was because the baby had wings. If you don't remember, in one of the previous books, the Bone Carver showed Feyre a vision of her future son, and he didn't have wings for whatever reason. I don't know if he can, magically make them appear and disappear like Rhysand, or if at that point SJM hadn't decided he would have wings, or, I don't know. Regardless, Feyre didn't know the baby had wings, and I can see why she wouldn't really consider that, given the information she had available to her. "I don't know," Nesta said, "but I do know that your mate ordered everyone not to inform you of the truth." She turned to Amren. "Did you all vote on that too? Did you talk about her, judge her, and deem her unworthy of the truth? What was your vote, Amren? To let Feyre die in ignorance?" Before Amren could reply, Nesta turned back to her sister. "Didn't you question why your precious, perfect Rhysand has been a moody bastard for weeks? Because he knows you will die. He knows, and yet he still didn't tell you." Feyre began shaking. "If I die..." Her gaze drifted to one of her tattooed arms. She lifted her head, eyes bright with tears as she asked Amren, all of you knew this?" Amren threw a withering glare in Nesta's direction, but said, "We did not wish to alarm you. Fear can be as deadly as any physical threat." Shut the fuck up, Amren. Rhysand and Feyre explicitly promised each other that they wouldn't lie or hide information from each other anymore after it came out that Rhysand was hiding the fact that he was Feyre's mate from her. That really pissed Feyre off, and that's when they made that pact not to lie to each other anymore. Except apparently that didn't mean anything, because Rhysand is a manipulative piece of shit who says whatever he thinks people want to hear, but he has zero intention of keeping his word if it inconveniences him. Rhysand does whatever he wants, whenever he wants, even when it comes to Feyre, which is incredibly fucked up. This would be fucked up even if they didn't make a promise not to lie to each other, because you shouldn't have to promise your partner you won't lie to them. They should just know you won't lie to them. That's fucked. Also, I hate this sudden infantilization of Feyre, as if she isn't the bad bitch who saved all of Prythian by standing up to Amarantha when she was still a weak human. She wasn't even a Fae with the crazy powers she has now. Feyre is exceptionally brave and strong, so their bullshit excuse about not wanting to scare her and stress her out is just total fucking nonsense. Rhys knew? Tears spilled down Feyre's cheeks, smearing the paint splattered there. About the threat to our lives? She peered down at herself, at the tattooed hand cradling her abdomen. And Nesta knew then that she had not once in her life been loved by her mother as much as Feyre already loved the boy growing within her. It broke something in Nesta. Broke that rage, that roaring, seeing those tears begin to fall, the fear crumpling Feyre's paint-smeared face. She had gone too far. Oh gods. Mommy issues aside, I don't like how much blame Nesta is taking for this situation. Yes, it was wrong for her to tell Feyre the way she did, but it was Rhysand who swore everyone to secrecy. Someone had to tell Feyre, and now Nesta is just a convenient scapegoat to take some heat off of Rhysand. Nesta feels absolutely horrible about what she did, and I do think she should feel a little bit bad, but I think she feels way too bad for what she did. Like, she is justified in telling Feyre, not in the way she did, but Nesta is just feeling way worse than she should about this situation, in my opinion. But anyway, the scene ends there as Nesta just runs out of the apartment because she doesn't know what to do. Good lord, this is such a mess. Fuck Amren, and especially fuck Rhysand. The next scene is from Cassian's perspective as he goes to the river house. He thinks about how it was a mistake to give Nesta space and not barge into her room to talk, which is just so infuriating to me. He blames himself for letting Nesta escape into Valaris and would rather have trampled over her boundaries instead of letting Nesta figure out things for herself. Nesta had the right to be mad about this situation, and she had the right to confront Amren over it, even if she did go about it kind of the wrong way. Nesta needs to make her own mistakes, and I don't even really think this is a mistake. These people are entitled to being, chewed out for what they did to her. When Cassian realized that Nesta was in Valaris, he went out looking for her, but for some reason he couldn't track her scent, and I don't really know why. So he didn't know that she was at Amren's apartment and instead went to the river house to see if she went there. He's confused to see that Rhysand is the only one there, and he can see by the look on Rhysand's face that he's mentally talking to someone and isn't happy about whatever that person is telling him. Cassian is about to run out to keep looking for Nesta when Rhysand stops him. Rhys's voice was a thing of nightmares, of the darkness between the stars. Cassian froze at that voice he'd so rarely heard, and never once directed at himself. What happened? Rhys's face was wholly calm, but death, black raging death, lay in his eyes. Not a star or shimmer of violet remained. Rhys said in that voice that was like hell embodied. Nesta saw fit to inform Feyre of the risk to her and the babe. Cassian's heart began thundering, even as it splintered. Rhys held his stare, and it was all Cassian could do to weather it as his brother, his High Lord, said, "Get Nesta out of this city right now." Rhys's power rumbled in the room like a rising storm. "Before I fucking kill her." It's a real shame that Rhysand is the strongest High Lord of all time because someone really needs to beat the absolute fuck out of him right now. Utterly decimate him. How dare he blame Nesta for hurting Feyre's feelings when he was the one who orchestrated the entire situation? This never would have happened if Rhysand didn't break his promise to his wife to always be truthful with her. Rhysand was the one who put Feyre in this situation, literally by impregnating her, and then again by lying to her about the baby. That is so unbelievably fucked up and inexcusable. What Nesta did was wrong, but what Rhysand did was a million times more wrong. The chapter dramatically ends there with Rhysand's declaration that he's gonna kill Nesta, and oh my god, this is just so irritating to me. I am so, I'm ready to rage quit this video because Rhysand is just acting so ridiculously. He's supposed to be this champion of feminine rights and all this shit, but then he's gonna, withhold his wife's reproductive freedom from her by, withholding this information? That's just so insane. Really? Jumping back into Silver Flames, the next chapter opens with Cassian flying around to find Nesta, who is sprinting around the city like a madwoman because she just doesn't even know where to go or what to do. Once he finds her, he swoops down and scoops her up and flies off, and I know it's not supposed to be funny, but the mental image of Cassian snatching Nesta up like that is funny to me in a way I find hard to articulate. But what is not funny is that Nesta is so upset about what just went down that she has zero reaction to Cassian, swooping down and picking her up, and normally she would fight him over that, so the fact that she's so numb and blank is just, ooh, it's not funny. I'm sorry, Nesta. I really hate seeing that she lost her spark pretty much as soon as she got it back, and this sucks. Cassian flies to the House of Wind, and Azriel is already up there in the sky, literally floating, waiting for them, and he has a bag packed. Because apparently Rhysand was dead-ass serious that he would murk Nesta if they didn't get her out of Valaris literally immediately. The narrative tries to excuse Rhysand's behavior because Faye gets super protective and unhinged when their mate is pregnant, but honestly I think Rhysand has wanted to get rid of Nesta for a long time and would have already disposed of her if he could get away with it, so this is kind of his chance to do that. It's not gonna happen, but I do think that Rhysand is overreacting past the point of oh, my mate is pregnant and I'm just so moody about it. No, Rhysand just sucks. Cassian grabs the pack from Azriel and flies off, and we get a scene break to cut to Nesta's perspective. There were no sounds in her head, her body. She knew Cassian held her, knew they flew for hours and hours, and she didn't care. She had done an unforgivable thing. She deserved to be turned into bloody mist by Rhysand. Wished Cassian had not come to save her. While I understand why Nesta would feel this way because nobody vilifies her more than she vilifies herself, I stand by that Nesta didn't do anything that wrong. I won't repeat all of that again because I just said it, but I really hate how much blame is being put on Nesta for this situation that never needed to happen in the first place. Nesta doesn't deserve to die or even really be punished for telling Feyre information that she was entitled to know, even if Nesta told her out of anger and not in the best way. Cassian flies far off into the mountains with Nesta, and eventually they land and set up a camp. Nesta still isn't speaking and is pretty much fully dissociated from how awful she feels. She lays directly down on the ground, no sleeping bag or tent or anything, and just kind of curls up to go to bed. The reason why I said Nesta doesn't need to be punished for this is because she's more than capable of punishing herself, as we see now. We get a scene break to cut back to Cassian as he's sitting around camp. Feyre reaches out to him telepathically, and it seems like there really is no range for that communication. Like, he's hours and hours away, but Feyre can still reach him. It's pretty convenient that it doesn't matter how far away they are and they can still communicate these mental messages. Like, that's pretty convenient. I don't know why they don't do it more often, but whatever. Cassian. I forgot you can mind speak. Her laugh sounded. I can't decide whether I should be insulted or not. Perhaps I should be using the Daemati gifts more often. She paused before saying, Are you alright? I should be asking you that. Rhysand overreacted. He completely and utterly overreacted. Cassian shook his head, though Feyre couldn't see it. I'm sorry you had to learn of it. I'm not. I'm furious with all of you. I understand why you didn't tell me, but I'm furious. Well, we're furious with Nesta. She had the courage to tell me the truth. She told you the truth to hurt you. Perhaps, but she was the only one who said anything. While I have my own issues with Feyre, she's one of the more reasonable characters in this series, and I can't tell you how happy I am that she didn't blindly side with Rhysand for what he did. I mean, of course she immediately forgives him, but at least she's willing to admit he was wrong. God, the bar is in hell if that's something I'm excited about. Feyre says what I've been trying to say this whole time, that the way Nesta delivered the information was wrong, but ultimately she was right to tell Feyre what's really going on. Cassian and Feyre keep talking, and they realize that Nesta was triggered by having information withheld from her about the magic swords, so she did what she thought she had to do by telling Feyre the information that was being withheld from her. But apparently Rhysand disagrees with that whole theory and is like, oh no, Nesta's just a bitch or something. Like, she just did that to be mean. She had no ulterior reason to do that or wasn't triggered by anything. She's just mean. Rhysand, go take a long walk off a short pier, why don't you? Feyre is extremely calm over the awful news about the baby, and she says she wished she had found out another way, but she's glad she knows now, and she decides that she's not going to stop fighting for her baby no matter the risks. She knows panicking won't help, so she resolves to stay calm while they figure out what they're going to do. This is exactly why they should have just told Feyre from the beginning. They didn't want to stress Feyre out, but it was way more stressful to find out this way rather than just knowing from the beginning. Feyre is clearly capable of handling such a terrible situation, and it's insulting that they thought she couldn't and that she needed to be protected from it. She's had the most reasonable reaction out of all of them. Feyre goes on to say that Rhysand had no right to run Nesta out of Velaris, and he's apologized and he wants them to come back now. While I don't doubt that Rhysand said those things, I highly doubt he meant them, and if I was Nesta, I'd be scared it was a ploy to get me back to take me out once and for all. Like, I fully don't believe Rhysand actually meant his apology. There's no fucking way. Even though they've been invited back to Velaris, Cassian weirdly declines and he's like, no, we're not going back. We're gonna stay in the mountains for a few days and we're gonna just hike around or whatever. Feyre is like, oh, you know, Nesta's gonna hate hiking, as if Nesta hasn't made exercising her entire personality now. Old Nesta would hate hiking, but I think new Nesta wouldn't mind it that much because it can't be any harder than climbing 10,000 stairs. Or at least I think Nesta would like actual hiking and not what is about to happen to her, but you'll see, it's pretty bad. Then tell Rhys this is her punishment. Because Rhys, despite apologizing for his threats, would still be furious. Tell him that Nesta and I are gonna hike, and she's gonna hate it, but she comes home when I decide she's ready to come home. Feyre was quiet for a long minute. He says that he knows he's supposed to say that's unnecessary, but to tell you he's secretly delighted. Oh my god, I told you that Rhysand didn't mean it when he said he was sorry, and it's so fucked up that even people who worship him knew he was just bullshitting them. They treat Rhysand like he's the best, most noble and heroic and selfless person they've ever known, while simultaneously recognizing he's a man-baby who lies and throws tantrums. I'm not saying people can't have both good and bad qualities, but everyone puts Rhysand on a pedestal that he clearly doesn't deserve. So he gets a pass for threatening to kill Nesta, but if Nesta threatened to kill anybody, they would riot. Like, seriously? Also, it's real interesting to me that loyal dog Cassian follows Rhysand's orders no matter what and was seething with rage when Nesta dared to defy Rhysand, but now Cassian is totally fine disregarding the order to return home because he can use the opportunity to punish Nesta. I mean, it wasn't really an order to return home, he was just like said they could come back, but like it's weird that Cassian decided not to because he gets the opportunity to punish Nesta. Like, seriously? Honestly, I don't even think Cassian is that mad specifically about Nesta revealing the information, and is more mad that she didn't do as she was told, and now he's gonna make her regret that, and regret every other time she wasn't on her best behavior. He wants her to know that he's the one in charge, and she will fall in line or she will suffer for it. The next chapter opens with Cassian gruffly telling Nesta to get up. He shoves a plate of breakfast at her and tells her to eat up because they have a long day ahead. Nesta is still numbed out from mentally torturing herself, and she does as she's told without asking where they're going or what they're doing. She doesn't care what happens to her at all, which is extremely sad to see now that I've kind of come to like Nesta. Or maybe it's just that I hate everyone else so much that I like Nesta, but regardless, it's sad to see her like this. And it's even worse to see Cassian treating her this way. Cassian is being blunt and frankly kind of aggressive, which is just disgusting behavior from him. He can be mad at Nesta without going out of his way to make her feel even worse for what she did and then physically punishing her. This is inexcusable behavior to me, and I would never be able to trust Cassian again after what goes down on this hike. This is not how someone who truly loves you would ever treat you, and you're gonna see how bad the hike gets. Like, it's really bad. Cassian packs up the camp, and he says he can't carry that heavy-ass pack on his back because his wings are in the way, so he dumps it at Nesta's feet and demands that she carries it. Cassian even has an amused look in his eye, which causes Nesta to believe that Azriel was also in on it and intentionally gave them this big-ass heavy pack knowing that she would have to carry it. That is so beyond fucked up that Cassian is actively delighting in torturing Nesta and that Azriel was in on it too. I thought Azriel was our homeboy, seriously? Also, I don't know how Cassian carried the pack when he was flying with Nesta in his arms if it wasn't on his back. Like, how is that happening? So I think he's full of shit when he says his wings are in the way. Like, I think he could carry it and he's just choosing not to punish Nesta, which is sick. Nesta eats her breakfast but doesn't know what to do with her plate, and Cassian tells her that she'll be washing the dishes in the river when they stop for lunch. Oh, except it'll be a 6-hour hike to get there, so she better be ready. So I guess they just, like, throw the dirty dishes back into their bag or whatever, which, ew. But also, like, this whole situation is so ew, and considering Nesta is probably already extremely tired and sore from finally conquering the 10,000 stairs to Valaris, this is an especially brutal punishment to put her through this physical challenge. Despite the total injustice of this situation, Nesta doesn't care what happens to her and even believes she deserves it. She doesn't fight and she picks up the pack to put it on, and it's described as being a third of her body weight, which is a pretty substantial amount. Google says that a fully loaded hiking pack shouldn't be more than 10 to 20% of your body weight, and Nesta is well above that, which is both cruel and potentially dangerous to her health. They start hiking and they're basically climbing a mountain, so it's an especially brutal hike. Nesta is drenched in sweat and hardly able to breathe, but she continues on without complaining. It is so obvious that she's not mentally okay, and Cassian couldn't give any less of a fuck about that. He walks a pretty good distance ahead of Nesta and only looks back occasionally to check on her. And he even walks so far ahead that he's completely out of sight at some points. Again, someone who loves you would not do this to you. They would not delight in putting you in danger no matter how much you piss them off. Like, I really can't overstate how fucked up this behavior is. It is not okay. Eventually, they make it to the top of whatever hill or mountain they were climbing, and the descent down the other side is extremely steep and dangerous. The overly heavy pack is making it hard for Nesta to keep her balance, and she thinks she might fall forward down what is essentially a cliff that they're trying to, like, descend right now. Except she isn't scared of that possibility, which is extremely concerning to me. And seeing her being treated this poorly when she is in such a bad mental state is just unforgivable. It is baffling to me that there are readers who still like Cassian after this ordeal. Since Cassian has wings, he isn't even really leading them down a safe path because he can just fly away if he falls, like he's not really concerned about that. But Nesta doesn't have wings, so what about her? At this point, I feel like he wants Nesta to get seriously injured, or at the very least he doesn't care what happens to her, which, like, seriously? This is the love interest for real? If Nesta was the one doing this to someone else, I think the inner circle would have a very different opinion about what's going on right now. But no, Cassian is the one doing it to Nesta. Nobody likes Nesta, so they're just going to justify this just terrible behavior. Seriously? Eventually they make it to the river and have lunch. Nesta collapses at the river and drinks the water so desperately that there's no excuse for Cassian not to know what he's doing to her. He straight up throws a canteen at her and tells her to fill it up because if she faints, she'll fall off the mountain and break every bone in her body. And he says it meanly. He's not like saying this like out of concern to be like, hey, you should drink more water. He's like, drink water, you stupid bitch. He's also not so subtly telling her that he has no intention of catching her and will stand by and watch her fall to her death, and whether he actually means that or not doesn't really matter to me. The fact that he said something like that at all is just so wrong. Nesta is still completely mute and has not said a single word throughout any of this, which is just so disturbing. She's not asking questions, she's not complaining, nothing. Like, this is so disturbing, and I could not handle seeing someone I love in this kind of condition. And I can't imagine actively deciding to make it worse if I saw them this way. If somebody I loved was doing this, I would not take them on a hike and delight in watching them suffer. I would get them help. They get back to hiking, and we cut to Cassian's perspective to get some insane justification for what he's doing. Cassian knew that Nesta often hated herself, but he'd never known she hated herself enough to want to not exist anymore. He'd seen her expression when he mentioned the threat of falling, and he knew going back to Velaris wouldn't save her from that look. He couldn't save her from that look either. Only Nesta could save herself from that feeling. Cassian, kindly throw yourself off a cliff and never come back. It's abundantly obvious to me that Nesta is on the verge of self-deleting, whether it's intentional or because she doesn't care enough to avoid a dangerous situation. Maybe Cassian is right that he can't save Nesta from herself, but he sure as hell doesn't have to add to her suffering in such a cruel and unnecessary way. They get back to hiking and Cassian isn't any nicer to Nesta, even though he's fully aware that she doesn't mind self-deleting, which, is so crazy. If someone I claimed to love felt that way, I would not go out of my way to be even meaner to them. Really? I'm just so baffled. We get even more insane justifications for his actions as he randomly thinks about how Moore told him that people used to go to these mountains for healing, and so he justifies to himself that he's doing all of this for Nesta's healing. Okay, Cassian, I'm sure those people also went on a brutal and dangerous hike, and they didn't just hang out in the woods and have a good time touching grass for their healing. What? Come on, I highly doubt the people who were going here for healing were doing the same kind of hike that they're doing right now. They probably just kind of hung out and had a good time in the woods. This hike is fully a punishment, and Cassian can't put a spin on it that he's doing it for Nesta's sake. That's ridiculous. They stop to make camp for the night, and Nesta collapses on the ground face first and trembling with exhaustion. She's so tired that she decides she'll just piss her pants if she has to because she can barely move or stand to go find somewhere else to relieve herself. And maybe this is something I would meme on if this situation wasn't so dire, but that's the level we're at right now. Cassian rudely tells her to give him the pack before she passes out so that he can cook himself dinner, and he specifically says cook himself dinner, not cook for both of them. And also, why can't he just get the pack from Nesta even if she does pass out? What? Nesta thinks to herself that she fully deserves the way Cassian is treating her, and I can't even begin to articulate the rage that I'm struggling to control right now. In my opinion, Cassian is currently treating Nesta far worse than Tamlin ever treated Feyre, and the narrative vilifies Tamlin to the point he's completely irredeemable and every other character wants him dead. But not only are we supposed to forgive Cassian for this, but we're supposed to validate that he was correct to do it. What Tamlin did to Feyre was wrong, but it was motivated by fear, trauma, and mental illness. He was deeply ashamed by his actions, and while that doesn't entitle him to forgiveness, I can at least understand why things played out the way they did with him. Again, that is not a justification, but it is an explanation. And to be clear, Feyre did get her revenge for that whole thing. Cassian is angry, but he's fully in control of his actions and is intentionally inflicting harm on Nesta and even takes delight from it. This is not a one-off angry outburst that went too far. This is prolonged torture that lasts for days on end. There are 1,000 chances for Cassian to realize he's gone too far and stop, but he doesn't. Cassian is a dangerous and terrifying individual that nobody should root for, and he does not deserve any romantic interest if this is what he's going to do to them. And I know the situations aren't directly comparable, but again, it is crazy that Tamlin is a villain and Cassian is like, he just gets to do this to Nesta and it's fine. Nesta kind of props herself up and takes in the nature around her before she falls asleep without eating any dinner. We're told that Cassian leaves a plate next to her, but that's not nearly enough for me to give him any credit. The next scene is a sort of montage as 2 days of hiking pass. Nesta is fully exhausted and still has yet to speak. She's not properly eating or hydrating herself, so the fact that she's been able to keep going is beyond impressive, even if none of this should be happening in the first place. All the while, Nesta mentally tortures herself about how she's a piece of shit who deserves nothing and will never be any better no matter what or how hard she tries. Considering everyone around her seems to believe that too, I can't imagine how anyone expected Nesta to actually get better, and I don't think they actually want her to. Nesta is a convenient scapegoat and a punching bag for the inner circle, so if she actually were to heal, they couldn't use her as an excuse anymore. They would have to look inward at themselves and their own terrible actions. Nesta slips and twists her ankle, and it's kind of a miracle that didn't happen sooner. Cassian hears her fall and turns around to see her motionless and face down in the dirt. Cassian is worried and frantically runs to Nesta, but then he admits that it's been hours since the last time he turned around to look back and check on her. Fuck Cassian. Nesta was so worried about his safety that she dove into a terrifying bog and fought a horrifying evil creature to get back to Cassian's side to save him, and this is how he repays her? Seriously? Cassian is exactly the brute everyone says he is, and he does not deserve Nesta. This is the woman who threw herself over him to protect him from the King of Hybern, and they were going to die together, and this is what he does to her? Nesta is in a really bad condition, and Cassian shows the slightest amount of kindness by helping her drink some water, but the whole time he's angrily laying into her about how she needs to drink more water and how it's essentially her fault that all this happened. Like, dude, Cassian, you're the one who's forcing her to hike when she's mentally unwell. How is she also supposed to keep track of hydration and nourishment and all that shit when she doesn't even want to be alive? Seriously? Oh, but he's just trying to help her heal, remember? This has good intentions behind it. She stared at the rocks around them. He couldn't stand that look, the vacancy, the indifference, as if she no longer really cared whether she lived or died here in the wild. His stomach twisted. Instinct bellowed at him to wrap himself around her, to comfort and soothe, but another voice, an ancient and wise voice, whispered to keep going. One more mountain, that voice said. Just one more mountain. What the actual fuck is even happening? I can't believe that the narrative is fully justifying Cassian's actions, even though his gut is screaming at him to do otherwise and to comfort Nesta. That ancient voice can go fuck itself too. It is utter madness to me that Cassian can see Nesta so severely dehydrated and exhausted on top of everything she's going through mentally and decide to make her keep hiking. He says they'll stop and set up camp, but still demands that Nesta get up and walk a few more feet to flatter ground for that camp. Cassian only helps Nesta when he realizes that she's completely physically incapable of following the commands, and he carries her the rest of the way. He thinks to himself that it's only a matter of time before Nesta starts talking again, which is just further justifications for his horrible choices, and the scene ends there. We cut to Nesta's perspective as she wakes up in the middle of the night and takes in the beautiful mountain view. While I agree that nature is beautiful and can be very healing, I resent that the narrative is using that to justify the hike. Nesta could have had a nice little camping retreat out in nature without being treated so unnecessarily cruelly. Like, they can even still hike, but just not hike to the extent that they're doing. I was gonna wait until the end of this whole hiking debacle to bring this up, but I can't help myself, so I'm gonna drop it in now. This whole situation is disgustingly similar to the troubled teen industry, in which a parent gets tired of their disobedient teen and allows them to be legally kidnapped and brought to a ranch or a wilderness camp or a school or whatever kind of system to be reformed. Dr. Phil is notorious for sending teenagers to these type of programs, and many of them have come out after the fact to just shed light on how horrific that whole situation was and how it really wasn't helpful for them at all and in fact more damaging. I can't get into the full details now because this video is already way too long and this is way past the scope, but it is well known at this point that these types of programs are ineffective at best and dangerous at worst. Many teens have been injured and have even died at the hands of these programs. The ones who do make it out alive are left traumatized and even worse off than when they were first admitted. These programs are not therapeutic. They are legalized torture. They don't do anything to actually help anyone, and instead are used as a punishment against helpless children. Nesta isn't a child, but she might as well be considering she's 25 and Cassian is 500. He's directly following tactics that the troubled teen industry employs, and the narrative is fully on his side for doing it. I would like to think that SJM isn't intentionally endorsing these awful programs and then this connection to that in real life never occurred to her, but I really don't see how she couldn't see that connection and then rethink portraying the hike the way she does. Like, this is just very wrong. All of this rubs me really the wrong way. They resume hiking and Nesta tears into herself for pages and pages on end about how angry and horrible she is, and how she can't stop herself even though she hates herself for who she is. While she does need to reflect on her actions and needs to atone for some of the heinous ways she's treated people, this isn't it. This is absolutely not the way to grow and change and heal and become a better person. The narrative can act like it is, but this method does not work in real life, and we've seen that loud and clear through the troubled teen industry. Torturing someone is not the way to get them to behave better. They clear a hill and reach a view of a lake so beautiful that Nesta finally starts crying after days of being completely numb and emotionless. The pain and shame of every bad thing she's ever said or done hits her all at once and she falls to her knees dramatically. As Nesta sobs hysterically, Cassian finally shows her some kindness and support and says that he's there for her. He gently touches her shoulder, and Nesta speaks for the first time in days to ask him to please not touch her because she doesn't deserve his kindness. Excuse me? Cassian's kindness? Cassian's kindness? Where has the kindness been, girl? What Cassian deserves is to be beaten with the biggest stick Nesta can find, and frankly, this whole hike has been completely disturbing to read. I don't care that Nesta's having a breakthrough. This didn't have to happen that way. Nesta sobs about how she couldn't save her father, and she still hated him when he died, even though he loved her, and she treated him like shit all her life, but he loved her anyway, and then she let him die, and oh my god! Papa Archeron does not deserve to have anyone be this upset over him. I'm not gonna give a parent ass pats for loving their child, even if their child happened to be a brat. Like, what? That's kind of inherent to being a parent, that you love your fucking kid. And if Papa Archeron actually loved Nesta and her sisters, then he wouldn't have sat on his ass and watched them starve, no matter what. Seriously? Fuck Papa Archeron. The redemption arc for him in the war was so unnecessary and was so shoehorned in that I don't care at all about this emotional moment because I don't care about Papa Archeron. This is ridiculous. Nesta sobs about how she can't fix any of the horrible things she's done and she can't fix herself either. Except she definitely can, or what the fuck have we been doing for 500 pages? Why would she be training at all if she can't fix herself? Like, oh my god! Cassian tells Nesta it's not her fault that her father died, and it's straight up that Family Guy scene that's referencing a movie I've never watched. Like, I don't even know what that movie is. This scene is supposed to be a profound emotional breakthrough, but it feels totally ridiculous and melodramatic, and especially comedic to me because I can't stop thinking about Family Guy. Cassian finally gives Nesta some affection after days of torturing her, and she snuggles up on his lap as she cries some more over that bitch Papa Archeron. She opens up about not being able to stand being near crackling fires, even though Cassian should already be well aware of that, because he recognized that earlier in the book, and like, he should have already known this. But at least we do finally get some recognition from Nesta that she was totally out of line with how she treated Feyre in the first book. A wave of words pushed themselves out of her. I should have found a way to save us before then. Save Elaine and Feyre when we were poor. But I was so angry, and I wanted him to try, to fight for us. But he didn't. And I would have let us all starve to prove what a wretch he was. It consumed me so much that I let Feyre go into that forest and told myself I didn't care. That she was half wild and it didn't matter, and yet... She let out a wrenching cry. I close my eyes and I see her that day she went out to hunt the first time. I see Elaine going into the cauldron. I see her taken by it during the war. I see my father dead. And now I will see Feyre's face when I told her that her baby would kill her. She shook and shook, her tears burning hot down her cheeks. SJM wrote Nesta to be so unnecessarily and ridiculously cruel to Feyre that it's hard to justify that behavior, but I guess I can understand where Nesta is coming from. While I personally believe that Nesta should have helped more, or at least not made things harder for Feyre, it was ultimately Papa Archeron's responsibility, as their parent and the only adult in their lives, to find a way to provide for his family. It should not have fallen on his children to do that, especially the youngest one among them. Thankfully, Cassian keeps his fucking mouth shut and lets Nesta continue to vent about everything she's held inside for so long. She can't stand to act the way she does, but the alternative is being an emotional wreck, which is even more painful for her, so she doesn't know what to do. Nesta hates herself for how she treats people, but she doesn't know how to act any other way. Cassian finally speaks up and yet again trauma dumps about his dead mom and some other horrible shit that happened to him. I've said this before, but the narrative acts like Cassian is trying to relate to Nesta, when to me it comes off like he's trying to minimize her problems compared to his and the others in the inner circle. He's not trying to relate, he's trying to remind Nesta he has it worse. He then goes on to give her a pep talk. He said, "I am going to tell you that you will get through it, that you will face all of this, and you will get through it. That these tears are good, Nesta. These tears mean you care. I'm going to tell you that it is not too late, not for any of it. And I can't tell you when or how, but it will get better. What you feel, this guilt and pain and self-loathing, you'll get through it, but only if you're willing to fight. Only if you are willing to face it and embrace it and walk through it, to emerge on the other side of it. And maybe you will still feel that tinge of pain, but there is another side, a better side." Yeah, no, maybe I just hate Cassian to the point of no return, but I didn't really find any of that to be very inspiring. There had to be a safer way to get Nesta to feel her feelings than to make her hike for days on end through rough and dangerous terrain while forcing her to carry a heavy pack while she was exhausted and dehydrated. The end doesn't justify the means. Again, just because Nesta had this emotional breakthrough, it doesn't matter to me because it was totally unnecessary the way they pushed her into doing it. Nesta says she isn't sure she's capable of all that, and Cassian gives her another pep talk about how he's seen Nesta fight for the ones she loves, and she should fight for herself the same way. He says everybody deserves happiness even if it takes them a while to get there. Yet again, I hate Cassian so much that these words are completely hollow to me. I'm not giving him credit for this. I hate Cassian. Cassian tells Nesta to leave behind everything she's been torturing herself over and to forgive herself or she'll never move on. She can still be her fierce and feisty self if she just reins it in a little bit. He goes on to say that Nesta isn't fixing herself because she isn't broken. She's helping herself heal because hurt people hurt other people. And again, on the surface, everything Cassian is saying is fine, but I just can't see it as genuine after all he's done to Nesta during this hike. Nesta, however, is super inspired and sees Cassian in a whole new light, and I just resent this is where we ended up. I resent the messaging that your partner, who is supposed to love, cherish, and protect you, is justified to abuse you into a mental breakdown for your own good. And for what? Nesta is surrounded by murderers and manipulators, and her worst crime is that she's a bitch sometimes. There's a lot of shit Nesta shouldn't have said throughout these books, but none of it warranted this kind of response. Everybody around her has done so much worse, and that's fine for them, but Nesta is just villainized for everything. Literally, the worst thing Nesta's done is be mean. She's not, killed anybody who wasn't actively fighting her. What? Nesta didn't suffer in silence, and her trauma response was not to be a people pleaser, so her trauma was inconvenient to deal with, so the people around her treated her like the scum of the earth instead of trying to genuinely understand her and help her. And I know Nesta didn't make things easy for them with her behavior, but that behavior was fully in line with what's to be expected from someone who's having a mental health crisis. Everybody except for Nesta is given significantly more grace and leeway when they're struggling. Well, except for Tamlin, he's also given no grace or leeway when he's clearly mentally ill as well. And just like Nesta, Tamlin is also overly vilified for things that other characters get a pass for doing. There's one last scene before we get to part 3, and I am so ready to be done with this fucking book. This last scene is from Cassian's perspective, and we get to hear how touched he is by Nesta's breakthrough, and for once he actually validates that Nesta genuinely suffered, and that he didn't recognize that enough before now. It's all just a little too late for me. Anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together can see from a mile away that Nesta is a walking trauma response. This should not be a surprise to anybody. Cassian and Nesta are still sitting at the lake together, resting after the whole ordeal Cassian decided to put them through that was totally unnecessary. He orders Nesta to stand and withdraws his Yrian blade because he's been carrying a sword this whole time for whatever reason, and he hands the sword over to Nesta. He orders her to go through the fancy sword technique that he taught her in training, and Nesta is hesitant at first, but ultimately takes the sword and swings it around like a bad bitch. This whole thing is supposed to be symbolic or whatever, but I am so not into it. Fuck all of this. I hate this book, and I especially hate Cassian. Part 2 of this absolute nightmare ends there as Nesta continues to swing her sword around at the lake, and she just feels so empowered and free and whatever, and good for her, but why? Why did any of this need to happen to get her there? There had to be another way. Wow, guys, I don't even know how to end this video. I'm so just annoyed and brain dead from going through all this nonsense. I think I've said all I've needed to say at this point, and I need to go do anything other than sit here and think about these fairies. So sorry I don't have an articulate conclusion to this video, but I don't have any gas left in my tank to talk about these fairies any longer. As per usual, SJM crams all the action into the end of her books, so stay tuned for part 3 because it is going to get absolutely wild. Thank you so much to anyone who's actually made it to the end of this ridiculously long video. Please take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye guys!